Book 2, Chapters 10 and 11 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 10. Morton Sends a Telegram. The harsh reality of the outside world was like the hard-driven, acrid spray of the ocean in a wintry storm. It stung yet calmed with its grateful stern menace. A thin drizzle of rain was beginning to fall, and the avenues were filled with the furious clamour of belated traffic. The clangour of the overhead trains, almost incessant at this hour, benumbed the ear, and every side street rang with the hideous clatter of drays and express carts, each driver, each motorman, labouring in a kind of sullen frenzy to reach his barn before 6 o'clock, while truculent pedestrians, tired, eager, and exacting, trod upon one another's heels in their homeward haste. This tumult of turbulent, coarse, unthinking life seemed at the moment not merely normal, but wholesome and admirable, by force of contrast with the morbid, unnatural, and useless scenes through which he had just passed. Better to be a burly, unreflecting truckman than a troubled, unresting soul like Anthony Clarke.
Yes, and better for Viola Lambert to be the wife of one of these rude animal types, suffering a life of physical hardship, than to continue the sport of a man who, having lost the true values out of his own life, is remorselessly distorting those of the woman he professes to love.
His mind then went back by the same law of contrast to his momentous ride across the Sulphur Spring Trail.
To think on how small a chance my share in this girl's singular history hangs. Had I taken the cut-off, as my guide suggested, had I camped in the log cabin at the head of the canyon, or had I saddled up the next morning and ridden over to Silver City as I had planned, we would never have met, and I would not now be involved in her hysterical career.
But he had done neither of these things. He had camped in the town, he had sought her, and in this seeking lay something more than chance. His second meeting was an acknowledgment of his youth and her beauty. She had held him in the village day by day, because she was lithe of body and fair of face, and because her eyes were unaccountably wistful. Yes, he had sought her that night, when the river sang with joyous, immemorial clamour, and the lamp beckoned like a hand. He had gone to her for diversion, that he now acknowledged, and he had grown each day more deeply concerned with her life and its burdens. And now here she was at his door, more dangerously enthralling than ever, involved in a snare of most intricate pattern, calling upon him through some hidden affinity of their natures as no woman had ever called him before, calling so powerfully, so insistently, that to save her from her peril, as pressing as it was intangible, seemed the one and only task at his hand. In this mood, sustained by the memory of her anguished face, he sent a telegram to Lambert, urging him to come at once to the relief of his wife and daughter. He did not appreciate the full force of this act until he left the office and resumed his walk homeward. Then, like a shock from a battery, came the realization.
I have now definitely intervened, but how weakly, how ingloriously.
This thought grew less agreeable and more humiliating as he dwelt upon the possible consequences.
Will Lambert remember me? Will he take my warning to heart?
In imagination, he followed the small envelope as it passed to the hand of a messenger, and started up that fearsome splendid trail towards the mill. The world was stern and cold and white and still up there in the basin. Winter yet reigned in majesty, and the pathways were deep sunk in heaped and sculptured snows. Up to the half-buried office the courier would ride, and with a cheery hello call Lambert to the door. What would he think upon receiving such an imperative summons from a stranger?
Did I make the situation clear? He may imagine that some dire physical disaster has overtaken his women. But that would be true. Their peril is none the less real because intangible, and yet my part in it may not seem either wise or manly.
In truth, every step towards his own door removed him an emotional league from the scene in the hall. And as the throb of Viola's agonised voice died out of his ears, the crisis in her life grew hysteric, unsubstantial, and at last unreal. Her gestures, her plea for help, her descent of the stairway, came to seem like the climaxes in a singular drama powerfully acted.
God, what an actress! If she is an actress,
he exclaimed, as the tragic intensity of her face returned upon him. He passed from this to the next phase of his development. In a certain good-humoured way, he had accepted his friend Tolman's theories of hypnotic control, but had never taken them into serious account till this moment. He was forced now to admit the entire truth of suggestion, or to charge this girl, whose character so bewitched him, with being an impostor. She was either a marvellous artist in deception, or Clarke controlled her through some sinister and little understood law of the mind. What else could have brought her creeping, like a somnambulist, down the stairway to demonstrate her tormentor's demoniacal sovereignty? And if he could call her to him in such wise, then all the weird tales of the romancers, all the half-mythical doings of Mesmer and Charcot were true, and the feet of Bulwer Lytton's remorseless lover solidly set upon the rock of fact.
My school of thought is very exact and very dogmatic. It prides itself on not looking beyond its nose. There is no room in our textbooks for this girl and her claims, but...
He stood on the corner and surveyed the familiar scene, the rushing commonplace men, the commonplace horses, the commonplace ugly walls and signs, and for an instant they lost substance, became as shadowy as drifting mist. The men were of no more bulk than phantoms, the walls and pavements but the effluvia of the commonplace perceiving mind. All were as transitory as smoke, as illusionary as the opium-eater's midday dream. What did it signify, this mad rush to get round a corner, to creep into a hole? Why should he trouble himself about one of the millions of women, evanescent as butterflies, with which the earth continually replenished its swarms of men? He walked on, eager to return to his own little nest, to his books, his easy chair, his glowing fire. What folly to go out of his own life, to profess accountability for the welfare of a girl who he had seen but a few hours in all his life. Why trouble to explain her case? Was it worth while to dethrone Spencer in order to defend the action of a child's disordered mind? The mood gave way to one far less philosophical. He permitted himself a moment of exultation over his youth. Science had not yet taken out of him the nerves that leap to the touch of a woman's palm, the right woman. 10 years' deep, patient, absorbing dissection of pathologic tissue had not rendered the gloss and glow of a girl's cheek less velvet soft. On the contrary, the healthy, wholesome flesh, the mature beauty of this mountain maid, seemed of more worth than any fame to be wrung from the niggard hands of the Royal Academy. The absorption of the true scientist was completely broken up.
Love is worthwhile,
he said, in answer to himself.
And to serve others the only solace in the end.
Chapter 11. Dr. Britt pays his dinner call. Kate had not returned, and he was glad of this, for it gave him time in which to recover his normal serenity of mind. He met her at dinner with an attempt at humour, but she was not to be deceived nor put off from the main subject. He was forced to make instant report, which he did, leaving out, however, all the deeply emotional passages. He fell silent in the midst of this story, profoundly stirred by the memory of Viola's confiding gesture as she leaned to him, awed by the essential purity of the soul he perceived lying deep in her eyes. How blue, how profound they seemed at the moment. Kate, if she perceived his abstraction, ignored it.
Well, I hope you agree with me now. Clarke is her control, her black beast.
Yes, that is the only explanation at this moment, the only solution which leaves her innocent.
But to admit that is to admit a good deal, Mr. Scientist.
I know that, Mrs. Precipitancy, but what would you have me do? I don't want to believe the girl a trickster.
After a pause, he said,
Kate, I never felt less of a man than I acknowledged myself to be as I turned away, leaving her in the clutches of those accursed fanatics.
Why did you do it?
What else could I do? She was entranced. I had no authority. My attempt at a rescue would have created a disgusting scene and put Clarke on his guard. My native caution and my conventional training combined to paralyze me.
Kate, fired with reckless ardour, said,
Let's go and snatch her away, now.
No, my second thought is best. Think of what Clarke's arrest would mean to the girl and to us. No, we must wait for Lambert. Clarke at present has all the authority. It won't do to push him. He would instantly trumpet her name to the four winds of heaven if he thought we were about to interfere. If Lambert heeds my warning, he will arrive on Friday, and that will prevent the challenge.
What sort of person is this Mr. Lambert?
Serviss pondered.
He's a small, mild-mannered man, not unlike a nice, thoughtful country doctor in appearance.
I wish he were 6 feet high, and fierce as his inches,
said Kate.
If he had been that, this preacher fellow would never have been able to run away with his family.
He sighed.
Well, he's all we have to conjure with. If he fails us, we must resort to craft.
I wish we could get Viola and her mother here. Would they come to dinner if I should ask them? If we could get them here once, we might be able to persuade them to stay.
That would not save her from the pillory in which Pratt and Clarke designed to set her. We must be careful not to anger them. The girl hates and fears Pratt.
I know she does.
His air of proprietorship is fairly indecent. We must be especially careful not to rouse him. He has millions to use in asserting his claims, and is as vindictive as a wolf.
Kate sat in silence for a few moments, a very unusual state with her, and at last announced her purpose.
Leave the whole thing to me. We will have Dr. Weissmann, and I will ask Clarke to come to meet you in order to talk over his plans for a committee. I'll just ignore Pratt. He's nothing but an old killjoy anyway.
He's worse than that. Don't brush him the wrong way. We're going to have trouble with him before we are out of this.
I don't care. I will not have him in my house,
responded Kate.
Very well. He's eliminated. I hope Clarke will permit them to come.
Oh, they'll come, unless Pratt absolutely locks them in their rooms. Shall I ask Marion and Paul?
No. I want a chance to talk to our psychic alone.
Very well. The table just balances anyway. Now, about your telegram. Are you going to speak to Mrs. Lambert about that?
No. It is all up to Lambert. He can act or not as he sees fit. He will probably wire them that he is coming, and as there can be no explanations till he arrives, you will please say nothing of my share in the warning."
They had just risen from the table when Britt sent in his card.
"Excuse my calling so early,"
he began, with tranquil drawl,
"but I'm going back to the West tonight. I've got to get out of this climate or join the spooks. I'm thinking of doing that anyway, just to see what it's like round the corner in the fourth dimension, and also because I'd like a change of climate."
"You look well, exceedingly well,"
Kate cheerily replied.
"You're very good, but I don't feel as well as I look. My one poor lung is working overtime, and a collapse is imminent. I don't see how my beloved brother Clarke bears up. He must get help from the other side. You see, he spent the winter in Boston. Think of that. But it's telling on him. If I wished him well, which I don't, I'd advise him to return to Colorado and to his Presbyterianism by the limited mail."
"Could he do that? I mean, go back to his church?"
"I don't suppose he could. You see, he went out under a cloud, took the whole window sash with him, you might say, and I don't think the elders would welcome his relapse. Furthermore, he has embraced Spiritism, as he calls it, with both arms. And by the way, Professor, I've been talking about these psychic matters with Weissmann and others, and I agree with him that you're the very man to go into an investigation of these occult forces."
"And be called insane, as Zollner was?"
"Oh, well, times have softened since then. Now, really, what do you think of Zollner's experiments?"
"I wish he hadn't been so eager to demonstrate the fourth dimension. That vitiated everything he did."
"Oh, I don't know. I've been rereading Lodge and Wallace and Meyer. Well, we studied them when I was at college, mainly to click our tongues. Poor old chaps."
He smiled.
"You understand? Of course, I can't go the whole length, but I must say I don't know what you're going to do with the evidence Crooks collected."
But Slade and Home and the Fox sisters, from whom he drew his facts, were exposed again and again, and one of the Fox sisters confessed to fraud, didn't she?
Yes, but afterwards recanted and re-recanted. They were all a dubious lot, I'll admit. That is why I hate to see a girl like Viola Lambert put in their class by a self-seeking fakir like Clarke."
"Is he self-seeking? Or is he only a fanatic?"
asked Kate.
"I believe him to be quite sincere. That's why he's so dangerous. He is willing to walk hot plowshares to advance his faith. What are his relations to Viola? Do you suppose she has actually promised to marry him?"
Serviss waited for his reply in such suspense that his hands clutched his chair. Britt's face lost its gleam.
"I'm afraid she has. Or at least she feels herself sealed to him by her controls."
Serviss rose and took a turn about the room as Britt went on.
"You see, this sweet-tempered old ghost MacLeod is anxious to have his granddaughter unite her powers with Clarke's in order to advance the grand cause. MacLeod, it seems, was a Presbyterian clergyman himself here on the earth plane, and has carried his granitic formation right along with him. I've argued with the old man by the hour, but his egotism is invincible."
Serviss faced him abruptly.
"Now, see here, Britt. You've seen a good deal of Miss Lambert's performances. What's your honest opinion of them?"
"Frankly, I don't know,"
he answered with a smile.
"Since rereading Zollner and Crooks and going over my notes and those of Dr. Randall, I'm a little shaken, I confess. So far as human evidence goes, these men prove that there is a world of phenomena ignored by science. I don't go so far as to say that these doings were the work of disembodied spirits, but I do admit that I am puzzled by things which I have witnessed with one sense or another. The things seem to tally in a most convincing way. This girl is repeating, substantially, the same phenomena witnessed by Crooks 25 years ago. The singular thing about the whole subject is that one man can't convince another by any amount of evidence. A personal revelation is necessary for each individual."
"Isn't that true of other faiths?"
asked Kate.
No, there's a difference. For example, I would take your brother's evidence as to a new germ, but as to a spirit, no. And yet one is quite as incredible as another. Crooks applied the same methods to the study of these manifestations that he used in his other researches, and piled up a mass of evidence, yet his fellows of the Royal Academy sneered or haw-hawed, and do yet. Do you know, Doctor,
he continued,
I have moments when I dimly suspicion that we scientists are thought too arrogant. We lose the expectant mind. We assume that we've corralled and branded all facts, when, as a matter of history, there are scattered bunches of cattle all through the hills. Take Haeckel, for instance. He talks very like the head of a church laying down the law to you and to me as well as to the ignorant outsider. Spencer was a good deal less sure of himself. It takes a physical specialist to be cocksure. Darwin never professed to solve the final mystery of life or death, but Haeckel and Metchnikoff do. They are so militant against religion that they become intolerant of their colleagues who presume to differ with them on matters that are purely speculative. Anyone attempting to discuss new phases of human thought is a fakir. I am not willing to say that all notions of the dualists are survivals of the age of superstition, as Haeckel does. It may be that in the midst of all their fancies which are survivals, there are some subtle perceptions of the future.
Serviss lifted his eyebrows in surprise.
That's a whole lot for you to concede. Weissmann must have been corrupting you.
Britt went on.
We must always remember that every age is an age of transition. We are losing faith in the revelations of the past, but we should not presume to define the fate of the future. Men will not live in the hopelessness which the monists would thrust upon them. They will not patiently wait while Pasteur and Koch and other germ theorists labor to prolong the life of some other generation. They will always insist on having something to live for and to die for. I don't pretend to say what this faith will be, but it will be sufficing.
Kate exclaimed with glowing eyes.
And all this change in you two men has come about through the influence of a pretty girl.
The two inexorables looked at each other with a certain air of timidity, and Britt's face expanded in a slow, sly smile.
You've discovered us. We are human, like the rest of our sex, if you catch us out of our laboratories. Theoretically, we hold life of no account. Actually, we're all lovers or husbands.
A mockery more moving than tears came into his voice.
My hopeless philosophy, dear lady, arises from weak nerves and a poor digestion. I would give all I know of science, all I expect to be in my profession, and all hope to be after I am dead, for just 5 years of health, such as Lambert's miners squander in carousals every Saturday night in the saloons of Colorado. I hold with Haeckel in one thing. I believe in a man's right to suicide, and when I find myself of no further use to the sick, I shall slip quietly out. I hope I won't have to poison Clarke before I go. I'd do it cheerfully if I thought it was the only way to rid that girl of him.
Seeing that his hostess was really shocked by these words, he lightly ended.
However, I think such extreme measures unnecessary. I'm going to send Lambert on to kill him for me.
Kate looked at Morton with inquiring eye. He shook his head. Britt resumed.
I am trusting in you, Serviss. If I could be sure of living 2 weeks longer, I would stay and help. But money and breath are now vital to me, and I must go. However, I'm perfectly willing to put Clarke out of the way if you advise it. He really ought to die, Mrs. Rice.
He gravely explained as he rose to go.
He is a male vampire. To think of him despoiling that glorious young soul maddens me. I am the son of a coarse, powerful, sensual, drunken father, but he neglected to endow me with his brutal health. My mother was an invalid. Therefore, here am I, old and worn out at 40. That's why I worship youth and beauty. Health is the only heaven I know, and that is denied me.
Here his smile died, his eyes softened, and his face set in impenetrable gravity.
Had I the power, I would keep Viola Lambert forever young and forever virgin.
Then, with a quick return to his familiar drawl,
"But I am going away without even killing Clarke, to plod my little round in Colorado and wait news from you. If I do not see you again, Mrs. Rice, keep me in mind. I make the same promise your husband made. I will manifest to you if I can."
I would rather you came in the flesh,
she replied. He bowed deeply.
"I thank you both for a very satisfying glimpse of a civilized home."
Sometimes I think we're over-civilized.
She replied quickly.
But come and see us again.
"I fear it will be as a spook. They laugh at microbes as well as locks. However, I promise to rap when I call."
Thank you. That will make you a most considerate ghost.
When they were alone together, Kate said with a sigh,
What an amount of sin and sickness and trouble and death there is in the world.
That's a sign we're getting on.
He replied.
When we're young, we laugh at the falling leaves. They're only a sign of some new sport. When I'm as old as you are, I suppose I'll begin to observe all the bald heads at the theatre.
Well now, for our dinner party, I must write to Mrs. Lambert tonight.
You'd better take second thought about this matter, reckless Kate.
I have.
Take a third. Consider this. The girl may go into a trance at the table.
Oh, if she only would! My fear is she'll be like other amateur performers, subject to a cold or something. These gifted people are so often disappointing.
Now see here, Kit, seriously. If you invite Miss Lambert to our house, it must be as any other charming guest.
You didn't suppose I was really going to ask her to spookle?
She indignantly answered, then added with a smile.
Of course, if she insists on reading my palm, or any little thing like that, it wouldn't be nice to refuse, would it?
I knew it. You have designs upon her. Don't do it. It would be too gross after your protest against others for using her. She herself complained bitterly of just this treatment. You must not even speak of her powers.
She lifted her hand solemnly.
I swear.
I mistrust you even when you swear.
He ended doubtfully.
There's a telltale gleam in your eyes.
And at this moment of banter, they both lost their sense of the girl's imminent peril, and thought of her only as a most entertaining possibility as a guest. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Book 2, Chapter 12 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 12. Viola in Dinner Dress. Viola glowed with joy over Kate's invitation to dinner, and flying to the telephone, as she was requested to do, accepted without consulting either her mother or Clarke, and fell immediately into wonder whether she possessed a gown becoming enough to fit the golden opportunity. Mrs. Lambert was also pleased, but at once said,
I hope Tony will feel like going.
Viola resented the implied doubt of their own acceptance.
I am going anyhow. I will not be shut up here any longer like a convict. I like Mrs. Rice very much, and I want to see her house. I know it will be just as nice as she is.
But we can't go without Anthony, my dear.
Clarke came to the door a little later to say that he had received Mrs. Rice's invitation, but that he did not care to feed the curiosity of such people.
You would better plead a previous engagement,
he added to Viola.
I'll do nothing of the sort,
she indignantly answered.
Indeed, I've already accepted. You needn't look black. I'm going,
she added in pouting defiance. Something in her look, as well as in her tone, convinced him that wisdom lay in not attempting to restrain her. Therefore he gave assent, gloomily and with a sense of loss.
I don't know how Pratt will feel about it. He don't like those people, and besides, he has invited some friends in to see you this evening.
He said nothing to me about it.
Viola responded curtly.
And besides, how can he expect me to be always at his command? He's not my jailer. I'm tired of his demands. They are so unreasonable.
Mrs. Lambert, as usual, entered to soothe and heal.
Viola's been very good about meeting Mr. Pratt's friends, Tony. We've hardly been out to dinner since we came here, and it really seems to me as if we had the right to go out tonight.
We ought to have Thursdays anyway.
The girl scornfully added.
We have less liberty than our maids. The whole situation is becoming intolerable.
Clarke acknowledged that Pratt demanded a good deal, and was gracious enough to say,
It won't be necessary much longer. I'll go down and try and arrange the matter, and report what he says.
I don't care what he says. I'm going.
Viola repeated.
I'm going if he locks us out. I wish he would.
Pratt was resentful at once.
I don't want her to go tonight. I have some people coming in to see her. I don't want them disappointed. She must remain.
She feels aggrieved because she has been kept so close here, and I must say—
I don't see why she feels that way. She has every luxury. She goes for a drive every afternoon, and there is hardly a night that I don't bring home somebody to dinner. It seems to me she's seeing all the people she ought to see. I don't believe in having her mix with those skeptics too freely.
He went upstairs sulkily, quite in the mood to bully, but Mrs. Lambert turned away his wrath with a smile and several soft words, and Viola did not see him till she was on her way to the carriage. He was lurking in the hall below, waiting for her, surly and sour and insulting. Viola, perceiving his humour, said to herself,
I will not let you spoil my evening by making me angry. I will not listen to you.
And she didn't, though she could not help hearing his warning growl.
I'll expect you home early.
Once safely out of the house, she said to Clarke,
This really is too much, Anthony. He's insufferable. If you don't tell him so and teach him better manners, I will leave the house. But there. I said I wouldn't let him spoil our evening, and I won't. I won't even think of him again.
Serviss expected her to show some signs of the deep emotional stress of his former interview, but in this he was most pleasurably surprised. He marvelled at the height of her rebound from the wan helplessness of her mood upon the stairs. She was, indeed, a totally different being, a radiant, blooming creature, belonging wholly to the world of youth, and he was scarcely able to relate the two scenes to the same girl, and again he exclaimed,
What an actress! If she is an actress.
She was very simply attired in pale blue, but with few ornaments. But she bore herself like a queen demanding homage, and he gave it. He was all the lover and nothing of the scientist as he stood to greet her. She, on her part, behind her proud mask, was breathing quick with pleasure. To meet Professor Serviss in dinner dress in his own home exalted her above the pupil and transformed him into something more intimate than the master, something more dangerously compelling than friend. Kate, quite carried away by her enthusiasm, caught the girl again in her arms.
You dear, sweet thing. I wish I had made a big party for you. You're too fine to be wasted on 3 cranky old scientists.
Serviss met Clarke with less of repulsion than he had anticipated, for notwithstanding the preacher's haggard cheeks and a certain set glare which came into his eyes occasionally, he was a handsome figure. He was plainly on guard, however, and extremely ill at ease, and his eyes kept furtive watch on Viola's every movement. Kate at once engaged him in conversation in order that he and Morton might not fall into argument, and with the further purpose of permitting her young people a little time for mutual explanation. She was glad when Weissmann came in, brisk as a boy, his keen eyes peering alertly through his horn-bowed glasses. He not merely proved a diversion, he completed her party. The great man was as animated as a cricket. This was his society manner, and upon being presented to Viola, began paying her the most marked and absorbed attention, hopping briskly from one heavy German compliment to another, quite unaware apparently that she was anything more than a very pretty girl. He took her out to dinner with elaborate courtesy, and divided his attentions between his partner and his hostess with mathematical precision, beaming now upon Viola, now upon Kate, with such well-calculated intervals that Serviss broke into a broad smile.
You find yourself well placed, Dr. Weissmann?
Well placed and well pleased,
he responded quickly.
With no thanks to you, I suspect.
Kate was much relieved by Weissmann's liking for Viola. It made her party a little less difficult, but she was anxious to have Morton free to talk with Viola, and to that end drew the good doctor into conversation with Clarke, who was not at all pleased with his seat, which was by design at the farthest remove from his psychic. He saw no reason why they might not have been seated side by side. As Kate remarked to Marion afterwards, it was a hard team to drive, for the table was too small to permit anything like private conversation at either end, and to enter upon general topics was to start Clarke and Weissmann into dialectic clamour.
I trusted in the food,
she answered to Marion's query.
It was a good dinner, and kept even the preachers silent, part of the time.
Clarke's face was flushed with wine, and his glance, which rested often on Viola, was not pleasant. He was afraid of her when she shone thus brightly among careless, worldly, sceptical people. She seemed to forget her work, her endowments, and to think only of flattering speeches and caresses. It was all so childish, so foolish in her, so undignified in one who meant so much to the sin-darkened world. Mrs. Lambert, on the contrary, was humanly glad, for the moment at least, of her daughter's respite from her grave duties, and sat blandly smiling while the young people talked animatedly on a wide list of subjects. Morton was delighted to find that Viola had read a good many books, not always the best books, but of such variety that her mind was by no means that of the schoolgirl. Her experience in life was very slight, but her hunger to know was keen. He was eager to draw her out on her morbid side, but, as he had said to Kate,
we must not permit anything to rob her of one evening of unbroken, normal intercourse. If you can manage Clarke, I will do the rest.
Kate tried hard to manage Clarke, and was succeeding rather adroitly. Whenever he seemed about to enter upon a discourse, she interrupted him, met his ponderous phrases with flippancies, plied him with food, for which he had a singular weakness, and in many other womanly ways discouraged and in the end intimidated him. He was at a distinct disadvantage and knew it, and the knowledge irritated him. However, with all his eccentricities, he was a man of considerable social experience, and while he was not at any time joyous of countenance, he did not in open guise offend, though he sank at last into a glowering silence, leaving the talk to Weissmann. Morton gave much attention to Mrs. Lambert, securing from her, almost before she realised it, a promise to join a theatre party, and thereupon turned to Viola to say,
I hope you will consent.
Consent?
She cried with shining eyes.
I should like it above everything. You see, I've never really lived in a big city, and it's all so new and splendid to me.
Morton responded lightly.
I wish I could see it with your eyes. I suppose New York is a wonderful city, and I'm sure all this chaos is making towards something unparalleled in beauty, but just now I take the point of view of a native who has been driven out of the good old downtown streets by vulgar trade. The Servisses lived for 40 years at the corner of Corlear Square, but 4 years ago a big apartment hotel rose next door, shutting off our light, and we had to move. Hence our acrimony. The city grows more and more a showplace, wherein the prodigal American may buy the pleasure he thinks commensurate. Most of us who were born here have quite lost our hold on the earth. For instance, here we are, Kate and I, treed in a 10-story hotel on ground from which we used to gather huckleberries, and therein lies the history of many another New York family.
Viola looked round the spacious and handsome dining room.
I think this way of living is beautiful. I want Mama to take an apartment over here on the park. I love the park, although it makes me homesick for the West sometimes.
If you do decide to take an apartment, consult Kate. What she doesn't know of New York isn't ladylike for anyone to know. Frankly, Mrs. Lambert, I should be very glad to see you get away from Pratt's house. He is, I fear, a selfish, brutal businessman, an egotist who would sacrifice you both instantly if it would add to his comfort of mind or body. But wait, I am forgetting my duties as host. We are to avoid all unpleasant topics.
And thereupon he led the conversation back to impersonal discussions of books and music. All through this exquisite little dinner, Viola sat with a strengthening determination to assert her right to leave her gloomy prison house on the drive, a house in which there was neither wholesome conversation, nor privacy, nor order. An ambition to live humanly and harmoniously in an apartment like this grew each moment in definiteness. She appreciated the delicacy of the centrepiece of maidenhair fern, veiling with its cloud of green a few flame-like jonquils. She took a woman's joy in the immaculate napery and in the charm and variety of the china. Such housekeeping was an art, and quite impossible without the personal touch of the mistress. And as she looked across towards Kate's homely, pleasant face, her heart went out to her in gratitude and love. She could be trusted, this frank, laughing, graceful woman. She represented a most modern union of housewife and intellectual companion. No wonder Dr. Serviss remained unmarried. Clarke's forbidding, unrelenting face, looming darkly at Kate's side, was revealed to her in a new and most unpleasant light. She resented his scowling glances, and pitied his failure to glow in such genial company. She saw him for the first time, the prosing bigot, narrow and repulsive. She resented his failure to subordinate his theories. Up to this moment she had supposed herself respecting him. Now she began to realise that she had lost even that, and the thought made her shiver with foreboding. How different were the men of science, with their jocular, irrelevant but always illuminating comment on whatever subject they handled. It was all touch and go with them, and yet they were quite as serious as he. As the coffee came in, Kate rose with a word of caution.
Morton, we'll expect you to join us soon.
You may depend upon us,
replied Weissmann.
And you mustn't talk out all the interesting subjects. Save some of them for us to hear.
We shall not be able to talk on any other subject than yourselves,
retorted Weissmann gallantly.
And that would not be good for you to hear.
Kate laughed.
I know what that means. These Western girls are compelling creatures. Well, I will not complain if she only shakes you out of your scientific complacency.
They were hardly out of the room before Weissmann asked,
Is Miss Lambert from the West?
From the Rocky Mountains.
So, I find her quite charming.
Morton dryly answered.
I noticed that. Yes, she's Western-born, but of Eastern stock. Mr. Clarke is a New Yorker, I believe.
I was born in Maryland, sir, but all my early life was spent in Brooklyn.
Weissmann turned his telescopic eyes upon Clarke and studied him in silence, somewhat as a pop-eyed crab might regard a clam.
So,
he said softly.
You are the one who is preparing to assault the scientific world. The Clarke mentioned in the papers today?
Clarke folded his arms in defiant mood.
I am?
And this charming girl is your victim, the one for whom you make such claims, eh?
Clarke regarded the old man with imperious lift of the head.
She is, without question, the most marvelous psychic in the world.
Psychic!
Weissmann barked this word at him like an angry mastiff.
Psychic? What business has she to be a psychic? She is too lovely to be anything but a wife and mother, a happy housefrau. And you would make her infamous? My friend, I do not understand you.
Clarke's eyes blazed.
If I had the power, I would lay her message before every living soul on the globe. Infamy? Sir, I know no higher honor than that of being cupbearer to the despairing souls thirsting for the water of life.
Then a direct answer to the old man's prolonged stare.
You need have no fear. I will not go one jot beyond the advice of her guides.
Her guides? Who are they?
I mean her invisible ministers, compared with whose wisdom our learning is child's prattle, for they are one with the sages of history. Their minds drink of the limitless ocean of all past knowledge and catch the gleam of discovery to come. Furthermore,
here his voice grew hard and his glance shifted to Serviss.
No one living has a more vital interest in her welfare than I. Surely I may be trusted to guard and cherish one who is soon to be my wife.
This blow, delivered with the orator's telling arrangement of phrase, fell with tremendous force upon Serviss, towards whom it was vengefully directed. With a heart filled with anger and disgust and pain, the young host responded.
I am glad to have this assurance from you, for your action has seemed to me calculated to do Miss Lambert irreparable injury. Of course, I do not doubt your good intentions as regards her. I cannot do that after your final statement, but I think you underestimate your opposing force.
We expect battle, but nothing can really harm us. What do we care for the puerile dispraise of the press? We are doing God's work in the world, and as for the scientists, they are as moles in the dark.
Weissmann's voice became reflective.
Do the parents of the girl not object?
Quite the contrary. Her mother trained her for this great work.
That is very strange. This mother seems nice and sensible.
Clarke sneered.
You physicists think nothing is natural or sensible but your own grubbing. You nose in the mire studying parasites of decaying flesh, while we are lifting wing into the world of spirit, where neither pain nor death is known. You are blinded by your bigotry, or you would see the leading of every new discovery in the modes of motion. Heat, light, the X-ray, the emanation of radium. Do they not all point to new subtleties of the physical universe, the power of which the spirits use to communicate with us? The world which they inhabit is only a higher evolution, a more potent condition.
Weissmann arrested him in full flight and began to question him about Viola's powers, drawing from him rapidly and with the precision of a great lawyer all that he would say of her case, while Serviss, smoking quietly, listened in deep amazement. So candid, so sincere did Clarke seem to be in his answers. He was more, he became eloquent, almost convincing, and the young scientist was forced to acknowledge once more that appearances were deceitful.
Can this man be the faker I have thought him? He is a bigot, a crazy fool, but he does not fit the role of villain. And yet...
He could not put the alternative into words, so deeply did it involve Viola herself. The preacher was in full flow, turgid, studiedly ornate, egotistical and bombastic. But the final effect, even upon Weissmann, was that of one deluded, rather than of one carrying on a deep and far-reaching system of deception. He bodied forth the emotional moralist, seeking escape from the ferocity of the creed in which his youth had been nurtured, rather than the self-seeking, coldly calculating fortune hunter. With lofty courage he concluded,
Now to you, gentlemen of science, we say, we respect your methods, but not your subjects of study. Nothing gives me greater pleasure than a perusal of your books. The patient way in which you pursue some clue in the labyrinth of biology is admirable. I met a man last week, a man I knew in college, and upon my asking what he was doing, he replied gravely, For the last 6 months, I have been making a study of the parasites in the abdomen of the flea.
Here Clarke's sneering laugh broke out.
Yet that man despised me, called me a fool, because I, forsooth, was intent on the laws which govern the return of the dead.
His laugh died. He became very earnest and very sincere.
Now, men of science, all we ask of you is to apply your precision of handling to subjects a little more worthwhile than the putrid body of an insect.
Serviss laughed, but Weissmann, with true German contrariety, returned the compliment gravely. Being confronted with a true believer, he automatically assumed the opposite position, and with searching scorn assailed the whole spiritist camp with merciless knowledge of every defenceless portal. For a time Morton enjoyed Clarke's discomfiture, but at last his sense of duty as host awoke, and he was about to come to the preacher's relief, when Kate appeared in the doorway, and the old warrior lowered his lance and rose politely. Kate gave him a reproving glance.
You've been arguing. I can tell by your guilty looks.
Oh, no, not at all. A mere statement of opinion. Of no interest, I assure you.
Kate's voice was eager.
Mr. Clarke, Viola wants to sit for us. Have you any objections?
Kate!
Called Serviss.
I am ashamed of you.
I assure you I didn't ask it. I didn't even hint towards it. Cross my heart, hope to die.
Morton was at the moment displeased, for he had been looking forward to a long and intimate conversation with Viola in the drawing-room, and would have been glad if Clarke had opposed it firmly, which he did not. Perhaps he saw a chance to turn the tables on his critics. At any rate, he rose, saying,
I will talk with her and decide the matter,
and followed Kate out of the room.
What is it? What did she say?
Queried Weissmann, bewilderedly. Morton explained that Miss Lambert had particularly requested him to sit with her and talk to her guides, and that she had expressed a particular desire for an immediate test. Weissmann's eyes glittered with new interest.
Very good. Why not? It is a fine opportunity. Do you not feel so?
In truth, he did not. The intrusion of the abnormal side of Viola's life seemed at the moment not merely inopportune, but repulsive. As he entered the drawing-room, he found her sitting in a low chair beside a small table on which stood a shaded lamp. Clarke was talking with her, and Serviss could detect, even at a distance, the depressing change which had come to her. Her girlish ecstasy was quite gone, and in its place lay pallid languor and a look of appeal. Clarke moved away as his host approached, and Viola, glancing up, wanly and wistfully said,
"Isn't it stupid? Just when I was so happy. I wanted this evening free, but they would not have it so. No sooner was I seated here than they began to work on me. They say they want to talk with you, my grandfather especially, and I too want you to do so. Only I didn't intend to ask it tonight. Please be patient with me, won't you?"
Do not distress yourself about that. I shall be very glad to sit. I was afraid Kate might be requesting it. I particularly warned her against mentioning the subject, but if your guides wish it, and you are willing, be sure Dr. Weissmann and I will be most pleased. But tell me, how did the change come? What began to happen?
The usual tapping, here on the table. Then my hand wanted to write. I ignored it. I fought it. I didn't intend to yield, but they set to work undermining my will, and then I knew that I must consent or be strangled. As soon as I gave up, they took their fingers from my throat, but they are here. My grandfather is just back of me. I can feel his heavy hand on my head. I'm sorry, Professor Serviss. I was having such a good time. I hope you won't despise me.
You are entirely too modest,
he answered cheerily.
We are highly favored. It's like having Paderewski volunteer to play for his dinner.
His lightness of tone hurt her a little.
You don't believe in me in the least, do you? You think I am an impostor.
Oh, no. I believe in you.
But you've got to believe in these manifestations if you believe in me.
No, that does not follow,
he replied quickly. Then, perceiving that this involved him,
all you do may possibly be explained without resort to the spiritualistic hypothesis.
He was embarrassed by her gaze.
Why are you so contemptuous of spiritualists? It is very hard to bear.
He felt the rebuke.
I am not contemptuous.
Yes, you are. Scientific people never speak of us without a laugh or a sneer, and it hurts. It confuses me, too. If good people like you care nothing about death, if you only laugh—
I beg your pardon, Miss Lambert. I never intended to be either harsh or contemptuous. I do not accept— I mean to say, I am unable to accept your faith. I confess that my mind refuses to entertain the postulates of what Clarke considers a religion. I must be honest. I am a skeptic so far as your faith goes, but that does not mean that I do not believe in the sincerity of your mother, and as to your own powers, I do not wish to dogmatize, for the physical universe is a very large and complicate thing, and, young as I am—
Here he smiled.
I don't pretend to a knowledge of all it contains.
She accepted his explanation, and with musing candour replied,
I don't really blame you. I suppose if these things had happened to someone else, I would not have believed in them. I have thought a great deal of what you said to me. I want to get away from that house. I am hating Mr. Pratt more and more, and I will leave tomorrow, if grandfather will only consent. If he comes to you tonight, tell him so. Maybe my father will come too. I want you to know my father. I'm sure you will like him. Isn't it strange that I have never been able to hear his voice?
He ignored her question.
I do not understand the motives of your guides. I cannot conceive of myself sacrificing you to any cause whatsoever.
Don't awaken my doubts,
she cried despairingly.
I don't know why it is, but you always rouse in me something that makes war.
I'm sorry if I seem to corrupt you.
I don't mean that,
she hastened to say.
The life which you and your sister represent is the life I love. I was almost resigned to my fate when your sister called upon me. Now I'm all rebellion again. Being here tonight makes me hate all that I am. I hate my very name. I hate Pratt and his horrible house. I almost hate my mother. Sometimes she's so cruel to me. She don't mean to be, but she is.
His face grew reflective, almost stern.
I wish there were some way of taking you out of the world in which you now suffer. I wish...
He paused, checked by the thought of Clarke's claims upon her.
There is only one way. My grandfather must consent to my release. He rules us all.
This delusion rose like a stone wall at the end of every avenue, and Morton turned to a personal explanation.
I cannot associate what you seem to me now with what you were when I last saw you. What would you have said had I seized you the other day, snatched you from the stairs, and ran...
Her eyes opened wide.
The stairs?
Had you no knowledge of following your mother down the stairway after our interview?
I knew I was entranced, but I didn't know... What did I do?
She asked this anxiously.
Nothing.
He hastened again to change the current.
We were in hot argument. You came down as peacemaker. I went away cravenly, most impotently, leaving you there like a captive.
I don't remember a word of it. I came to myself in my own room, and only Mother was with me.
Her rebellious fire blazed up again.
Oh, Dr. Serviss, I was resigned yesterday, but tonight I am in terror again, and they know it. They are eager to show their power, to confound you and convert Dr. Weissmann. I'm sure they will do some wonderful thing for you tonight, if you will let them.
The best thing they could do for me would be to let you sit and talk to me.
He replied in the voice of a lover. She seemed to listen to some interior voice.
They are insisting. They are here. Listen.
As he listened, a series of throbbing raps seemed to come from the chair beneath her hand.
Very well. We will sit.
As he said this, 3 heavy, rending, low thuds sounded on the underside of the table.
This is Grandfather,
she said.
He wants you to be very rigid, and so do I,
she said.
Sometimes it seems as if I did these things myself. I mean, certain physical things, and I get all mixed in my mind. I want you to study me.
She passed her hand wearily over her face, and Morton looked at her in sorrow, meditating a firm, decisive assault on her hallucination, but checked himself.
If I am to help you, I must know all about you,
he said at last.
And a sitting may help.
You wonder at my fear of my grandfather, but that's because you don't realize his power. Let me tell you what happened to me once when I tried to run away from him. I became desperate one summer vacation and determined to get away from it all. Without telling Mother, I took the train one morning.
She paused abruptly and pressed both hands to her burning cheeks.
Oh, it was horrible. My grandfather threw me into a trance on the train, and the conductor thought I was drunk.
She shuddered with the memory of it and could not finish.
Since then I have never dared to really oppose him.
He pondered her blush, the quiver of her lips, and the timid look of her eyes, and gravely answered,
I share your horror of an experience like that. but it does not endear your malevolent grandfather to me. He must be a kind of male witch.
You mustn't feel that way towards him.
She cried out in some alarm.
He is firm because he feels that I should be doing my work.
I'd like to talk this matter over with him, but I don't like to have you entranced. Is that necessary?
Yes, to get the voices. The writing we can have any time.
What do you do to induce this coma, this sleep?
Just fold my hands and give myself up.
It seems a desecration of you, but if there is no other way, we will grant the powers audience.
At his word, her face cleared, her fingers relaxed, and she smiled.
Thank you. He has taken away his hand.
As she rose and stood before him, she seemed again the buoyant, carefree girl, and he could only weakly say,
It seems so ungracious, so inhospitable in us.
As they walked side by side across the room to Kate, Clarke was sitting in silence, without pretence of listening to his hostess, watching Serviss with gloomy, uneasy eyes, a fierce flame of jealousy burning in his brain. He recalled the change in Viola which had followed this man's visit to Colorado, and associated her first persistent revolt with him. And now, seeing her beside him, in his own house, looking up into his face, absorbed, fascinated, utterly forgetful of her duty, oblivious to everyone else, was maddening. Her gown angered him.
Why did she wear that dress?
He fiercely asked himself.
She does not do that for me. She is in love with him. That is why. She shall not come here again. These people are destructive to her higher aims.
In this mood he changed his mind, opposed the sitting, but Viola convinced him that it was the will of her guides, and that it was a splendid opportunity to interest two renowned sceptics, and in that spirit he again reluctantly consented. End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Book 2, Chapter 13 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 13. The Test Séance. Morton's study was decided upon as the most suitable place in which to experiment, for the reason that it had but one exit, a sliding double door, which led to the library, and its windows all opened upon the street 6 stories below. A burglar could not have entered with full licence to do so. Viola assisted Morton and Kate in clearing the big mahogany table, while Weissmann conferred with Clarke. To judge from the girl's gaiety and eager interest, the preparations were for a game of cards rather than for a test séance in which her love and honour were at stake. Mrs. Lambert was quite serene. Clarke alone seemed anxious and ill at ease. Weissmann, at Morton's request, assumed general direction and betrayed an astonishing familiarity with the requirements. Under his direction they grouped themselves about the table as for whist, Viola at the north end, with Clarke directly opposite, and Kate and Mrs. Lambert on either side and quite near him. The two inquisitors then took seats, Morton at the psychic's right, Weissmann at her left. When the positions were all decided upon, Viola, with a note of disappointment in her voice, asked,
"Aren't you going to tie me?"
Oh, no,
replied Morton.
The conditions are yours tonight. You are our guest. Our tests will be made at some other time.
Please make them tonight.
She pleaded.
Please make them as hard as you can.
Weissmann's glasses glistened upon her with joyful acclaim.
Very good. Your wishes shall be met. Let us see. We shall tie you. Have you something suitable?
He asked of his assistant. Morton took from his desk a roll of white tape.
How will this do?
Just the thing.
Weissmann replied.
But we must have no knots, no tying. Kate, get your needle. We must fasten Miss Lambert in such wise that no one can say, "Oh, she untied the knots."
Under his supervision, Kate looped the tape about Viola's wrists and sewed it fast to her close-fitting satin cuffs. She then encircled her ankles with the tape, and Morton drew the long ends under and far back of the chair and nailed them to the floor. Thereupon, Weissmann said,
I wish to nail these wristbands to the chair arm. Do we sacrifice the cuffs?
He asked of Viola.
Yes, yes. Anything. Nail as hard as you please.
And the chair?
Pursued the old man, glancing at Morton.
Oh, certainly,
replied he.
Science goes before furniture in this house.
And a couple of long brass tacks were driven firmly down through both tape and sleeve.
You poor child,
exclaimed Kate.
If they hurt you, cry out, and I will free you.
Weissmann then fastened a silk thread to her wrist and gave one end to Morton.
We will keep this taut,
he said.
Every motion will be felt.
As they worked, the enthusiasm of investigation filled their eyes. They lost sight of the fact that all this precaution implied a doubt of the girl, and Viola, on her part, remained as blithe as if it were all a game of hide-and-seek. Clarke, too, became exultant.
McLeod, now is your opportunity,
he called to the invisible guide.
Bring your band and put the monist bigots to rout.
Morton moved about the girl with growing excitement, a subtle fire mounting to his brain each time his fingers touched her smooth round wrists. Once she said,
I have never had a real test like this. This is what I wanted you to do. If anything happens now, it will be outside of me, won't it?
We must be cruel in order to be kind,
he answered enigmatically. At last Weissmann stood clear of her.
Now, we are ready,
he said, beaming with satisfaction.
You see, I locked this door, and here is the key.
He held it up in confirmation.
I pocket the key. Now what?
Turn down the gas,
replied Clarke.
Do not use electricity. The room must be perfectly dark.
Why perfectly dark? I do not like that.
Weissmann spoke with manifest irritation.
We should be able to see something.
Clarke shrugged his shoulders.
You can do as you wish. The guides say their manifestations are antagonized by light, and that darkness is necessary for these special phenomena of the cone.
Oh, we have no cone,
exclaimed Mrs. Lambert.
Cone? What cone?
asked Weissmann.
We need some sort of megaphone to enlarge the spirit voices.
Make one of cardboard,
suggested Viola.
Any sort of horn will do.
Morton rose and took down a horn from the top of a bookcase.
Here is the megaphone of my phonograph. Will it do?
Clarke examined it.
It's rather heavy, but I think they will use it. Place it on the table. Put a pad and pencil there also,
he added.
We may get some writing.
Anything else?
No, now we are quite ready,
replied Clarke in his exhibition voice.
It is well to touch hands for a time until the psychic sinks into her trance.
With your permission,
said Morton to Viola. A faint flush came into her face.
Certainly, Professor.
And a touch of emphasis on his title had the effect of a very slight rebuff. Clarke turned the light down to a mere point of yellow fire, and in the sudden gloom all were plunged into silence.
Now, whatever you do, gentlemen, don't startle the psychic after she goes into sleep.
Morton, with his fingers resting lightly on Viola's soft hand, experienced a keen pang of sympathetic pain.
She is so charming. What profanation to develop the seamy side of her nature. What pitiful tomfoolery. She is in the lion's mouth now, and yet how eagerly she seemed to desire it. Weissmann has made anything but the simplest ventriloquistic performance impossible. She cannot lift a hand. To save her from herself, as well as from Clarke, it is necessary to expose her weakness, as well as his trickery.
She was saying in answer to a question.
No, Dr. Weissmann, I have no control over the manifestations. In fact, the more anxious I am, the longer we have to wait. I cannot promise anything tonight.
Morton, hearing this, inwardly commented,
These obscure forms of hysteria often possess the cunning, the dissimulation of madness. Poor girl! She is beginning to realize her predicament, and is preparing us for disappointment.
And a return of his doubt kept him silent. Weissmann spoke.
Shall we not sing something? We shall meet beyond the river, or some ditty like that.
Thereat Kate said,
Doctor, you betray astonishing familiarity with the ways of spooks.
Oh, I know everything.
I begin to believe it.
She retorted.
I begin to suspect that you are a secret adherent. Morton, you had better tie Dr. Weissmann, otherwise he may speak from the cone himself.
As if to counteract this banter, Clarke began a discourse on the leadings of the most recent discoveries.
The X-ray is a mode of motion, as light is a mode of motion, but the waves of light move in such a way as to clash with and weaken those of the X-ray. So we argue that the mode of motion through which disembodied souls manifest themselves, being far subtler than the X-ray, is neutralized, though by no means destroyed, by the motion called light. Furthermore, there seems to be a reluctance on the part of the invisible ones to have the actual process scrutinized. I once laid a pencil on the table and asked for a visible action of writing, vainly, so long as it was completely exposed. But upon being covered with a silk handkerchief, it plainly rose and wrote. It could be distinctly seen moving beneath the cloth. Sir William Crookes had a similar experience, except in his case, he saw the pencil move, prop itself against a ruler, and try 3 times to write, all in the light. I have seen letters form on an exposed surface of slate. I have had hands appear through the curtain and write in the light. But the power must always be generated in shadow.
Kate shuddered.
Ooh, it gives me the shivers to think of such things. Will anything as wonderful happen tonight?
I cannot tell. The conditions are severe, but I think we will have something. Viola?
He called softly.
Yes.
She answered faintly.
Would you like us to sing?
No, I'd rather you'd all talk. Perhaps they will let me take part in the demonstration tonight. They promised to do so, you remember?
Weissmann recounted some of the experiences Zollner had enjoyed in Germany shortly after the Fox sisters became so celebrated in America.
Crookes and Wallace and several others went into the whole question at that time. The world rang with the controversy, but the clamour passed, the phenomena passed. It is like an epidemic. It comes and it goes. And in the end, is humanity the wiser? No.
Yes, it is,
broke in Clarke.
We are just that much more certain of the indestructible life of the soul. Every wave of this spirit sea leaves a deposit of fact on the beach of time, makes death that much less dreadful. We make gains each decade. Sir William Crookes, Sir Oliver Lodge, Alfred Russel Wallace, Lombroso, all have been convinced of the reality of these phenomena. Surely these men must influence the thought of their time. Experimental psychology is on the right road.
Morton was suffering with the girl, whose hand was beginning to tremble beneath his palm. She no longer replied to his questions, but that she was still awake he knew, for he could hear her sighing deeply. So deeply that the sound troubled him, almost as if she were weeping. His impulse was to rise and turn on the light and give over this trial, which could only end in humiliating her.
Her temerity is a part of her malady,
he argued.
It has arisen through years of misconceived petting and nursing on the part of her mother. Up to this moment her performances have always been in the presence of friends and relatives, or for the consolation of those eager to believe, and therefore easily deluded. Every sitter has conspired to practically force her into an elaborate series of deceptions, each deceit being built upon and made necessary by the other. It is pitiful, but she now believes in herself. That is pathetically certain. Otherwise she would not have yielded herself so completely into the hands of an inexorable investigator like Weissmann. She must take the consequences.
He ended with grim closing of the lips.
We must be cruel in order to be kind. This night may be her salvation.
Weissmann was replying to Mrs. Lambert.
I do not care for a return of my dead, madam. What I wish your daughter to do is quite simple. I would like her to move a particle of matter from A to B, without a known push or a pull. That is to say, by a power not known to science, as Zollner claimed Slade was able to do for him.
She can do it,
cried Clarke.
She can move a chair from A to B without bringing to bear any of the known forces. She can suspend the law of gravity. She can make a closed piano play. And she can read sealed letters in an ebony box tightly closed and locked.
You claim too much, my friend,
replied Weissmann ironically.
We shall be satisfied with much less. If she will change 1/100th part of a grain from one scale to another under my conditions, I will be satisfied. The most wonderful phenomena taking place in the dark have no value to me.
Mrs. Lambert interposed.
Please, don't argue. It prevents the coming of the spirits.
Both men felt rebuked, and the group again settled into silence. Suddenly Kate began to laugh.
Isn't it childish? Really, Morton, if our friends could see us sitting around here in the dark as we are now, they would roar. Why should it all be so silly, Mr. Clarke?
It is not silly if we take the right view. We must sit together in order to get into harmony. We further these conditions by sitting in subdued light with fingers touching. Song adds still more to this concert of thought. Nothing is really silly or prosaic. All depends upon the minds of those.
He was in the midst of an elaborate defence of spirit methods when Viola's hand began to leap as if struggling to be free. She moaned and sighed and writhed so powerfully that her chair creaked.
Oh dear, oh dear,
she cried gaspingly.
Is she trying to free her hands?
Morton asked himself with roused suspicion.
Is this a ruse to cover some trick?
Mrs. Lambert spoke quietly.
She is going. Sing something, Anthony.
Clarke began to hum a monotonous tune, while Morton, bending towards the girl, listened to her gurgling moans with growing heartache.
She seems in great pain, Mrs. Lambert. Don't you think we'd better release her? I do not care to purchase sensation so clearly at her expense.
Don't be alarmed. She always seems to suffer that way when some great manifestation is about to take place.
The poor girl's outcries so nearly resembled those of a death struggle that Kate at last rose.
Turn up that light. She is being strangled.
Please be silent,
said Clarke almost angrily.
Take your hands from her, gentlemen. You are too strong. And do not startle her. Be quiet, everybody.
Morton took his hand away in anger and disgust.
All this is a ruse to weaken our grasp upon her,
he thought.
Even the mother, so serene, so candid, is aiding the deception.
Things will happen now,
remarked Mrs. Lambert confidently.
She is giving herself up at last.
The girl drew a long, deep, peaceful sigh and became silent, so silent that Morton, leaning far over with suspended breath, his ear almost to her lips, could detect no sound, no slightest movement. And listening thus, he had for an instant a singular vision of her. He seemed to see her laughing silently at him from a distant upper corner of the room, and for the moment secured a glimpse into a new and amazing world, the world of darkness and silence, wherein matter was fluid, imponderable, an insubstantial world, peopled nevertheless with rustling busy souls. A sharp rapping began on the cone, a measured beat, which ended in a clang, which startled Kate into a shriek.
"Who is doing that?"
she asked nervously.
They are here,
Clarke solemnly announced.
Is that you, Walty?
Asked Mrs. Lambert sweetly. 3 raps loud and clear answered yes. A drumming on the cone followed, and Mrs. Lambert, her voice full of maternal pride, remarked,
Walty is the life of our sittings. He's such a rogue. You must be a nice boy tonight on account of these very distinguished men.
Rap, rap, went the cone.
Does that mean all right?
Rap, 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 yes.
Is grandfather there?
Yes.
Does he wish to speak to the gentleman?
Yes.
Are we sitting right?
A decided thump. No. Guided by the rapping, Mrs. Lambert and Kate moved down to the foot of the table, sitting close beside Clarke, thus leaving Morton and Weissmann alone with the sleeping girl. No sooner were they rearranged than the table began to move, precisely as though pushed by the girl's feet. Still guided by the rapping, Weissmann and Morton moved with the table, but retained their threads of silk. Morton's pity had given place to a feeling of resentment at this device to get them farther away, and he drew his telltale thread tight across his finger.
If she moves, she is betrayed,
he thought with hardening heart. No sooner were they settled than a fumbling sound began in the middle of the table, and the pencil was twice lifted and dropped. Following this, the leaves of the writing pad rustled, as though being thumbed by boyish hands. Kate shivered and cried out.
"This is uncanny. Morton, are you doing this?"
Certainly not,
he replied curtly.
Do you feel any motion in your thread?
Asked Weissmann in a quiet voice.
None whatever,
Morton replied.
Then the psychic is not moving.
Again they sat in silence, and after some minutes the fumbling began again, and the horn was heard scraping slowly about, as if being lifted with effort, only to fall back with a clang.
Is it too heavy?
Asked Clarke. 3 sharp raps replied, an angry yes, and then, with a petulant swing, the instrument apparently left the table and floated upon the air. In deep amazement, Morton listened for some movement, some sound from Viola, but there was none, not a breath, not a rustle of motion where she sat, and the silk thread was tight and calm.
She has nothing to do with that,
he said beneath his breath. Kate called excitedly.
"Oh, it touched me!"
What touched you?
Asked Weissmann.
"The horn."
Did it bump you?
"No, it seemed to float against me."
Morton spoke out sharply.
Where's Mr. Clarke?
"Right here on my right,"
replied Kate.
What idiotic business,
he exclaimed, mystified nevertheless. The horn dropped to the middle of the table, but was immediately swept into the air again, as if by a new and more vigorous hand, and a voice heavily mixed with air, but a man's voice unmistakably, spoke directly to Morton, sternly, contemptuously.
We meet you on your own level. You asked for material tests, and now, conditions being as you have made them, proceed. What would you have us do?
Who are you?
I am Donald MacLeod, grandfather to the psychic.
At this moment Morton became seized of the most vivid realization of the physical characteristics of the man back of the voice. In some mysterious way, through some hitherto unknown sense, he was aware of a long rugged face, with bleak and knobby brow. The lips were thin, the mouth wide, the dark grey eyes contemptuous.
It is all an inner delusion, caused by some resemblance of this voice to that of someone I have known,
he said to himself, but a shiver ran over him as he questioned the old man.
If you are the grandfather of the psychic,
he said,
I would like to ask you if you think it is fair to a young girl to use her against her will for such foolery as this?
The purposes are grand, the work she is doing important. Therefore I answer yes. She is yet but a child, and the things she does of her own motion trivial and vain. We make of her an instrument that will enable man to triumph over the grave. You will observe that we do not harm her. We take but little of her time after all. You are unnecessarily alarmed. Our regard for her welfare far exceeds yours. Her troubles arise from her resistance. If she would yield herself entirely, she would be happy.
As the voice paused, Morton asked,
Weissmann, can you hear what is being said to me?
Very indistinctly,
answered Weissmann.
What does it say?
asked Kate.
I can only hear a kind of jumble.
Weissmann interjected.
I must ask you, Mrs. Rice, have you tight hold of Mr. Clarke's hand?
Yes,
answered Kate. Morton's brain whirled in confusion and conjecture. He believed the whole thing to be a piece of juggling, and yet he could not connect Viola in any way with it, and it seemed impossible also for Mrs. Lambert to sit where she was and handle the cone, to say nothing of the ventriloquistic skill necessary to carry out this conversation. He again addressed the voice.
You consider your control of the psychic to be justified?
We do.
Do you know also what perilous notoriety, what positive disgrace, from every human point of view, you are about to bring upon her?
The hidden old man pondered a moment, as if to master a profound contempt, then answered,
We have taken all things into account. When she has grown to years of sobriety, she will thank us that we turned her aside from dancing and from light conversation, and from all loose-minded companions. All the same pleasures are now hers. She is soon to be idolized by thousands. Her playing on the piano, her singing are as the rustle of leaves in the forest compared to her mediumship, which is a trumpet blast opening the gates of the city of refuge to let the weary traveller in.
The voice weakened a little.
The earth life is but a school. The real life is here. Besides, when she has completely subordinated her will to ours, when she has given our message...
The spirit grandsire seemed to falter and diminish.
My power is waning, but I will again manifest. We will try.
The voice stopped as though a door had been shut upon the speaker, and the megaphone dropped upon the table.
All that is very interesting,
commented Weissmann.
but inconclusive. Is it all over?
Oh, no.
answered Mrs. Lambert.
They are uniting upon something wonderful. I feel it.
As they listened, the horn moved feebly, uneasily rising a few inches, only to fall as though some weak hand was struggling with it. But at last it turned toward Weissmann, and from it issued the voice of a little girl, thrillingly sweet and so clear that Serviss could hear every word. She addressed Weissmann in German, calling him father, asking him to tell mother not to grieve, that they would soon all be together in a bright land. To this Weissmann replied in harsh accent.
You assert you are my daughter?
The voice sweetly answered.
Yes, I am Mina.
But Mina could not understand a word of English. How is that?
The little voice hesitated.
It is hard to explain.
She replied, still in German.
I can understand you in any language, but I can only speak as you taught me.
Thereupon he addressed her in French, to which she replied easily, but in her native tongue. As this curious dialogue went on, Serviss was searching vainly for an explanation.
Mr. Clarke, will you kindly speak at the same time that this voice appears?
Clarke began a discourse, and the two voices went on at the same time. The young scientist then said,
Mrs. Lambert, will you permit Kate to lay her hand over your lips? You understand, it is for the sake of science.
Certainly,
said Mrs. Lambert. Here the test failed of completeness. It was so difficult to get the three voices precisely together. But at last it seemed that the child's voice was produced at the same time that Clarke spoke, and while Kate's hand covered the mother's mouth. Thereupon the little voice said farewell, and all was silent for a few moments. The cone rose again into the air, and a soft, sibilant voice addressed Mrs. Lambert.
Oh,
she cried joyfully.
It is Robert.
Yes, dear, I'm listening. I'm so glad you've come. Can't you talk with Professor Serviss? He says he will try,
she said to the company. As Morton waited, the cone gently touched him on the shoulder, and a moment later a man's voice, utterly different from the first one, and of most refined accent, half spoke, half whispered.
We are glad to meet you, Professor. I am deeply gratified by your interest in our dear girl.
Who are you?
He asked, moved in spite of himself by a liking for this new personality, so distinct from the others.
I am Orrin Waldron, Viola's father.
He seemed to wait for questions, and Serviss asked,
How do you feel about your daughter's mediumship? Are you not uneasy when you think of what you are demanding of her?
The invisible one sighed, hesitated, and replied with evident sadness.
It troubles me to find her reluctant. I wish she were happier in the work. It seems so important to us.
Then the voice brightened.
But perhaps it is only for a little while. After the public test, after the truth of her mediumship is made manifest, I hope, we will ask less of her. Perhaps it will be possible to release her altogether for a time, but for the present, she is too valuable.
The sentence was lost in a buzz of inarticulate whispering, as if 2 or 3 friends were consulting. The opening and closing of lips could be heard, and a stir within the horn was curiously trivial in effect, as if a mouse were at play with a dry leaf.
If I were to organize a committee of men like Weissmann and Tolman, and other men of international fame, willing to test your daughter's powers, will you give over this public demonstration, this publishing of a challenge?
Clarke interrupted almost angrily.
Not unless you promise to—
Be silent,
commanded Weissmann. From the horn came a faint murmur, so dim, so far, Serviss could with difficulty distinguish the words.
We will consider that. I am going. Guard my girl. Goodbye.
The horn again seemed to rest, and for a long time no sound or stir broke the silence, till at last Viola began to writhe in her chair in greater agony than before.
I think she is waking,
said Morton. Mrs. Lambert answered quickly.
No, some great event is preparing. When this paroxysm passes, some very beautiful test will come.
While Morton and Weissmann were considering this, the girl again became silent as a stone, and a moment later a clear, sweet sound pulsed through the air as if an exquisite crystal bell had been struck. Then, while still this signal trembled in his ear, a whispering noise developed just before the young man's face, as if tremulous lips were closing and unclosing in anxious effort to communicate a message without the use of the trumpet.
Is someone trying to speak to me?
He asked gently. 3 measured strokes upon the tiny bell replied, and with their pulsations the room seemed to stir with a new and different throng of winged memories. The very air took on mystery and beauty and a sweet gravity. Matter was for the moment as subtle, as imponderable as soul.
Who is it?
He asked, and into his voice, in spite of himself, crept a note of awe. The answer came instantly, faint as the fall of an autumn leaf on the grass.
Mother.
Kate bent eagerly forward.
Who was it, Morton?
Ignoring her question, Morton addressed the invisible one.
Can't you speak again?
There was no reply, and the whispering ceased. Almost instantly, the horn seemed grasped by a firm and masterful hand, and the rollicking voice of a man broke startlingly from the darkness in words so clear, so resonant, that all could hear them.
Hello, folks. Is this a Quaker meeting?
Who are you?
Asked Morton.
Can you guess?
Kate gasped.
Why, it's Uncle Ben Roberts.
The voice chuckled.
Right the first time. It's old Loggy. True, Bill. How are you all?
Kate could hardly speak, so great was her fear and joy.
Morton Serviss, what do you think now? Ask him—
The voice from the trumpet interposed.
Don't ask me a word about conditions over here. It's no use. I can't tell you a thing.
Why not?
Asked Morton.
Well, how would you describe a Connecticut winter to a Hottentot? Not that you're a Hottentot.
The voice broke into an oily chuckle.
Or that I'm in a cold climate.
The chuckle was renewed.
I'm very comfortable, thank you.
Here the invisible one grew tender.
My boy, your mother is here and wants to speak to you, but can't do so. She asked me to manifest for her. She says to trust this girl and to carry a message of love to Henry. I brought one of her colonial wine glasses with me, as a sign of her presence and as a test of the power we have of passing through matter.
For nearly an hour this voice kept up a perfectly normal conversation, with a running fire of quips and cranks, recalling incidents in the lives of both Kate and Morton, arguing basic principles with Weissmann, yet never quite replying to the most searching questions, and finally ended by saying,
Your conception of matter is childish. There's no such thing as you understand it, and yet the universe is not as Kant conceived it. As liberated spirits, we move in an essence subtler than any matter known to you. Ether is a gross thing compared to spirit. Your knowledge is very rudimentary. But keep on. Take up this work, and my band will meet you halfway. My boy, the question of the persistence of the individual after death is the most vital of all questions. Apply your keen mind to it, and depend on old Loggy. Goodbye.
Kate was quivering with excitement.
Morton, that settles it for me. That certainly was Loggy. Oh, I wish Mother could have spoken.
Morton's voice was eager and penetrating as he said,
Mrs. Lambert, I would like to place my hand on your daughter's arm again. I must be permitted to demonstrate conclusively that she has had nothing to do with the handling of the horn.
I will ask the guides. Father, can Professor Serviss?
3 feeble raps anticipated her question.
They say yes, but they are very doubtful. So please be very gentle.
Serviss rose, his blood astir. At last he was about to remove his doubt, or prove Viola's guilt.
Doctor,
he said, and his voice was incisive.
Take the other side and place a hand on her wrist. That will be permitted?
He asked. 3 raps, very slow and soft, assented. Clarke interposed.
I am impressed, gentlemen, to say, let each of you put one hand on the psychic's head, the other on her arm.
We will do so,
replied Weissmann cheerfully. With a full realization of the value of this supreme test of Viola's honour, Morton laid his right hand lightly on her wrist. At the first contact she started as though his fingers had been hot iron, and he was unpleasantly aware that her flesh had grown cold and inert. He spoke of this to Weissmann, who replied,
Is that so? The hand which I clasp is hot and dry, which is a singular symptom.
Then to the others,
I am now holding both her hands. One is very hot, the other cold and damp, and I feel no pulse.
She is always so,
Mrs. Lambert explained.
She seems to die for the time being.
That is very strange,
muttered Weissmann.
May I listen for her heartbeat?
3 raps assented, and a moment later he said, with increased excitement,
I cannot detect her heartbeat.
Clarke reassured him.
Do not be alarmed. She is not dead. Proceed with your experiment.
There was a distinct note of contempt in his voice. As Morton laid his hand upon the soft coils of her hair, Viola again moved slightly, as a sleeper stirs beneath a caress, disturbed yet not distressed, to settle instantly into deeper dream.
We are ready,
called Weissmann.
Whatever happens now, Miss Lambert, is not the cause. Take Mr. Clarke's hands in yours.
Mrs. Lambert's also,
added Morton.
Our hands are all touching,
answered Kate.
Now, let us see,
cried Weissmann, and his voice rang triumphantly.
Now, spirits, to your work.
Clarke laughed contemptuously.
You scientists are very amusing. Your unbelief is heroic.
As they stood thus, a powerful revulsion took place in Morton's mind, and with a painful constriction in his throat, he bowed to the silent girl, and with an inconsistency which he would not have published to the world, he prayed that something might happen, not to demonstrate the return of the dead, but to prove her innocence. As he waited, the pencil began to tap on the table, and with its stir his nerves took fire. A leaf of paper flew by, brushing his face like the wing of a bird. A hand clutched his shoulder. Then, as if to make every explanation of no avail, the room filled with fairy unseen folk. Books began to hurtle through the air and to fall upon the table. A banjo on the wall was strummed. The entire library seemed crowded with tricksy pucks, a bustling, irresponsible, elfish crew, each on some inconsequential action bent, until, as if at a signal, the megaphone tumbled to the floor with a clang, and all was still, a silence deathly deep, as if a bevy of sprites, frightened from their play, had whirled upward and away, leaving the scene of their revels empty, desolate and forlorn.
That is all,
said Clarke.
How can you tell?
Asked Kate, her voice faint and shrill with awe.
The fall of the horn to the floor is a sure sign of the end. You may turn up the gas, but very slowly.
Stunned by the significance, the far-reaching implications of his experiment, Morton remained standing while Weissmann turned on the light. Pale in deep placid sleep, Viola sat precisely as they had left her, bound, helpless and exonerated. She recalled to Morton's mind a picture, in his school books, of a martyr maiden who was depicted chained to the altar of some hideous heathen deity, a monster who devoured the flesh of virgins and demanded with pitiless lust the fairest of the race. Of her innocence he was at that moment profoundly convinced. End of Book 2, Chapter 13. Book 2, Chapter 14 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 14. Puzzled Philosophers. While he still stood looking down upon her, Viola began to moan and toss her head from side to side.
She is waking,
cried Mrs. Lambert.
Let me go to her.
No,
commanded Weissmann.
Disturb nothing till we have examined all things.
Make your studies quickly,
said Morton, his heart tender to the girl's sufferings.
We must release her as soon as possible.
Weissmann was not to be hastened.
If we do not go slowly, we lose much of what we are trying to attain. We must take her pulse and temperature and observe the position of every object.
Quite right,
agreed Clarke.
Do not be troubled. The psychic is being cared for.
Thus reassured, the two investigators scrutinised, measured, made notes, while Kate and Mrs. Lambert stood waiting, watching with anxious eyes the changes which came to Viola's face. Weissmann talked on in a disjointed mutter.
You see, she has no pulse. The threads are unbroken. The table is 30 inches from her fingertips. Observe this pad, 48 inches from her hand, and which contains a message.
Read it,
demanded Kate. He complied.
You ask for a particle of matter to be moved from A to B without the use of any force known to science. Here in this wine glass is the test. Oh, men of science, how long will you close your eyes to the grander truth?
That is from Father,
remarked Mrs. Lambert.
It is signed MacLeod, and under it are two words, Loggy and Mother, each in different handwriting.
Give it to me,
cried Kate, deeply moved.
And here is the wine glass,
replied Weissmann, extracting from among the books a beautiful piece of antique crystal. Kate took it reverentially, as if receiving it from the hand of her dead mother.
How came that here?
You recognize it? It was not left here by mistake?
Oh, no. There are only 4 of them left, and I keep them locked away. I have not had them out in months.
Clarke smiled in benign triumph.
That is why they brought it, to show you that matter is an illusion, and to prove that dematerialization and transubstantiation are facts. That was the bell we heard.
Morton, what do you think? How could...
But Morton was bending above Viola, and did not heed his sister. The girl's eyes were opening, as from natural slumber, and he said gently,
I hope you are not in pain. We will release you in a moment.
She smiled faintly as she recognized him.
My arms are numb, and my feet feel as if strips of wood were nailed to my soles,
she answered wearily.
And my head is aching dreadfully. But that will soon pass.
She always complains of her feet,
the mother explained.
She can't walk for quite a little while afterwards.
You poor thing,
exclaimed Kate.
You are a martyr, that's what you are.
Viola looked up with sweet and anxious glance.
Did anything happen? Did your friends come to you, Mrs. Rice?
No, but several voices spoke to Morton.
I'm sorry no one came to you. I've been a long way off this time,
she continued with dreamy inward glance.
Into a beautiful country from which I hated to return. I wouldn't have come back to you at all. Only a thread of light tied my soul to my body and drew me down to earth in spite of myself.
What was it like, that far country?
Asked Morton. She pondered sleepily.
I can't tell you, only that it was very beautiful, and I was happy. Everyone lived in the light with nothing to fear. I had no memory of the earth, only of my body, which I was sorry for. There was no death, no cold, no darkness up there. I was very happy and free.
You should be free and happy here,
answered Morton gravely.
Come, Doctor, can't we free her now?
Yes, you may do so,
he replied, still busy with his notebook. The young host, with a feeling of having been unnecessarily brutal, ripped the tape loose from the floor, and Kate slipped the loops from Viola's ankles. Then, leaning on her hostess's arm, she rose slowly, smiling brightly, her weakness most appealing.
I hope a great deal happened. It means so much to me. I want to talk, but I can't now. My head is too thick. You must tell me all about it pretty soon.
A great deal happened. You are quite clear of any connection with it.
Her face lit with placid joy.
Oh, I'm so glad. It must be very late,
she added, turning to her mother.
Yes, and we must be going,
responded Mrs. Lambert nervously.
Mr. Pratt will be impatient.
I wish you'd stay with me tonight,
pleaded Kate.
It was all so wonderful. I can't let you go. Please stay, both of you. You're too tired to go out into the raw air.
Oh, no, we can't do that. Not tonight.
Viola answered decisively. Morton threw back the doors.
Kate, take Miss Lambert into the dining room and give her something to drink. She is quite exhausted. Let me steady you,
he said tenderly, touching her arm.
You fairly reel with weakness.
I will be as well as ever as soon as my blood begins to circulate,
she bravely answered, and his touch quickened her pulse miraculously. As soon as Weissmann had finished taking his notes and measurements, he locked the door of the library and joined them all in the dining room, where they were sipping coffee and nibbling cake. Morton was sitting beside Viola, who had entirely regained her girlish lightness of mood, and was chafing her cold hand in the effort to restore the circulation, as well as to remove the deep mark the silken thread had made about her wrist.
We shall be obliged to shut out all young men from our committee,
the old scientist jocularly remarked, as he stood looking down at them.
Lovely psychics like you would put the whole American Academy of Science in disorder.
Clarke, raging with jealous fire, turned to Weissmann in truculent mood.
Well, Dr. Weissmann, how do you account for these phenomena? To whose agency do you ascribe these marvels?
Spooks,
answered the old man with cheerful promptness. Clarke reeled before this laconic admission.
What? You agree? You admit the agency of spirits?
Certainly. Unless I say Miss Lambert wriggled herself out of her skin, which would not be nice of me. Or that you are the greatest ventriloquist in the world. No, I prefer to compliment the spirit.
Clarke's face darkened. The old man's face and voice were too jocose.
I see you do not value our wonderful experiences tonight.
Viola, pinching her sleeve about her wrist, looked up roguishly.
I couldn't possibly wriggle out of my gown, could I, Dr. Weissmann? And if I did, how could I get the tacks back without a hammer?
Precisely. You would be more burglarious than the ghosts which walk through the keyholes,
he answered.
And the little girl who spoke German? Who was she?
Asked Kate. The hour that followed was a delicious one for the young people, for they had come at last to some sweet and subtle understanding. As she recovered the use of her limbs, Viola glowed with joy of Morton's change of attitude towards her. He, on his part, was puzzled by this mood. It was as if she had been vindicated to herself, liberated from some dead body of doubt. Clarke glowered in silence, disapproving, with manifest disdain, the levity of the scientist and resenting bitterly Viola's growing trust and confidence in Serviss. Each moment his anger took on heat, and he found it hard to reply even to his hostess, who tried to interest him in a deeper discussion of the evening's marvels. He seemed to have but one desire, to get away and take Viola with him.
Tell me,
said Viola to Morton,
did Papa speak to you?
A voice purporting to be your father spoke a few words.
He's very nice. Don't you think so?
The voice was very gentle and refined, and expressed a very tender regard for you.
She sighed.
I have never heard my father's voice, for he always comes when I am in my deepest trances. They say that I will be permitted some day to hear all the voices through the cone. I only hear them now in an interior way.
Do you really suffer as you seem to do?
He asked, the echo of his pity still in his tone.
Not after I am really gone. Did I groan?
Horribly. My heart was filled with remorse.
I'm sorry. It doesn't really hurt me, physically. You see, I'm perfectly well again. And yet I hate more and more to give myself up. I can't explain it, but I seem to be losing more and more of myself. That is the thought that scares me. I hate to think of being so helpless. It seems to me as if I were becoming like a hotel piano, for anyone to strum on. I mean that anyone in the other world... It is so crowded over there, you know.
Her brows drew together in momentary disgust.
I don't know, but it must be so if all the myriads of past humanity are living there. If I had my way, you would never sit again,
he declared most fervently.
I wouldn't mind so much,
she went on,
if I were not marked out for suspicion. If people would only talk to me of nice, earthly things part of the time, as they would do any other girl. But they never do. Everybody wants to talk to me about death and spirits.
That's what gives edge to my remorse,
he interrupted.
Here am I, doing the very things you abhor. To think that we who have made such a protest against your slavery could not allow you one free evening. I will not say another word on these uncanny subjects.
But I want to talk of them to you. I wanted to tell you all about myself that day we rode up to the mine, but I could not.
I wish you had. It might have made a great deal of difference in your life, and mine. I have been thinking of that ride tonight as we sat in the darkness. If I could, I would keep you as girlish, as gay as you were that day. This business is all a desecration to me. I love to think of you as you were then, when you laughed back at me in the rain. I wish we were both there this minute."
She smiled.
You forget the time of night.
Her face grew wistful.
I've been getting homesick for the mountains lately, and yet I like it here. I love this beautiful room. I adore your sister. I know I could have a delightful time if only my guides weren't so anxious to have me convert the world.
"I grow more and more conscience-smitten,"
he exclaimed.
"To think we should be the ones to tie and torture you, and at our first dinner party."
Please don't blame yourself. It was not your fault. Grandfather insisted on talking with you, and I wished it very much.
Her face grew radiant with pleasure.
Oh, I'm so glad you made it a test sitting. I want you to believe in me. I mean that I don't deceive.
"I am sure of that."
There are so many things I want to talk with you about. But not now. It is late.
Clarke, who had grown too restless to remain seated, interrupted a story which Kate was relating, and rose, saying harshly,
"It is time for us to be going. Pratt will lock us out if we don't."
The cloud again fell on Viola's face. Her little hour of freedom from her keeper was over. Morton felt the change in her, and so did Kate, who fairly pleaded with the mother to remain.
"It is late, and you are tired. And after this wonderful evening you ought not to go back to that gloomy place."
Mrs. Lambert looked at Clarke, whose reply was stern.
"No, we must return."
Something very sweet and intimate was in Morton's voice as he found opportunity to say to Viola,
"I don't like to think of you returning to that gilded mausoleum. It is a most unwholesome place for you. You are too closely surrounded with morbid influences."
I know it. I dread to go back. I admit that. I suppose Mr. Pratt is a good man. I know he does a great deal for the faith, and he is very generous to us, but, oh, he is so vulgar, so impertinent. He bores me nearly frantic by being always at my elbow. I shudder when he touches me as if he were some sort of evil animal. Mother can't realize how he annoys and depresses me, and Anthony insists that we must endure it.
"I wish you'd stay here,"
he exclaimed impulsively.
"Accept my sister's invitation. It would give us such an opportunity to talk of this sitting. Come, let me send for your trunks."
She shrank a little from his eager eyes, and Mrs. Lambert again interposed.
"It is quite impossible, Professor. Perhaps some other time."
Viola yielded to her mother and went away to get her cloak, and Morton turned to Clarke.
"One of the conditions of my promise to organize a committee is this. You and Pratt must be excluded from the circle."
Weissmann echoed this.
"Quite right. That we demand."
The clergyman's face hardened.
"You ask the impossible. It is necessary for me to be present at each sitting. I have the right to be there as the historian of the case. Furthermore, I add to the strength of the manifestations. That I have fully demonstrated."
"I appreciate your position, but in order to avoid criticism, to make the tests perfect, it will be necessary to hold the sittings either here or at Weissmann's, and to exclude everyone connected with Miss Lambert. In no other way can we convince ourselves or the public."
Clarke's face was darkly stubborn.
"Then you will have no sittings. My challenge will go forth next Sunday afternoon, and one of the unchangeable clauses of that challenge will be this. The sittings must take place in Pratt's library, and I must be present."
"I hope you will not insist on that,"
Morton further urged.
"For Miss Lambert's sake you must not. To incorporate such terms in your challenge will brand her as an impostor, and you and Pratt as her confederates. In this statement I think you will find her controls agreeing. They were undecided tonight, but when they consider carefully, they will see that my advice is sound.
Clarke's eyes were aflame.
You have my terms. Accept them or refuse them, as you please.
Viola, returning, extended her hand to Morton with a trustful smile.
I've had a beautiful evening.
To say that, after we have tied you hand and foot till you were numb, and kept you in the dark all the evening, is very gracious of you. I feel very much the brutal host. But you must come again. I swear Kate shall not pester you next time.
Kate was indignant.
Well, I like that. When you were the one crazy to experiment. Of course they're coming. Coming to stay tomorrow night, and anyone who dares to talk ghosts to her will be sent to bed.
And so, in a hearty, cordial clangour of farewells, they got out into the hall. And Morton, seeing Viola in her handsome cloak, her eyes shining, her face once more gay and smiling, was again filled with wonder at her astounding resiliency of mood. It was as if two sharply differentiated souls alternated in the possession of her body. Clarke, wearing a cape, overcoat, and a soft hat, was far less admirable in appearance than when, with head uncovered, he sat within. He resembled a comic picture of an old-fashioned tragedian, a man glad to feel the finger of remark directed towards him. But his face was bitter, his eyes burning with anger, his lips white with pain. Serviss relented as he studied him.
You'd better take Britt's trail and return to the mountains,
he said kindly.
This is a bad climate for you.
My work is here,
he replied curtly.
I have no fear.
And so they parted. Weissmann was sitting in silent meditation in one corner of the dining room when Serviss returned.
Well, master, what do you think of tonight's performance?
Weissmann replied in ironical phrase.
Hearing in civilized man is vague and indefinite. Spooks do well to limit their manifestations to a sense which most powerfully appeals to the imagination.
Morton spoke with great earnestness.
Weissmann, that girl could not move a limb. She positively remained where we put her. So far as I'm concerned, tonight's test eliminated her from the slightest complicity, and I confess it rejoices me greatly. But who was responsible for the prestidigitation?
Weissmann replied slowly.
It is very puzzling.
And fell into a muse which lasted for several minutes. At last he roused to say,
Well, we will see. Next time Clarke and the mother must be eliminated.
You don't think evil of her?
Exclaimed Morton.
She's very anxious, you know.
Kate put in her word.
It's all very simple,
she said.
The spirits did it. You needn't tell me that Clarke or Mrs. Lambert got up and skittered around the room doing those things. I held their hands, and no, they didn't get away. Besides, how did that glass come there? And how could they make those voices sound so natural? What is the use of being stupidly stubborn? If you treat Viola fairly, she will confound your science.
You base all this on one imperfect test?
I don't know what you'd call a perfect one. Anyhow, that child is absolutely honest.
I hope you are right, Kate, but there are some serious discrepancies, even in tonight's performances. Nothing took place which I could not do sitting in her chair with my hands free.
But her hands weren't free. If there is any virtue in cotton fibre or steel, she remained precisely where we set her at the beginning.
But to admit that one book was moved from its place is to admit that a force exists unknown to science.
But what are you going to do? Did you do it, or did I? Did Clarke reach from where he sat and manipulate the horn? Who brought the old wine glass from the china closet? No one entered from the outside, that is certain. And then the things Loggy said.
What do you think, Dr. Weissmann?
Weissmann looked up abstractedly.
If Clarke performs these feats tonight, he is wasting his time in any profession but jugglery. You said the cone touched you?
He asked of Morton.
Several times.
To do that, he must have left his seat.
I am perfectly sure he did not,
replied Kate firmly. Morton insisted.
He must have done so, Kate. There is no other explanation of what took place. It was very dark, and the rug soft. There is another important point. All of the books came from within a radius of a few feet of the psychic, so that if she were able to rise and free her hands—
Which she did not do,
answered Weissmann.
She remained precisely where we put her, but we should have nailed Clarke to the floor also.
How about the child who spoke German?
Asked Kate.
Was she—
Weissmann replied slowly, with a little effort.
I had a little girl of the name Mina, who died at 8 years of age.
Kate's voice expressed sympathy.
I didn't know that. She must have been a dear. The voice was very sweet. I could almost touch the little thing.
I do not see how Clarke or anyone here knew of my daughter or her name. Clarke must be a mind reader. The voice did not prove itself.
Neither was Loggy quite convincing,
said Morton.
And yet, I cannot understand how those voices were produced. Our imaginations must have been made enormously active by the dark. As scientists, we cannot admit the slightest of those movements without the fall of some of our most deeply grounded dogmas. What becomes of Haeckel's dictum, that matter and spirit are inseparable?
There is matter and matter,
replied Weissmann.
To say that spirit and flesh is inseparable is to claim too much. We can say that we have no proof of such separation, but Crookes and others claim the contrary. It is curious to observe that we tonight have trenched on the very ground Crookes trod. I am very eager now to sit with this girl, the mother and Clarke being excluded.
Of one thing I am more than half persuaded, and that is that Clarke is a mind reader, for how else could he know the things which the supposed ghost of my uncle recounted?
It is very puzzling,
repeated Weissmann, deep sunk in speculation, and in this abstraction he took himself silently away. Kate, with an air of saying,
Now that we are alone, let's know your real mind,
faced her brother with eyes of wonder.
Morton, what do you honestly think of it? Viola had nothing to do with it, did she?
No, but are you absolutely sure Clarke did not get loose and do things?
Mort, I was never more alert in my life, and I know he didn't move out of his chair.
But think what it involves.
I don't care what it involves. So far as the senses of touch and hearing go, Clarke remained seated every minute of the time, and I certainly held both his and Mrs. Lambert's hands the whole time while the books were being thrown.
Well, there you are. Somebody did it.
He shrugged his shoulders in an unwanted irritation.
Why not say the spirits did it all?
Because that is unthinkable.
Sir William Crookes and Dr. Zollner, you say, believed in these disembodied intelligences?
Yes, but they belong to what Haeckel calls the imaginative scientists.
You needn't quote Haeckel to me, Morton. If I believed what he preaches, I would take myself and my children out of the world. I don't see how a man can look a child in the face and say such things. I can't read any of your scientific friends straight along. Their jargon is worse than anything, but I pick out enough to know that they don't believe in anything they can't see, and they won't go out of their way to see things. Do you suppose I'm going to believe that Robbie is nothing but a little animal, and that if he should die his soul would disappear like a vapor?
I can only repeat that the converse is unthinkable. There is no room in my philosophy for the re-entrance of the dead.
Why not? It's all very simple. We're creatures of our surroundings, aren't we? Now, sitting there in the dark tonight, it seemed to me that the people we think of as dead were all about me. It scared me at first, But really, isn't it the most comforting faith in the world? I've always liked the idea of the Indians' happy hunting grounds, and this is something like it.
He smiled shrewdly.
That performance tonight and this conversation would make a pretty story to lay before the president of Corlear, now wouldn't it?
How do you suppose he will take your going into this investigation?
I don't know, but I think he'll fire me instanter.
Well, let him try. He wouldn't dare.
Oh, yes, he would, if he thought I was hurting the institution. See what they did to poor little Combs, who mildly claimed to be able to hypnotize people.
Yes, but he made himself ridiculous in the papers.
You mean the papers made him ridiculous? Couldn't they do the same with Weissmann and me? Think of a big, sprawling, sketchy drawing in the Blast, with Weissmann glaring at a strangely beautiful young lady in scanty gown, his hands spread like claws upon the table, while another younger man, myself, catches at a horn floating overhead. Oh, yes, there are great possibilities in tonight's entertainment. May I ask you, Mrs. Rice, to be more than usually circumspect?
You may, Dr. Serviss.
He rose gravely.
Very good. Now, I think you would better go to bed.
I wish your Mr. Lambert would come.
So do I. I'm afraid he is going to ignore my summons. Unless I hear from him tomorrow, I shall consider him craven or indifferent.
What will you do then?
His brows contracted into a frown.
I don't know. She should be freed from Clarke's immediate influence, but I don't see how I can interfere.
I can't believe that she really cares for him. In fact, from things she said tonight, I think she fears him. He was furiously jealous of you, I could see that. And I must say you gave him cause.
He turned and looked at her in affected amazement.
Where are you heading now?
She laughed.
Where are you drifting, my boy? I never saw anyone more absorbed, and I can't say I blame you. She was lovely. Good night.
And so she left him. Sitting thus alone in the deep of the night, the flush of his joy at the proof of Viola's innocence grew grey and cold in a profound disbelief in the reality of his experiences.
Did anything really happen?
He asked himself. Returning to the library with intent to study the situation, he mused long upon the tumbled books, the horn, the tables and the chairs. He put himself in Viola's seat in the attempt to conceive of some method whereby even the most skilful magician would be able to pull out tacks, rip stitches and break tape, and then, more difficult than all, after manipulating the horn, reseat himself and restore his bonds, every tack to its precise place. And his conversation with Loggy, most amazing of all, came back to plague him. What could explain that marvellous simulation of his uncle's chuckling laugh? Yes, Viola was clearly innocent. It was impossible for her to have lifted a hand. That he decided upon finally, and yet it was almost as difficult for Clarke or Mrs. Lambert to have performed all the tricks.
Unless Kate...
He brought himself up short.
In the end, my own sister is involved in the imposture,
he exclaimed with a sense of bewilderment. When he dwelt on Viola's delight in her own vindication, and remembered her serene, sweet, trustful glance, a shiver of awe went over him, and the work of saving her, of healing her, seemed greater than the discovery of any new principle. But whenever his keen, definite, analytic mind took up the hit or miss absurd caperings of the spirits, he paced the floor in revolt of their childish chicanery. That the soul survived death he could not for an instant entertain. Every principle of biology, every fibre woven into his system of philosophy, repelled the thought. To grant one single claim of the spiritist was disaster.
No. The mother and Clarke are in league, and when the bonds are on one the other acts. I see no other explanation. I distrust Clarke utterly, but the mother is apparently very gentle and candid, and yet Weissmann may be right. Maternal love is a very powerful emotion. That second voice was like hers, and yet, to suspect that gentle soul of deliberate deception is a terrible thing. What a world of vulgarity and disease and suspicion it all is! An accursed world, and the history of every medium is filled with these same insane, foolish, absurd doings.
And so he trod in weary circles, returning always to the same point, with an almost audible groan.
Why was that charming girl involved in all this uncanny, hellish, destructive business? Clarke claims her. On him her fate depends. Perhaps at this moment her name and hideous reproductions of her face are being printed in all the sensational papers of the city. Oh, that crazy preacher! It may be that he has already made her rescue impossible.
And always the dark, disturbing thought came at the end to trouble him.
Can she ever regain a normal relation with the world, even if I should interfere? She should have been freed from this traffic long ago. Can the science of suggestion reach her? Am I already too late?
The conception that sank deepest and remained most abhorrent in his musings was that conveyed in her own tragic words.
It seems to me I am becoming more and more like a public piano, an instrument on which anyone can strum. And the other world is so crowded, you know.
If there is any manhood left in Lambert, he must assert it, or I will throttle Clarke myself.
He muttered through clenched teeth.
I ran away 2 years ago. I evaded my duty yesterday, but I do not intend to do so now. I will not sit by and see that sweet girl's will, her very reason, overthrown by a fanatic preacher eager for notoriety. I will see her again, and demand to know from her own lips whether she is in consent to be his wife. I cannot believe it till she tells me so, and then I can decide as to further action.
And at the moment he was comforted by the recollection of something timidly confiding in her parting smile. End of Book 2, Chapter 14. Book 2, Chapters 15 and 16 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 15. Viola revolts from Clarke. No sooner were they seated in their carriage than Clarke broke forth in harsh protest.
You must not think of leaving Pratt's house at this time.
Why not?
Asked Viola, roused by the tone of his voice, which was even less considerate than his words.
Because it will displease him, may possibly alienate him just at a moment when we need him most. He will not consent to be shut out of these test sittings. On the contrary, he is likely to insist on their taking place in his own library. Furthermore, I don't see why you are in haste to leave so sumptuous an abode.
Because I hate him and all connected with him.
Her voice was coloured with a fierce disgust.
That is the reason, and reason enough.
You must not let him know that.
I don't care if he knows it or not. We are not dependent on him or his house.
Yes, we are. He is most important to all of us until our tests are over and my book is in type. I need his endorsement besides. He is very bitter and vindictive with those whom he thinks should be very grateful, and we must not anger him. We can't afford it."
Mrs. Lambert mildly protested.
"I am sure Mr. Pratt will not think of detaining us if father thinks it is best for us to go. And I confess I am anxious to get away myself, Tony. He has been very disagreeable lately."
Clarke went on.
"We must continue to let him think his advice and aid invaluable till our book is out. Then we can cut loose from him. Our policy—"
Rebellion was in Viola's heart as she cuttingly interrupted.
"You speak as if we were in league to cheat him out of something. You have always told me that my powers were dedicated to the good of the world, but lately you talk as if they were dedicated to your personal advancement in some way. Now, which do you really mean?"
He saw his mistake. Once or twice before he had met her complete opposition, and he feared it. His voice suppled, became persuasive.
"I mean, Viola, that in entering upon a great contest, one whose issue is to electrify the civilized world—"
"I don't believe it. What does the world care about a little speck of humanity like me? Professor Serviss is nearer right when he says that converting people to any creed is a thankless task. Ask grandfather to let me live my own life. He listens to you. Tell him I'm tired and—"
"He has promised to be easier on you after we have won our battle."
"But I dread the battle. Oh, how I dread it. Professor Serviss says we will lose."
Clarke broke in sharply.
"Please don't quote what Serviss says. His view is that of the worldly wise materialist. You should listen to my advice, not his."
"You said you were anxious to have him on the committee."
"Yes, because I thought his name would count and that he could bring Weissmann. But now I distrust him. He is too bigoted."
As he continued in this strain, he stood in dark contrast to Morton, and the girl could not but wince under the revelation he was unconsciously making.
"Anthony, you have talked in that strain ever since we came east. Nothing but using people, all the time. You've been constantly running after those who could be of use to us, and I don't like it. Every word you're saying now makes me doubt your sincerity. I was ashamed of you tonight. I am ashamed of you now. How can I respect you when you say things like that?"
He again tacked.
"I do all for the furtherance of our faith. To do our work we must have authority. It is always necessary to make a big stir in the world in order to do good. Think of Christ defying the money changers and making a scene in the temple."
She pursued her way.
"It's the tone of your voice that scares me. You're a different person since we came here. You've been harsh and cruel to me."
Her voice choked, and yielding to a flood of doubt, she cried,
"I've lost faith in you. This ends it all. I will never marry you. I don't care what my guides say. I daren't trust myself to you. Now, that's the truth."
The mother was aghast.
"Why, Viola Lambert, what a terrible thing to say."
"I can't help it, Mother. That is my decision."
Clarke blundered a third time.
"I won't release you. This mood is all the influence of those accursed pagans we have just left. That man Serviss has been an evil influence upon you from the very first. He has no God in his heart. You must keep away from that home. It is destructive."
"It is not,"
she retorted fiercely.
"It is beautiful and honest and sane. And I'm going there as often as they will let me. And I'm going to leave the Pratt house tomorrow. I will not stay there another day."
"There are others to be consulted about this,"
he grimly answered.
"You have tried playing truant before."
She was now in full tide of revolt.
"I am going to leave that house if I fall dead in the streets. I am going if they choke me black in the face."
He sneered.
"I know where you are going."
At this moment she hated him and everything he stood for, and her voice was hoarse with her passion.
I don't care what you say or what you do. I will not be hounded and driven around like a slave by you or Simeon Pratt any longer. I am going to have a little life of my own if they tear me in pieces for it.
This outburst, so much more intense than any which had preceded it, alarmed Clarke and appalled Mrs. Lambert, who took her daughter in her arm with soothing words and caresses.
There, dearie. Don't worry. Don't excite yourself. Father will not insist on your doing anything that will be harmful. He will protect you.
The girl, sobbing in reaction, bowed to the maternal bosom, feeling once more her own helplessness, receiving no help from her mother's sympathy, which was merely superficial. Her only hope of release lay in the strong, bright, self-reliant, humorous people she had just left, those to whom her grandfather and his band were less than shadows. They alone could save her from the despairing madness which she felt creeping upon her like a beast in the night. Her nerves, strung to dangerous tension, gave away utterly, and Clarke, realising this, ceased to chide, and the ride ended without another word. Pratt, who had been waiting for hours with the angry impatience of senility, met them at the door, truculent as a terrier.
What time of night do you call this?
He asked with insulting inflection. Mrs. Lambert answered,
I'm very sorry, but we had a sitting, and it took longer.
A sitting?
He faced Viola.
What did you do that for? I told you I don't want any sittings given unless I was present, and you promised not to give any.
I did not,
she replied, lifting a tear-stained but imperious face to him.
Well, Clarke did.
Clarke hastily interposed.
The chief control asked for it, said he wanted to talk to some of those present.
I don't care what the chief control said.
Viola, thoroughly roused, now faced him pale and scornful.
What right have you to ask where I've been or what I've done? I am not your servant, nor one of your poor relatives. You seem to forget that. I will not be your guest another day. I'd leave this house this instant if I could. I came here against my wish, and I will not be insulted by you any longer. I wish I had never seen you.
And with haughty step she started to pass him. He put out a hand to stay her.
Hold on now.
With flashing eyes and a voice that smote him like a whip, she cried out,
Leave me alone, please.
He fell back against the wall, and she passed on and up the stairway, leaving him leaning there in dismay, his jaw lax. The mother hastily followed, and as the door closed behind them, Viola turned with blazing eyes.
This is horrible, disgraceful. I hope you enjoy being treated like that. How can you endure it? How can you ask me to endure it? If Anthony Clarke possessed one shred of real manhood... But he hasn't. He's so selfishly bent on his own plans he's willing to let me suffer anything. I'm done with him, Mother. You needn't try to find excuse for him. I don't see how I endured him so long. He must never touch me again.
Don't do anything rash, child.
Will you submit to more insult? You can stay on till you're ordered out of the house if you like, but I will not.
But you know they advise it.
The girl turned, a new tone in her voice.
There now, Mother, we come back to that again. I am tired of hearing that. If they insist on our staying here, I will be sure they are the voices of devils, and not those they claim to be. I don't believe my father would ask me to stay in a house where the very servants sniff at us. I don't believe he would let Anthony make use of me in this way. Professor Serviss calls our faith a delusion, And tonight I almost hope he's right. I have lost the spirit of the martyr, and everything seems foolish to me.
Mrs. Lambert regarded her daughter with horror.
Child, some earthbound spirit has surely taken possession of you.
I hope it will stay till tomorrow, till I get out of this house,
she replied, and went to her own room without a good-night kiss, leaving her mother hurt and dismayed. A few moments later, Clarke knocked at the sitting-room door.
Julia, here's a message I want you to give to Viola.
As she opened to him, he faced her, pale and tremulous, all his anger, all his resolution gone.
She was unjust to me,
he said humbly.
Take her this.
He extended a folded leaf of paper in a hand that partook of the pallor of his face.
You poor boy,
she exclaimed, her heart wrung by his suffering.
You mustn't mind what she said. It was only a girlish pet.
Mother,
he cried passionately.
To lose her now would kill me. She is my hope, my stay, my God. She has stabbed me to the heart tonight. Did she mean it? She can't mean it.
She patted him on the shoulder.
Go to bed, laddie. It's only a mood. She will be all sunshine tomorrow. It's only a reaction from a wearisome day. Be patient and don't worry.
She tortured me deliberately,
he went on wildly.
She let that man take her hand. She smiled at him in a way that set my brain on fire. I tried to be calm. I didn't intend to speak harshly, but I wanted to kill him when he said good night to her. May God eternally damn his soul if he tries to steal her from me.
She recoiled from his fury.
Tony, what are you saying?
I mean it. Do you think I will submit to his treachery? I told him she was mine, and yet he took her hand. He leaned to her. He looked into her face.
His eyes blazed with such wild light that the gentle woman shrank and shivered.
Tony, you are letting your imagination run away with you. Go to bed this instant,
she commanded, in a voice that trembled. He went away at last, weeping, miserably maudlin, almost incoherent, and when she closed and locked the door upon him, she dropped into a chair, for the first time since her husband's death, gave way to tears of bewilderment and despair. Chapter 16. The House of Discord. Surely Simeon's house that night was a place of tormenting and tumult, the meeting place of spirits whose dispositions were too evilly fully inclined, and of mortals whose natures were upon the edge of combat. Viola, in full revolt, would not even permit her mother to come to her. Clarke, in an agony of love and hate, paced his room or sat in dejected heap before his grate. Mrs. Lambert, realising that something sorrowful was advancing upon her, lay awake a long time, hoping her daughter would relent and steal in to kiss her good night. But she did not, and at last the waters of sleep rolled in to submerge and carry away her cares. Viola, made restless by her disgust of Pratt, as well as by her loss of respect and confidence in Clarke, did not lose herself till nearly dawn. Her mind was at first busy with the past, filled with a procession of the many things he had done to enrich her life. She was troubled by the remembrance of the grave, sad courtesy of his intercourse in the days just following his wife's death. At that time, his kindly supervision of her music, and his suggestions for her reading, had given him dignity and romantic charm.
He was nice then,
she said to herself.
If only he had stopped there.
When he fell at her feet in the attempt to rouse her pity, he had been degraded in her eyes. His whole manner towards her became that of suppliant, beseeching the guides to sanction their ultimate union. She burned with shame as she thought of her tacit acquiescence in this arrangement.
You have no right to interfere with such things,
she now said to the invisible ones.
I do not love Anthony Clarke. I don't even respect him any longer.
He had, indeed, become almost as offensive to her as Pratt, and the picturesque, soulful presence which he affected was at the moment repugnant. In contrast to the young scientist, he was mentally and morally sick, and the world which he inhabited, and which she shared with him, hopelessly askew. Of this she had a clear perception as her mind recalled and dwelt upon the taste, the comfort, the orderly cheer of the Serviss home.
We never made the spirit world so awful. Mamma did not take such an excited view of it all. What has produced this change in us? Tony has. He has carried us out into a nasty world, and he has set us among frauds and fanatics, and I will not suffer it any longer.
She did him an injustice, but she was at the same time right. Mrs. Lambert, left to herself, would have kept a serene mind, no matter what the manifestations might be. With her the world of spirit interpenetrated the world of everyday life, and the one was quite as natural as the other, and of helpful, cheering effect. She had remained quite as normal in her ways of thought as when in cholera, and aside from her dependence upon the spirit world for guidance, would not have seemed at any point to be akin to either fraud or fanatic. At last the girl's restless mind, cleared of its anger, its doubts and its doles, came back to rest upon the handsome, humorous, refined face of young Dr. Serviss. She felt again the touch of his deft, strong hands, and heard again the tender cadence of his voice as he said,
I hope you are not in pain. We will release you very soon.
She dwelt long upon the final scene at the table, when with a jesting word on his lips, but with his love in his eyes, he took her hand to remove the marks of her bonds, and the flush that came to her was not one of anger. It rose from the return of her joy of those few moments of sweet companionship. How sane and strong and safe he was.
He does not believe in our faith, but he does not hate me. How Dr. Weissmann loves him. They are like father and son.
Thinking upon these people and their home, with their griefs, their easy offhand penetrating comments, their laughter filling her ears, the girl grew drowsy with some foreknowledge of happier days to come, and fell asleep with a faint smile upon her lips. She woke late to find her mother bending over her, and lifting her arms, she drew the grey head down to her soft young bosom, and penitently said,
Mamma, forgive me. I am sorry I spoke as I did. I am not angry this morning, but I am determined. We must go away from here this very day.
The mother did not at once reply, but when she spoke her voice trembled a little.
I guess you're right, dearie. This house seems like a prison to me this morning. But what troubles me most is this. Why do Maynard and Father permit us to stay here? I am afraid of Mr. Pratt. Everybody says he will make us trouble, and yet our dear ones urge us to remain.
Mamma,
gravely replied Viola,
I want to tell you something that came to me this morning. I wonder if what grandfather says is not made up of what Pratt and Anthony want.
What do you mean, child?
asked the mother, sitting back into a chair and staring at her daughter with vague alarm.
I mean that grandfather, strong as he seems to be, is influenced in some way by Tony. He goes against my wishes and against your wishes, but he never goes against Tony's.
The mother pondered.
But that is because Tony is content to follow his will.
The girl lost her firm tone.
I know that interpretation can be given to it, but today I feel that it is the other way. And besides, it may be that grandfather doesn't realize all our troubles.
The mother rose.
It's all very worrisome, and I wish some change would come. I dread to meet Mr. Pratt, but I suppose I must.
Don't go down. I don't intend to see him again if I can avoid it. Ring for your coffee and take your breakfast here with me this morning.
No, that would only make him angry. I'll go down.
I don't care what he says, Mamma. I shall do as I like hereafter.
With this defiant reply ringing in her ears, Mrs. Lambert went slowly down the stairs to find the master of the house, sullen, sour, and vindictive, breakfasting alone in his great dining room. As she timidly entered, he looked up from his toast with a grunt of greeting, and Mrs. Lambert, seeing that his resentment still smouldered, stopped on the threshold, pale with premonition of assault. She would have fled had she dared to do so, but the maid drew a chair for her, and so she seated herself opposite him in silence.
"Where's that girl?"
he asked harshly.
She is not feeling very well this morning, so I told her she needn't come down to breakfast.
He grunted in scorn.
"What happened over there last night? Everybody seems upset by it. I want to know all about it. You had a sitting, did you?"
Yes.
"Whose idea was that? Clarke's?"
No, Father wanted to speak with Dr. Serviss and Dr. Weissmann.
Weissmann was there, was he? What did he say?
He seemed impressed.
What happened?
Father came, as usual.
I mean, what happened outside the séance? Something set that girl against me and upset Clarke. I want to know what it was."
I don't think anything was said of you at all.
"Yes, there was. You can't fool me. Somebody warned that girl against me. The whole thing seems funny to me."
By funny he meant strange.
"You go away from my house for a dinner against my will, leave me in the lurch, and come home at 1 o'clock in the morning with faces that would sour milk. And now here you are all avoiding me this morning. It just convinces me that if we're going to carry on this work together, we've got to have a definite understanding. You've got to stop going to such houses and giving séances without my permission. I won't have that under any conditions."
Clarke, who had appeared at the doorway, a worn and troubled spectre of dismay, now put in a confirmatory word.
You are quite right, Simeon. That house reeks with the talk of wine-bibbers and those who make life a witticism. Such an atmosphere profoundly affects Viola.
Pratt glowered at him with keen, contemptuous glance.
"You look as if you had been drawn through a knothole. What happened to you?"
As Clarke did not reply to this, he took another line of inquiry.
"About the sitting, what was the upshot?"
It was a very remarkable test sitting and seemed to make a profound impression. The conditions were severe.
"Why was I left out? That's what I want to know."
"That's what puzzles me. MacLeod, who promised us never to have a circle without you, insisted on sitting there."
"How do you know he did? Did he write or speak to you?"
"No, he impressed the psychic."
"I don't trust that girl in such a house. Did you talk with Weissmann about heading the committee?"
"Yes, but—"
He hesitated.
"They both insisted that if they took the matter up, both of us must be excluded."
Pratt bristled.
"And you consented to that?"
"I did not. I insisted that the sittings take place here and that we be present. They would not listen to that, so I think I'll go ahead on my program and decide upon the personnel of the committee afterwards."
Pratt regarded him fixedly.
"I'm not sure I like your program, my friend. I've been thinking it over lately, and I've just about come to the conclusion that you'd better not issue that challenge."
"Why not?"
Pratt snapped like a peevish bulldog.
Because I don't want it done. That's all the reason you need. I've never made any concessions to reach these damn scientists, and I don't intend to begin now. You are planning to involve us in a whole lot of noise and sensation, and I don't like it. Furthermore, I don't intend to submit to it.
Clarke was too irritable to take this quietly, and his eyes blazed.
You're very sensitive all at once. When did you reach this new point of view?
Never you mind about that. I've reached it, and I intend to maintain it. Why, you simple-minded jackass, these scientists will eat you up. They'll make a monkey of me and disgrace the girl. They'll pretend to expose her. The press will be on their side, and I will be made the butt of all their slurring jibes. I won't have it.
You're too nervous about the press,
replied Clarke loftily.
You're all wrong about the papers. They'll take a malicious joy in girding at the scientists as the men who know it all. They'll have their fling at us, of course, but it won't hurt.
Oh, it won't? Well, it may not hurt you. It's a fine stroke of advertising for you, but I don't need that kind of publicity. That's settled. Now, about this man Serviss.
He turned to Mrs. Lambert.
Is he married?
No.
I thought not. How long has he known Viola?
It's nearly 2 years since he came to Colorado, but he has only seen her a few times.
Pratt cut her short.
I begin to understand. You'd better not let him mix in here. He's too young and too good-looking to conduct experiments of this kind with your girl. If you had any sense, Clarke, you'd see that for yourself.
Clarke's expression changed. His cheeks grew livid with his passion, and his eyes burned with the same wild light that had filled them as he looked across the room at Morton, bending over Viola's hand. Pratt's brutal frankness had cleared his own thought and re-aroused his sense of proprietorship in the girl. Until that dinner came with its revelation, he had thought of Serviss merely as the scientist to be used to further his own plans. Now he knew him for what he was, a young and dangerous rival. With a sinking of the heart, he suspected him to be a successful rival. He rose from the table and left the room, and Mrs. Lambert followed him, fearful of what he might do in his rage.
Tony! Tony!
She called. He turned and faced her, his face set in horrible lines, his fists clenched.
I've been a fool,
he declared through set teeth.
Why didn't you warn me? I should have made her safely my own before I came east. She loves him, but he shall not have her. By God, he shall not. Where is she? Tell her I must see her.
She pleaded for delay, and at last calmed him, so that he left her and went to his room. She then hastened to Viola and locked the door behind her.
Viola, dear, get ready. We must leave this house at once,
she said breathlessly.
What has happened?
Asked Viola. Mrs. Lambert took time to think.
It was very disagreeable. They are wrangling again about that challenge, and about you.
About me? Yes, that's what wears on me. They wrangle about me as if I had no right to say what part I am to take. But it's all over, Mother. Unless Grandfather holds me by the throat every mortal minute, today I am going into the street.
A knock at the door startled them both, but it proved to be the maid, who said,
Here is a note from Mr. Clarke, miss. He said, be sure and bring an answer, miss.
The note was a passionate appeal for a meeting, but Viola wrote across it in firm letters.
No, it is useless.
And returned it to the girl.
Take that to him,
she said, careless of the fact that her refusal was open to the eyes of the messenger. When they were again in private, she said,
We'll go if we have to telephone the police to help us. And I'm going to wire Papa Joe to come and take us home.
You are cruel to Tony, child.
No, I'm not. He must understand once for all that I belong to myself. I never really cared for him. Deep in my heart I was afraid of him, and now he has grown so egotistical that he is willing to sacrifice me to his own aims, and I hate him. I will not see him again if I can avoid it."
The mother protested less and less strongly, for she was forced to admit that something fine and true had gone out of her idol, and that he now stood in a new and harsh light. All the hard lines of his face appeared to her, and his pallor, his deep-set eyes were those of a sick and restless soul. She no longer rejoiced at the thought of giving her daughter into his hands. Clarke was truly in a pitiable state of incertitude and despair. His oration, his interdicted challenge, his book, his religion, were all swallowed in by the one great passion which now flooded and filled his brain, his love for Viola.
"She belongs to me,"
he repeated, as he walked his room with shaking limbs, a dry hard knot in his throat, his eyes hot with tears that would not fall.
"She must surrender herself to me, finally, and now, today. I will wait no longer. She must leave this house at once. She must go as my wife. She is right. Pratt is a beast, a savage. He will rage. He will vilify us both. But we will defy him. Our guides will confound him. We are, after all, not dependent upon him. We can go on."
The maid, returning, handed him Viola's answer and went hastily out. He read it and reread it, till its finality burned into his brain, then dropped into a deep chair, and there lay for a long time in despairing stupor. Was it all over then? Was her final decision in that curt scrawl? She had returned his own note, as if with intent to emphasise her refusal to see him, and yet only a few days ago she had assented to all his plans, leaning upon his advice. What had produced this antagonism? What evil influence was at work? He rose on a sudden, fierce return of self-mastery, and went to Mrs. Lambert's door and knocked, and when she opened to him, demanded of her a full explanation.
"What is the matter? Is she sick, or is she hatefully avoiding me?"
"She's all upset, Anthony. Don't worry. She will see you by and by."
"She must see me. After what she said last night, I can't think. I am in agony. What is the matter with us all? Yesterday we were triumphant. Today I feel as if everything were sinking under my feet. She shall not leave me. I will not have it so. Tell her I insist on seeing her. I beg her to speak with me, if only for a moment."
"I will tell her you are here."
She left him at the threshold, a haggard and humble suitor, while she knocked at her daughter's door.
"Viola, child, Anthony is here. Let me in just a moment."
As he waited, the half-frenzied man noted the absence of certain family portraits and cried aloud poignantly,
"She is packing! She is going away!"
And when Mrs. Lambert returned, he seized her by the arm, his eyes wild and menacing.
"Tell me the truth. She is preparing to leave."
Mrs. Lambert looked away.
"I tried to reason with her, Anthony. I wanted her to sit for counsel. But she's so crazy to get away, she will not do it. She will hardly speak to me."
"She must not go. She shall not leave me. I will not permit her to go to him."
His voice rose as his lifted hand shook.
"Hush, Tony. She will hear you. Please go away and let me deal with her."
He lifted his face and spoke with closed eyes.
"Donald MacLeod, if you are present, intercede for me. Bring her to me. Command her to remain. You gave her to me. You led us here. Will you permit her to ruin all our plans? Stretch out your hand in power. Do you hear me?"
There was no answer to his appeal, neither tap nor rustle of reply. In the silence his heart contracted with fear.
Have you deserted me too?
Then his brain waxed hot with mad hate. His hand clenched in a savage vow.
I swear I will kill her before I will let her go to that man. Together we will enter the spirit world.
He sprang towards the door, but Mrs. Lambert, with eyes expanded in horror, caught him by the arm.
Tony, what are you doing? Are you crazy?
Her hand upon his arm, her face drawn and white with fear, recalled him to himself. He laughed harshly.
No, I'm not mad, but it's enough to make me so. I didn't mean it. Of course I didn't mean it.
You are dreadfully wrought up, Tony. Go out and walk and clear your brain, and by we'll sit for counsel.
In the end, she again persuaded him to return to his chamber, but he did not leave the house, neither could he rest. Every word the girl had said of his selfishness, his egotism, burned like poison in his brain. Had his hold on her been so slight after all?
She despises me. She hates me.
And in his heart he despised and hated himself. He cursed his poverty, his lack of resource.
Why am I, the evangel of this faith, dependent on others for revelation? Why must I beg and cringe for money, for power?
He was in the full surge of this flood of indignant query when Pratt shuffled into his room.
Some reporters below want to see you. I guess you'd better...
Clarke turned, the glare of madness in his eyes.
Curse you and your reporters. Go away from me. I don't want to be bothered by you nor by them.
Pratt stared in dull surprise, which turned slowly to anger.
What's the matter with you now?
He roared.
Damn you anyway. You've upset my whole house with your crazy notions. Everything was moving along nicely, till you got this bug of a big speech into your head. And then everything in my life turns topsy-turvy. To hell with you and your book. You can't use me to advertise yourself. I want you to understand that right now. I see your scheme, and it don't work with me.
He was urging himself into a frenzy, his jaws working, his eyes glittering, like those of a boar about to charge. All his concealed dislike, his jealousy of the preacher's growing fame, and of his control of Viola, turning rapidly into hate.
I don't know why you're eating my bread,
he shouted hoarsely.
I put up with you as long as I'm going to. You're nothing but a renegade preacher, a deadbeat, and a hypocrite. Get out before I kick you out.
This brought the miserable evangel to a stand.
I'll go,
he said defiantly.
But I'll take your psychic with me. We'll go together.
Go and be damned to the whole tribe of ye,
retorted Pratt, purple with fury.
Go, and I'll publish ye for a set of leeches. That's what I'll do.
And with this threat he turned on his heel and went out, leaving Clarke stupefied, blinded by the force of his imprecations. The situation had taken another turn for the worst. To leave the house of his own will was bad enough. To be kicked out by his host and to be followed by his curse was desolating.
And yet this I could endure if only she would speak to me, would go with me.
He fell at last into a deep gulf of self-pity. Yesterday, now so far away, so irrevocable, was full of faith, of promise, of happiness, of grand purpose. Now every path was hid by sliding sand. The world was a chaos. His book, his splendid mission, his communion with Adele, his very life depended upon this wondrous psychic. Without her the world was a chaos, life a failure, and his faith a bitter, mocking lie. With a sobbing groan he covered his face, his heart utterly gone, his brain benumbed, his future black as night. And yet, outside the window in reach of his hand, the spring sunlight vividly fell. The waves of the river glittered like glass and ships moved to and fro like butterflies. The sky was full of snowy clouds, harbingers of the warm winds of spring. Sparrows twittered along the eaves, and the mighty city, with joy in its prosaic heart, was pacing majestically into the new and pleasant month. End of Book 2, Chapter 16. Book 2, Chapter 17 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 17. When Doctors Disagree. At breakfast next morning, Morton took up the paper with apprehension, and though he found Clarke's name spread widely on the page, he was relieved to find only one allusion to the unknown psychic on whose mystic power the orator was depending.
"She has another day of grace,"
he said to himself, thinking of Lambert. All the way down to his laboratory he pretended to read the news, but could not succeed in interesting himself in the wars and famines of the world. So much more vital and absorbing were his own passions and retreats. So filmy was the abstract, so concrete and vital the particular. 1,000,000 children might be starving in India, 1,000 virgins about to be sold to slavery in Turkestan. But such intelligence counted little to a man struggling with doubt of the woman he loves, and questioning further the right of any philosopher to marry and bring children into a life of bafflement and pain and ultimate annihilation. This must ever be so. The particular must outweigh the general, and philosophers, even the monists, must continue to be inconsistent. The individual must, of necessity, consider himself first and humanity afterwards, for if all men considered the welfare of the race to the neglect of self, the race would die at the root and the individual perish of his too widely diffused pity. To be the altruist, one must first be the egoist, say the philosophers. To give, one must first have. The questions which filled this implacable young investigator's mind were these.
Is my love worthy?
And again.
Dare I, insisting on man's unity with all other organisms and subject to the same laws of extinction, entertain the idea of marriage? If the theories I hold are true, if the soul of a child is no more than the animating principle of the ant or the ape, and this I cannot deny, then of what avail is human life? By what right do men bring other organisms into being, knowing that they will only flutter a little while in the sun like butterflies, and die as unavailingly as moths?
Up to this time he had accepted with a certain calm pitilessness the most inexorable tenets of the evolutionists, and had defended them with remorseless zeal. But on this fair spring morning, with love for Viola stirring in his heart, he found himself far less disposed to crush and confound. He acknowledged a growing sympathy with those who mourn the tragic fact of death. All that he had read concerning clairvoyance, telepathy, hypnotism, and their allied subjects began to assume new significance and a weightier importance. He was annoyed to find himself profoundly concerned as to whether the power of suggestion was anything like as coercive as many eminent men believed it to be, and in this awakened interest he phoned Tolman upon reaching his desk, asking him to lunch with him at the club.
If there is anything in his philosophy, I want to know it,
he said, as he turned to his desk. He found no word from Lambert, and this troubled him.
If he does not come today, I must act alone,
he concluded, and attempted to take up his work, but found his brain preoccupied, his hand heavy. Weissmann came in late, looking old and worn. He too had passed a restless night. He nodded curtly to his assistant and set to work without reference to the sitting or the psychic, and yet Morton was very sure his chief's mind was as profoundly engaged as his own, and a little later in the forenoon he stopped at his desk and said,
"Lunch. With me, Doctor. I have asked Tolman, and I want to talk things over with you both."
Weissmann consented in blunt abstraction, and the work proceeded quite in the regular routine so far as he was concerned. Tolman was the farthest remove from the traditional mesmerist in appearance, being a brisk blonde man of exceeding neatness and taste in dress. He wore the most fashionable clothing, his hair and beard were in perfect order, and his hands were very beautiful. He was indeed vain of his slender fingers and gesticulated overmuch. His voice also was a little over-assertive, but his eyes were clear, steady and strong. As they took seats in the cheerful sunlit dining room of the midday club, the three theorists formed a notable group and one that attracted general comment, but their conversation would have astonished the easygoing publishers and professional men who were chatting at neighbouring tables. So full of interrogation and assertion was each specialist. As Tolman rose to speak to a friend at a table across the room, Weissmann confidentially remarked,
"I did not sleep last night, not a wink. I could not satisfy myself about those performances. Therefore I smoked and studied. Last night's test proved nothing to me, except that the girl had nothing to do with the phenomena."
The young man's heart glowed at these words, and he feelingly replied,
"To prove that would mean a great deal to me, Doctor."
Weissmann's tired face lighted up.
"So, then you are interested in her? You love her? I was right, eh?"
he asked, with true German directness. Serviss protested.
"Oh, no, I haven't said that. But it troubled me to think of her as a possible trickster. Please, don't hint such a thing in Tolman's hearing."
As the hypnotist returned to his seat, Serviss opened up the special discussion by asking him his opinion of the claims of spiritualists. This question threw Tolman into a roar.
"That from you and in the presence of Weissmann is a facer. What has come over Morton Serviss that he should invite me to a lunch to talk over a case of hysterical epilepsy and start in by asking my opinion on spiritualism? Come, now, out with the real question."
Serviss perceived the folly of any subterfuge, and briefly presented Viola's history, without naming her, of course, and ended by describing in detail the sitting of the night before, while Tolman ate imperturbably at his chop and toast, with only now and then a word or a keen glance. When the story was finished, he looked up like a lawyer assuming charge of a witness.
"Now there's a whole volume to say upon what you've told me, and our time is limited to a chapter. Make your questions specific. What point do you particularly want my opinion on?"
First of all, has the preacher in this case been controlling the girl?
"Undoubtedly, but not to the extent you imagine."
Has the mother?
"Yes, she has been a great and constant source of suggestion."
You would advise taking the patient out of her present surroundings, would you not?
"Yes, that would be helpful, but is not absolutely necessary. The essential step is to fill her mind with counter-suggestions."
Here he launched into an exposition of the principles and potentialities of hypnotism, and was in full tide of it when Weissmann interrupted to ask,
"But suppose these phenomena actually and independently exist. Suppose that they are not illusions but objective realities. How then will your suggestion help?"
This put Tolman on his mettle. He entered into a discourse filled with phrases like
secondary consciousness, collective hallucinations, nerve force,
wherein, while admitting that great and good men believed in the phenomena of spiritism, he concluded that they were over hasty in assigning causes. For his part, the realm of hallucination was boundless.
The mind has the power to create a world of its own. It often does so, and...
Here Weissmann again broke in.
You will enroll yourself with Aksakoff and von Hartmann and Lombroso?
Not precisely. They admit the reality of the appearances. I do not believe that the mind has the power to dematerialize objects, as in the case of your wine glass last night, which was a trick.
But the mind can produce a blister without external cause,
said Serviss.
You hypnotic sharps have proved that it can also deaden nerves and heal skin diseases, if not bone fractures.
Yes, we produce marvelous cures within the organism, but we draw the line at the periphery of the body. Telekinesis is to me the word of a lively fictionist.
One is as easy to believe as the other, and Crookes, Lodge, Lombroso, Tamburini, Aksakoff, von Hartmann all believe in the reality of these happenings,
retorted Serviss.
They differ only in their explanations. One party believes them due to disembodied spirits, the other relates them to the inexplicable action of a certain psychic force generated within the sitters and acting on objects at a distance. I am not yet persuaded of the phenomena, but I am progressing. I am willing to admit that these gentlemen are entitled to a respectful hearing.
Tolman resumed his own explanation, and after several premises and general statements, put a case.
For example, take automatic writing. You begin by placing a pad and pencil before the mind. That suggests writing, sets up a certain train of associated ideas. These ideas have the innate tendency to realize themselves, the will of the subject being weakened. This is why the left hand is often used. These ideas disassociate themselves from the rest of the mental organism and may, in highly developed cases, become what is called a secondary personality. They may give a weak imitation of discourse. They may assume a vague resemblance to some other individual, but they can never give a full statement or a new statement. This is why all these so-called spirit communications are so fragmentary and so futile. The cure of any such state is to set up a strong current of counter-suggestion.
Weissmann asked,
Is it not extravagant to say that there can exist in the unconscious mind of a young girl a skill so great as will enable her to draw intricate patterns, manipulate objects at a distance, and impersonate dead persons unknown to her?
But there you have passed into the region of hallucination or deceit.
I'm not so sure of that. I do not see how fraud or hallucination can come into the most of what we saw last night. I will admit that coming alone by itself, the test would have little weight. But it does not come alone. The literature of the subject is great and growing.
Tolman smiled.
Yes, the newspapers are filled with accounts of mediums exposed.
They entered then upon a discussion of the trance, and passed to a consideration of multiple personality, which brought out many singular facts.
We learned also,
Tolman said in discussion, of a certain case which he had studied,
that certain drugs have the power of arousing specific nerve centers, and that in cases of alternating personality, by flooding the brain with blood, we were able to bring back the normal self.
Doesn't that weaken your argument of the power of mind over matter?
Asked Serviss, profoundly interested in this assertion.
Not at all. It is my belief in the drug that influences the patient.
Serviss laughed and Weissmann's mouth twitched.
You cannot head them off, these modern mind specialists. They plunge into the subconscious like prairie dogs into the sod, only to come up at a new point.
Tolman's interest in the unknown psychic was now keen, and he asked for a chance to try his powers. To this, Serviss was strongly averse.
I have never had a chance at a case of this kind, and I would very much like to experiment. Perhaps I may need you, but if suggestion is what you claim it to be, if the power is really in the mind of the subject, I can arouse it as well as anyone. But as a believer in matter, I would like to ally myself with the drug you mention.
Very well. Here is the prescription.
He jotted down on a card a few hieroglyphic phrases.
And now I must hurry away. I'm sorry, but I have an engagement.
Serviss took his hand cordially.
I'm glad to have had this talk with you. It has suggested a new train of thought to me.
If you need me on the case you mentioned, be sure to let me know. It sounds mighty interesting, and I'd like a hand in it.
After Tolman left, Weissmann remarked,
There is a school of thinkers which believes that exceptional individuals may have the power to effect molecular changes in matter at a distance.
Yes, I know that. I spent most of the night reading the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research, in which that theory has a large place.
Well, may it not be that Miss Lambert has this power? May it not be that she is able in some such way as that suggested by Lombroso, to impart cerebral movements to the ether, and so modify matter as to produce movement of objects, telekinetic writing, and all the rest of it?
That is too violent an assumption. We might as well surrender to the spiritist at once. What evidence have we that Clarke did not rise and tiptoe about the room manipulating the horn himself?
We have our own observation, joined to the report of Crookes and Richet.
But Crookes is discredited on this score. He belongs to what Haeckel calls the imaginative scientists. So do von Hartmann, Lombroso, Wallace, and Lodge.
Why should that be? Why should we accept their testimony on gases and the spectrum, and exclude it when it comes to a question of phenomena new to us? This man is a great chemist and physicist, you say, but a crazy ass when he sets to work to examine the claims of spiritism, which is absurd and unjust. So far as I can see, he examines the phenomena of spiritism quite as a scientist should.
Morton believed that his chief was taking the opposing side out of perversity and replied,
I admit that as you read, they seem reasonable, and I also admit that the experiments with Eusapia, especially the recent ones, ought to be conclusive to my mind, but they are not. That is the singular thing. They do not convince.
That is because we do not clear our minds of prejudice. These men are far-sighted and profound in their own lines. They have exposed themselves to sneers by going into these new fields. They are to be honored as pioneers. Why not believe the phenomena they discuss are at least worth our attention?
That is Clarke's plea.
Precisely. And he is right. I am less critical of him today than I was last night. He gave his psychic over into our hands. What more could we ask?
He might have absented himself.
He may do that next time.
No, he was furious when I suggested the idea.
My interest is awakened. It may be, as Clarke says, that this young lady is about to give the world of science a new outlook. It may be that she is to outdo Home and Eusapia.
Morton's face was cold and his voice firm as he said,
Not if I can prevent it. My zeal as an investigator does not go so far as that. I intend to free her from all connection with this uneasy world, and to that end I have wired her stepfather to come on, and with his assistance I hope to end Clarke's control of her, and set to work upon the cure she expects of me.
Weissmann smiled indulgently.
The scientist is defeated by the lover. I see. You would exclude all others from the sitting. Very well. That shall be as you wish. But it seems a shame now when we have such a wonderful chance to duplicate the Crookes experiments. But as you say, it would be too much to ask of a young and lovely girl. We will sacrifice only men and the ugly crones, eh?
Morton smiled faintly, and his chief went on.
Well now, in case you find yourself sitting...
He held up a warning hand.
I say, if you find yourself unable to stop these trances...
I have no doubt of that, provided I can take her out of her present associations.
Very good. I was about to say that all, or nearly all, of the phenomena of last night took place within a limited radius of the psychic. The books all came from behind her, the horn hovered near her, all of which would support the arguments of the psychic force advocates. Lombroso and Tamburini both suggest that it is not absurd to say that possibly the subconscious mind may be able not merely to transmit energy, but to produce phantasmal forms. And I wondered last night whether there might not be some supernormal elongation of the psychic's arms, which might enable her to seize and manipulate the horn at a distance beyond her normal reach.
It is easier for me to believe that Mrs. Lambert did it. I am convinced that Clarke in some way played us false.
I am not sure of that. I am willing to grant that it is possible for the mind to alter the circulation of the blood, even to accelerate or decrease the upbuilding processes among the cells. If the mind can produce a pathological process like a blister, it can also remove warts or cancer, as the hypnotists of the Charcot school claim. If the mind can move a book or a pencil without the intervention of any known form of matter, then Clarke, as well as his psychic, may be innocent, and all that happened last night be due to thought transference and telekinesis.
The young man shrugged his shoulders.
To admit a single one of your premises would turn all our science upside down.
Weissmann smiled musingly.
So said the Ptolemaic philosophers when Copernicus came. Yet nothing was destroyed but error. They established the truth.
I didn't mean what I said exactly. I meant that the whole theory is opposed to every known law of physics.
I'm not so certain of that. I can imagine a subtler form of force than magnetism. I can imagine the mind reacting upon matter, creating in its own right by the displacement and rearrangement of the molecules of the substance, say of wood. What is a wine-glass but an appearance? No, it will not do to be dogmatic. We must not assume too much. We must keep open minds. Are we not advancing? Is anyone nearing the farther wall? No, my boy. Each year should make us less arrogant. 10,000 years from now, men will still be discovering new laws of nature, just as they were 10,000 years ago. It is childish to suppose that we, or any other generation, will know all that is to be known. Infinite research is before us, just as infinite painful groping is behind us. I do not assume to say what the future will bring to mankind. Perhaps soon, very soon, science will shift its entire battle line from matter to mind. To say the mind is conditioned in a certain way today does not mean that these conditions may not utterly change tomorrow. Great discoveries wait in the future.
But you would not say that a new way of squaring the circle would appear, or that perpetual motion...
Oh, no, error is not a product of enlightenment. I only say that the problem which is insoluble to you and to me may be quite simple to the biologist of the 22nd century. Once I thought I might come to know much of the universe. Now I am quite certain I shall never know but a few processes, never the mystery itself.
As the old man talked with the light of prophecy in his gaunt face, the young man's imagination took wing into the future. That mighty and alluring void, black as night, yet teeming with transcendent, potential unborn men and women. And his brain grew numb with the effort and his heart humble with the moment's prophetic glance. Aye, it was true. He in his turn would seem a child of the foolish past, a fond old man to the wise future. His complacence was lost, his faith in his authorities violently shaken. He recalled a line from Whitman.
Beyond every victory there are other battles to be fought, other victories to be won.
And his eyes grew dim, and his thought filled with reverence for those seers of the future, and with the awe of the inscrutable and ever-beckoning and ever-retiring mystery of life. His chief resumed.
No, we pretend to larger knowledge of living organisms, but how will our textbooks be regarded by the teachers of the future? Will they not read us and smile over us as curious mixtures of truth and error, valuable as showing the state of science in our day? Do you dream of solving the mystery of life, of bridging the chasm between the crystal and the non-nucleated cell? I do not. As I sat alone last night, unable to sleep, my eyes, they ran over the backs of the books on my shelves. They were all there, all the great ones, Laplace, Spinoza, Descartes, Goethe, Spencer, Hegel, Kant, Darwin, all the wonder workers. How masterful each had been in his time. How complacent of praise, how critical of the past. But here now they all stood gathering dust, and I thought, so will the unborn philosophers of the next century fold me up and put me away beside the other mouldy ones, curious but no longer useful? My book will be but an empty shell on the reef of human history. Of such cruelty are the makers of scientific advance.
Morton was profoundly moved by the note of pathos, of disillusionment in the old man's voice.
Would you have me believe that these men we doubt today are forerunners of the future?
I feel so. The materialists have had their day. Some subtler expression of matter is about to be given to the world, not as Kant gave it, but through experiment. And to men like Myers and Sir William Crookes may come great honour some day.
You would not have us weaken in our method.
Weissmann's manner changed. He resumed his most peremptory tone.
By no means. We must not relax our vigilant scrutiny of fact one atom's weight. But we must keep our minds open to new messages, no matter how repulsive the source.
Morton sat for a moment in deep study, then said,
If I fail to stop the public announcement of Miss Lambert's powers, if Clarke's challenge is issued in spite of my protest, I shall ask the privilege of heading the committee in order to be present and shield her. If it comes to this, will you join me and support me?
With pleasure.
But suppose the president and our board object?
What right have they to object? So long as I do not neglect my duties, they will not dare to object.
They will be scandalized. 2 of us going into an investigation of this sort will seem to involve the whole school, and they may insist on our keeping out of it, so long as we are connected with the institution. If they ask for our resignation, the public will side with us, but all other institutions, and probably the bulk of our colleagues, will go against us. I hesitate, therefore, to ask you to take up this work. It is not a matter of bread and butter to me. I can resign, and I am thinking this is my best plan. At the same time, I hope, for Miss Lambert's sake, that the public test will not be made.
Weissmann's shaggy old head lifted like that of a musing lion.
What is this opposition to me? I too can resign. What my colleagues say will not matter if I feel that I am advancing the cause of science. Their flames will scorch, but I have a thick skin. Besides, I am old, with only a few more years to work. And if I felt I could better serve the world by going into this investigation than by remaining in the one in which I am now in, I would gladly do it. I will not utterly starve.
Not while I am able to share a crust,
quickly exclaimed Serviss.
If they ask for your resignation, give it and come with me. Together we will found an institute for the study of the supranormal. What do you say?
Weissmann's eyes glowed with the quenchless zeal of the experimentalist.
My dear boy, I would resign now for that purpose, but I hope it will not be necessary for your sake.
They shook hands like two adventurers setting out on their joint exploration of a distant and difficult country. But this moment of exultation was followed in Serviss's mind by a sense of having in some way dedicated Viola to the advancement of science, rather than to the security of the fireside and to the joys of wife and mother. End of Book 2, Chapter 17. Book 2, Chapter 18 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 18. Lambert intervenes. Upon his return to his desk, Serviss was delighted to find a telegram from Lambert, stating the time of his arrival and asking for a meeting. There was a note of decision, almost command, in the wording of the dispatch, which denoted that the miner had taken his warning to heart and was prepared for prompt and authoritative action. The time of the train being near, Serviss closed the lid of his desk and took a car for the station, immensely relieved of responsibility, yet worn and troubled by a multitude of confused and confusing speculations. All the way to the depot, and while he stood waiting outside the gates, he pondered on the surprising change in Weissmann's thought, and also upon the momentous covenant between them. More than ever before, he felt the burden and the mystery of organic life. Around him flowed an endless stream of humankind, rushing, spreading, each drop in the flood an immortal soul, according to the spiritist, attended by invisible guardians, watching, upholding, warning.
And the whole earth swarms with 1 billion other similar creatures with the same needs, the same destiny. For after all, the difference between a Zulu and a Greek is not much greater than that between a purple-green hummingbird and a canary. And to think that this wave of man appearing today on the staid old earth, like the swarms of innumerable insects of June, is but one of 1 million other waves of 1 million other years. To consider, furthermore, that all those who have lived and died are still sentient. What a staggering, monstrous conception! Nor is this all. According to the monist conception, there is no line at which we can say, here the animal stops and the soul of man begins, so that ants and apes are claimants for immortality. If the individual man persists after death, why not his faithful collie? No, this theory will not do. It is far less disturbing to think of all these hurrying bipeds as momentary nodes of force, minute eddies on the boundless stream of ether.
The gates opened and another river of travellers, presumably from the great plains of the Middle West, poured forth, quite undistinguishable in general appearance from those which had preceded them, and dropping his speculation, Morton peered among these faces, not quite sure that he would know Lambert if he saw him. As a matter of fact, he would have missed him, had not the miner laid a hand upon his arm, saying quaintly,
"Howdy, Professor, howdy. What's the state of the precinct?"
He was quite conventional in all outward signs, save for his red-brown complexion and the excessive newness of his handbag.
"How are all the folks?"
he went on to ask, with a keen glance.
They were quite well when I saw them, but they need you. You're not an hour too soon.
Is it as bad as that?
He exclaimed anxiously.
What is it all about?
Wait till we reach a carriage. Then I'll put you in possession of all the facts,
replied Serviss, and led the way to a cab.
I am greatly relieved to see you today.
I came as soon as your wire reached me, but the messenger arrived during a big snowstorm, and the trail was impassable for a day. Now then, Professor, let's have the whole story, he said, as the driver slammed the door. Where are they, and what is the matter?
They are here in New York, housed with a man named Pratt, a wealthy spiritist, and they are in excellent bodily health, but your daughter is threatened with a publicity which is most dangerous.
How is that?
Clarke has decided to give an oration in the Spirit Temple announcing his faith and defying the unbeliever. As the climax of this discourse, he intends to announce your daughter's name and her willingness to meet any test. She objects to this publicity, but Pratt, your wife, and the guides all unite in forcing her into acquiescence.
I see,
said Lambert reflectively.
When does this speech come off?
Sunday morning at 11.
I reckon I can stop that,
was the miner's laconic comment.
But this is not the only danger,
Serviss hurried on to say.
This man Pratt is a rankly selfish old man, who is surrounded by flatterers and those who live off his desire to commune with his dead wife and daughters. He is accustomed to have his own private mediums and to appropriate their entire time and energy till he is weary of them, or till a new one comes to his knowledge. Then it is his pitiless habit to expose them and throw them into the street. He is the worst possible man for your daughter to know, and to be in his house is a misfortune.
How does she happen to be there?
Clarke took them there. He was eager to secure Pratt's endorsement of your daughter, and also of the book he is about to publish. Your daughter hates Pratt, and is very anxious to leave, but is afraid to do so for fear of him and of her controls. Pratt has threatened to denounce her if she leaves him.
Is he in love with her?
I don't think so. Not in the way you mean. He is bound up in her powers, and would do anything to keep her. But she must be taken away at once, and Clarke's oration stopped. I would have interfered, but I had no authority to act. Your wife is satisfied to remain, and the chief control, her father, insists upon their remaining, and Clarke told me last night that your daughter was his affianced wife. You can see how helpless I am, even though your daughter, in her normal mood, begged me to save her from madness. I regard her condition as very critical. To expose her to a public trial of her powers may unsettle her reason.
Lambert was profoundly moved by Morton's rapid statement.
What would you advise me to do?
Take her away from that house and Clarke's influence instantly, no matter if your wife opposes it.
Are we on our way there now?
Yes, we'll be there in a few minutes. My sister likes your wife and daughter, and has invited them to stay with her for a few days. This they have promised to do. I suggest, therefore, that you take them immediately to our home, and so get your daughter into a totally different mental atmosphere. This plan will give you time to decide on future action.
Do they know I'm coming?
No. I was afraid you might not come, and...
I'm glad you didn't tell them. I wanted to test whether that ghostly grandfather would inform them. I'm mightily obliged to you, Professor,
he said after a pause, and his eyes were moist with his emotion.
I never had a child of my own, and I'm fond of Viola. I've always resented this mediumistic business. She's too fine to be spoiled by it, but she wasn't mine, and Julia was so wrapped up in the faith I couldn't stop it. Then Clarke came, and Julia minded what I said no more than if I'd been a chipmunk. So I climbed into the hills and stayed there.
You believe in your daughter's powers?
In her powers, yes. But not in every voice that speaks through her. Have you attended any of her sittings?
We had one in my house last night. I laid the burden of the performance to Clarke. He was the juggler.
Oh, no, you're wrong there. I have cause enough to hate Clarke, but he's honest. No, the power is all in Viola. I've had those things go on with nobody but Julia and the girl in the room. No, Clarke is a crazy fool in some ways, but he don't cheat.
His words were so direct, so weighted with conviction, that their force staggered Serviss, causing him to doubt his new explanation. Tolman's generalisations ceased at the moment to convince. Lambert went on.
I suppose she is committed to him. She wrote me that she guessed she might as well. So long as she was a medium, nobody else would ever want her, or something like that. I feel guilty, I'll admit, but you see how it was. The girl belongs to Julia, and since Clarke came into the family, our correspondence has been pretty well confined to checks on my part and receipts on hers. But she's had plenty of money, Professor. There wasn't any need of her going into anybody's house. She could have gone to the best hotels.
I don't see how you could have acted differently,
said Serviss, with intent to comfort.
But I am sure that Viola,
he spoke the name with a little hesitation,
will eagerly go with you now. She begins to doubt Clarke, and to realize the fearful mental peril in which she stands.
That's what I don't understand, Professor. This spiritualistic faith is mighty pretty on the face of it, but it seems to unhinge people's minds. I've known 2 or 3 to go low-code with it. That's what kept me from interfering. It isn't for minors to monkey with. But I was in hopes that you would go into it. In fact, I was in hopes you'd got sort of interested in Viola, and she in you, and that you'd help her some way.
I am interested in her,
replied Serviss quickly.
And I want to help her. But so long as she is where she is, and acknowledges Clarke's claims, I can do nothing. Here we are.
As they drew up before the looming front of Pratt's house, the miner whistled.
Must be one of those Wall Street pirates we read about. Nothing spirit-like about this castle, eh?
Nor about its lord.
Why, this beats the Palace Hotel in Salina,
he continued, his wonder increasing. Then he smiled.
What'll you bet I don't catch the guides napping? You send up words you're here and leave me out of sight somewhere. I'd like to show Julia that her daddy doesn't know all that blows over the roof.
Again Serviss doubted the husband's ability to dominate the forces in opposition. So small and inoffensive did he seem, and so ill-timed was his joke. The coloured man, more funereally dignified than before, showed them into the reception-room.
I'm afraid the ladies are out, sir, but if you'll wait a moment, I'll see.
Be sure Mrs. Lambert gets my card,
said Serviss, with a note of warning in his voice. After the man left the room, he turned to Lambert.
Pratt has a habit of intercepting the cards of visitors and deciding who shall and who shall not see your daughter. He hates me and may order me out of the house.
As they listened, the master's deep grumbling vibrated through the ceiling.
You see, my card has gone to him, not to your wife. The old ruffian is probably giving instructions to have me shown the door.
To this Lambert made no reply, other than to say,
We'll soon know. The nigger is returning.
Some shade of the master's mood was reflected in the voice of the servant as he said,
The ladies are out, and Mr. Pratt is engaged.
He had the air of waiting for them to go.
Out, are they?
Remarked Lambert casually.
Then we'll wait till they come in. When did you say they'll return?
I didn't say, sir. Probably not till very late.
Is Clarke in?
I don't know, sir. I think not.
But your boss is in.
The man hesitated.
Yes, sir. but I told you he's engaged.
Lambert changed his tone.
Now see here, Charlie. You go right back and tell him that Joe Lambert of Fremont Basin is here on business, and would like to have a word with him if you don't mind.
The coloured man saw a light and visibly weakened.
I'll tell him.
He stammered and retired. Lambert followed him to the door and called after him in a clear tone.
You tell him to come down, or I'll go up. Now mind you say just those words.
Morton smiled with joy in Lambert's decisive utterance.
So much for having the authority, as well as the will to act.
Pratt appeared at the head of the stairs.
What is it now, Jenkins?
The gentleman insists on seeing you, sir. It's Mr. Lambert.
Stay where you are,
commanded Pratt.
I'll come down and see what's wanted.
Lambert, with quiet, upturned face, watched the master of the house descend slowly, step by step, and Morton, contrasting the two men, awaited the collision with rising apprehension. The Western man seemed so small, so inoffensive in manner, in contrast with the grizzled, insolent face of the sullen old man, approaching with heavy jaw set at a bulldog angle.
Well, sir, what is it?
He contemptuously inquired. Lambert waited so long that his questioner began to wonder, and then remarked quietly,
So you're Pratt?
I am.
Well, I'm Joe Lambert of Fremont, and I've come to relieve you of the keep of my wife and daughter.
Nothing could have been more telling, more admirable than his tone. Every word told, and as Pratt stood in a daze of surprise, Lambert turned to the servant.
Now, George, you try again. You tell Mrs. Lambert her husband wants to see her, and you may ask Clarke to come along. I want a word or two with him.
Wait,
called Pratt.
I want to know.
Lambert pointed a finger like a pistol.
You go.
And the man went. The Westerner then turned to the owner of the house and said,
Out where I live, a husband has some rights which he can enforce if he is minded to do so. I haven't looked after my family as closely as I might, but I'm going to do better hereafter. I believe my wife and daughter are in this house, and I intend to see them, and your wishes don't count in the matter. I'd advise you not to interfere.
Pratt began to retreat.
I didn't know.
But suppose you didn't. What right have you to supervise my wife's affairs? Why didn't you send Professor Serviss's card to her? What business had you to say she was out?
Pratt came down from his lofty pose.
So many strangers insist on seeing the psychic.
But Professor Serviss is not a stranger. And furthermore, unless my wife's mind has weakened, she is quite competent to turn down anyone she doesn't want to see. I can't understand why she is here, but I intend to find out. So long as she bears my name, I don't want her to be under any obligation to a man of your stamp.
There was power and a quiet dignity in the little man, and Pratt began to plead his case.
I've tried to make it comfortable for them, and help on their work.
Lambert looked up and down the splendid hall, and in a softer tone replied,
So far, I'm in your debt, but I don't like it. I am able to provide for my family, and I don't intend to share their supervision with you nor any other man. So far as I know, my wife still considers me the head of the family. Anyhow, that's what I'm here to find out.
Mrs. Lambert appeared at the head of the stairs and called in a tremulous voice,
Is that you, Joe?
It is, Julia. Come down.
Viola, with a cry of joy, left her mother's side and, running down the steps, flung herself into Lambert's arms like a frightened child.
Oh, Papa Joe, I'm so glad to see you.
Lambert was astonished by the warmth of her greeting, and while she hid her face on his shoulder, patted her awkwardly with soothing words of endearment, until at last she lifted her pale and tear-wet face and whispered,
Oh, it's been a terrible day. Take me away. Quick.
Lambert looked up at his wife.
Julia, what's been going on here? You both look like the dead.
Mrs. Lambert's face was wrinkled and haggard and wan, like that of one grown suddenly old, and Morton was aware that her serenity was utterly gone before she spoke. Her voice was weak and piteous.
I thought it was all for the best, Joe. I followed the guides.
Follow them a little longer, and you'll all land in the madhouse,
he replied. Then to Viola he tenderly said,
Don't you worry any more, girlie. Old Papa Joe's going to take you home.
Serviss spoke.
You're to come to us tonight. Kate expects you both.
At the sound of his voice, Viola turned with an impulsive reaching of the hands.
Oh, Dr. Serviss, that would be heavenly. I love your sister and her beautiful home.
Lambert issued his command.
Get your outfits together. I don't understand how you got here, but you're going to get out with me within the next half hour.
Viola's spirit rose like flame.
We're all ready, this moment. I sent our trunks away this morning. They went to the West Park. I'll be down instantly.
And she turned to run up the stairs, just as Clarke appeared at their head. His face was white and wild, and his voice hoarse with fear and reproach as he intercepted her.
What has happened? Who is below?
My stepfather,
she answered curtly, and fled away to her room. Mrs. Lambert was about to follow when she saw Clarke descending, and drew back with a look of appeal at her husband. It was evident to Serviss that her confidence in Clarke had given place to fear. During all this time, Pratt had been standing meditatively, swaying to and fro on his feet, chewing upon something which he held far back in his cheek. He resembled a sullen, chained, and vindictive elephant meditating murder. He watched Clarke descend the stairs with very little change of expression, but Lambert's face darkened as the minister called out.
What are you going to do?
That does not concern you,
he replied, and his voice cut.
Your control of my household stops right here. Julia, go get your things.
He laid an imperative hand on Clarke's arm.
Clear the way for her.
With a look of alarm, Mrs. Lambert started to follow her daughter.
Don't be harsh, Joe.
Then to Clarke she said pleadingly,
It's best, Anthony, for a little while. Viola is so nervous and morbid.
I know what it means,
he passionately answered.
It means the wreck of all my hopes. It means the ruin to all my plans.
Lambert again interfered.
Julia, get dressed. I will attend to Mr. Clarke.
As she hurried up the stairs, he turned to Morton in apology.
I've been to blame for this separation. I should have asserted my rights before. No man has the right to shirk his family duty. My duty was to look after the welfare of my wife and daughter, and now see their faces. This year has made Julia an old woman.
His voice choked. When he could speak, he addressed himself to Clarke.
You promised me that you wouldn't use the girl's name in any way. And yet I'm told you're about to publish it broadcast.
The control consents.
Here, Lambert's wrath broke bonds.
Damn the control. I don't consent. And I served notice on you, and on you too.
He directed a menacing look upon Pratt.
To respect the name of my wife as well as that of my daughter. Clarke has lived long enough in the West to know what I mean, but I'll explain to you.
He faced Pratt, and with easy, almost gentle utterance continued.
I've spent some 35 years on the border, where a man is called upon now and then to serve as his own judge, jury, and hangman. Perhaps we're a little prone to take matters into our own hands, but be that as it may, the professor here has posted me about you and your ways, and I merely want to state, once for all, that if you utter one word, public or private, against my wife or daughter, I'll kill you as I would a wolf.
The slow pulsing flow of the miner's voice, the absence of all oaths or justifying gesture, froze Pratt into immobility and thrilled Serviss with joy, for he too perceived that every word came from the heart of a very determined and very dangerous man. Clarke started forward.
You wrong me. Everything I have done has been for their good, for the good of the world.
Lambert stopped him with a gesture.
Right there you quit, my friend. I don't question your good intentions, but I'm sick of the whole crazy business, and so is Julia. Why, good God, man, she looks 10 years older since she left the valley. You've been nothing but a curse to her and the girl from the very start, and here is where your trail forks.
The preacher's hollow cheeks were ashen grey, and his throat thick with passion as he cried.
You can't do that. You must not separate us. I love her. She is mine. The spirit forces have promised her to me. They will resent your interference. They will override your puny opposition.
I take the consequences. They go, and you stay.
Clarke turned to Morton in a frenzy, his eyes flaming, his lips dry and contorted.
I see your hand in this. You stand there silent, but you are the machinator of this plot. You are stealing her away.
Be quiet,
commanded Morton, with a gesture towards the stairway.
Don't you see them coming?
Viola, fully dressed, and breathless with eagerness to flee, was hurriedly descending. As she neared him, Clarke cried out, with lamentable, despairing wail.
Viola! You are leaving me!
She gave him one awed, pitying backward glance and passed on, hurrying as if to escape his outspread hand, swift to outrun the inevitable tragic shadow of his faith. For an instant he reeled back against the wall, then sprang to follow, but the young scientist intervened and thrust him back.
Keep to your own trail,
he sternly said, and as he opened the door for the girl, she seemed to pass at once into the sunlit springtime world of common life. End of Book 2, Chapter 18. Book 2, Chapter 19 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 19. Serviss assumes control. At the carriage door, Mrs. Lambert halted, her heart sorely smitten by the vision of Clarke's agonised face.
Wait a moment,
she cried out.
We were too cruel. Let me say goodbye.
No.
Lambert replied firmly.
You are done with him.
And with these words he gently assisted her into the coach.
Get in, Professor,
he added, with a touch of the same command.
We must be moving.
With a succinct phrase of direction to the driver, Serviss complied, taking the front seat opposite Viola. He was horrified to find her shaking violently as if with cold, her face white, her eyes big and wild. Her physical rescue was accomplished, but it was immediately made plain to him that the invisible bonds which linked her to Clarke were being drawn upon with merciless power. For with the first motion of the vehicle, she fixed a look of terror and entreaty upon her mother, exclaiming huskily,
They are calling me. They will not let me go.
Lambert stared in helpless dismay as he realised the force of this inner struggle, but the young scientist, filled with fierce rage at this assertion of the dark forces, met them promptly in pride of his own resources, his own desire.
Give me your hands,
he commanded sharply. She obeyed like a child in a stupor of pain, her breath coming through her pallid lips with a hissing sound as if she were sinking each moment deeper into an icy flood. With both her inert hands in his, with love and mastering will in his eyes, he bent a deep piercing gaze upon her with intent to rouse her and sustain her.
You must not give way. You are too strong, too brave to yield to this delusion. You are clear of it all now, entering upon a free and happy life. Think of the new conditions into which you are going. Kate is waiting you. No one can control you if you set your will sharply against it. Remember the Marshall Basin and the splendid sunshine. You are leaving all hateful, evil influences behind.
In this way, he laboured to fill her mind with new conceptions, building up in her a will to resist, and as he felt the tremor die out of her hands, and saw the colour coming back into her face, he smiled with a sense of victory.
You see,
he resumed in triumph,
you are better. Your hands are warmer. You are breathing naturally again. Your enemies are being left behind.
It was true. The hunted, piteous look had left her eyes. She seemed drowsy, but it was the languor of relief. The vital force, the sanity, the imperious appeal of the man before her had rolled back the cloud of fear which had all but closed over her head. He released her hands, saying,
We must have no more backward glances. Remember Lot's wife.
Lambert, filled with satisfaction, laid a silencing hand upon his wife's arm. His faith in science, in the force of exact learning, was being met, and he was resolved to leave the hypnotist free to act, to control. Roused and confident, the young scientist continued his appeal, leaving her no time to dwell upon the past.
You are young,
he said in effect,
and it is spring. You are false to yourself if you permit yourself to lose through any such morbid imagining a single hour of joy. All depends on your own will, your own desire to be free. Henceforth, you are never to be sad or afraid. I will you to be happy, and you must obey.
She rose from the deep of her depressions as a lily rises from the sod after the trampling storm wind has passed. Her response to his call filled him with hope as well as with astonishment. It was as if he had torn from her throat the hands of some hideous beast, half man, half devil, and they entered Kate's home in such normal, cheerful relationship that no one could possibly have associated any hidden grief with either of them, not even with Mrs. Lambert, and Viola met her hostess with the gay spirits of an unexpected but confident guest. Kate was both amazed and delighted by their sudden irruption, and being eager to know all the details of their escape from the Pratt stronghold, hurried Viola and her mother away to their rooms, leaving Lambert in Morton's care.
Well, Professor,
said the miner when they were alone,
we made the break and won out. I reckon they're sidetracked now.
Yes, and I hope we are done with both Pratt and Clarke, but they'll both bear watching. Pratt I especially fear.
He's had his notice,
Lambert grimly replied.
As for Clarke, it looks as though even Julia has got enough of him. He looked like a man on the road to the madhouse, and I reckon she's convinced of it now.
I pitied him, but I do not feel that you are in any sense indebted to him. On the contrary, a large part of your daughter's slavery to the trance is due to his pernicious influence.
You must be something of an influence yourself, Professor. It was wonderful the way you brought her out of that trance. I never saw that done before. I reckon you must have some kind of mesmerism about you.
Not a particle more than you have. However, I should like to believe in my power to help her. In fact, I do believe that. It is really a question of her own will. The old idea of some subtle physical force or fluid passing from the operator to the subject is no longer held. It is not even necessary to make passes nor to put the subject in a trance. All we need to do is suggest to her that no one, not even her ghostly grandfather, can control her against her will. We must keep her mind full of bright and cheerful thoughts, and convince her that by leaving the Pratt house she has attained freedom.
I will do what I can,
said Lambert.
But I've seen her taken down so many times, I'm a little doubtful. She's in a bad way, I admit. It has its bad side as well as its pretty side, this religion. It unhinges a lot of people, and I reckon Clarke's a little off, or he wouldn't have got my folks into that mess.
Don't let Viola feel your doubt. Present a confident face to her. There is nothing supernatural in the world, nothing lying outside of nature or outside of law. Many diseases which were once considered demoniacal possessions we now know to be quite as natural as any other, in fact. Disease is only health gone wrong, and the mental disorder in which Viola now stands is certainly curable if we proceed properly and with confidence.
I'd like to have you say these things, Professor. They kind of fit in with what I've thought over all by myself out there in the mountains. I like the man who says such and such a thing is so-and-so because I can prove it. That's what science is, I take it. There's altogether too much guesswork about this spiritualistic religion. It needs some engineer like you to get down to the bedrock. Clarke is the kind of man who thinks he's on the vein when he ain't.
I'm giving it a good deal of thought, and maybe I will some day take up the experimentation, but not with your daughter as a subject. However, we'll discuss that later. You're tired, and I'll show you to your room and bath, and after you freshen up a bit, we'll discuss our next movement.
Lambert turned as he entered the room assigned to him, and said with deep feeling,
I'm trusting in you, Professor. I'm out of my latitude in this spirit enterprise. As I say, I've neglected my family since Clarke came into it, and it was all wrong. I should have asserted my rights. I don't blame Julia as much as I did. Women are kind of weak in some ways, more religious you may say, and Clarke got hold of Julia in a way that I couldn't understand. I didn't mind her thinking more of Waldron than of me. That's natural, we all have our first loves. But I couldn't stand Clarke's overbearing ways in my own house.
His voice grew firm.
Well, now, here I am with time and money. Tell me what to do, and I'll do it.
Morton's liking for the Western man was raised almost to affection, as he looked into his earnest, remorseful eyes and listened to his low-toned confession.
You may depend on my help,
he responded heartily, extending his hand in token.
Your stepdaughter interests me deeply. There is something for you to do, but I will not ask it now.
Yes, tell me, so I can be thinking it over.
Morton pondered a moment, then said,
I had a consultation today with a great nerve specialist, a man who uses hypnotism, or suggestion as he calls it, in his practice. He is perfectly sure that your daughter can be restored to mental health, but she must have a complete change of companionship and environment. He agrees with me that she must be separated not merely from Pratt and Clarke, but from her mother also. I need your help in this.
That will be hard on Julia,
Lambert slowly responded.
She hasn't much else but the girl and her religion.
He looked down at the floor.
Yes, that is a rough sentence, Professor. But I shouldn't wonder if you were right.
It must be done, Lambert, and the very best service you can render is to take your wife and go home, leaving Viola here in our care. But that can wait till after you are rested.
And with this final word, he closed the door and returned to his library to await Kate's return and her inevitable demand for the story of what had taken place. He took up one of the most recent books treating of suggestion and resumed consideration of a paragraph which had arrested him as if a hand had been placed upon his shoulder.
Suggestion does not limit or depress the subconscious self. It sets it free, exalts its powers, making it not something less, but something vastly more than the normal and the conscious self.
Could it be possible that Viola, in common with hundreds of other apparently well-authenticated cases, possessed the psychic force which Maxwell, Richet, and Lombroso recognised? The hypothesis, difficult as it was, profoundly inexplicable from every point of view, was, after all, less of a wrench to the reason, came closer to the frame of his philosophy than the claims of Crookes and Wallace. To accept the Spiritist faith, even as a working hypothesis, was impossible to his definite type of mind. If these raps, movements, voices could be related to the working of the subconscious mind, or as Myers called it, the subliminal self, then the power of the hypnotist might be able to control their order and to a certain extent their character. They were not signs of a diseased brain, according to Myers again, but were the manifestations of a power scattered here and there among men, without system, without known law. Maxwell, agreeing with this, ends by saying,
These mysterious phenomena are due, therefore, neither to spirits nor disease, but to a perfectly natural force lying within the minds of the sitters and exercised by the psychic.
He had already derived much hope from the monumental work of Myers and his school. Hundreds of cases of hallucinations, alternating personality, hysterio-epilepsy, and other kindred apparent abnormalities had been studied by means of hypnotism, and certain processes inhibited or set going at the will of an operator. The latest word of these masters was most heartening. They had demonstrated that the trance was no longer a necessary part of hypnotism, that the subject would not follow out in trance any improper or criminal suggestion which he would not do in conscious state, and
there is no great physical difference between the normal and the hypnotic state.
He read,
The real mental difference lies in the temporary removal of motives tending to counteract the suggestion, and this removal does not imply an inhibition of faculty, but an actual extension or liberation of faculty.
In fine, these men agreed that the mind, reaching back by its very structure to the beginning of organic life, was limited by consciousness to a comparatively small number of its potentialities, whereas its subliminal life, on the contrary, was infinite and unsearchably subtle. All minds partook in varying degrees of these baffling powers, but only now and then, through unusual favouring circumstances, was the brain able to manifest its depth and subtlety. Sickness, sleeplessness, physical shock, some accidental series of events now and then permitted a display of these hidden acquirements, and therefore the individual was marked as abnormal, possessed, according to the ancient view, by angels or devils. Others still, by putting themselves deliberately into the study, had been able to subordinate the conscious mind, little by little liberating their subliminal forces by practice, attaining thus almost miraculous powers. In this way, the medium became clairvoyant, clairaudient, telekinetic. In other cases still, as in Viola's case, this subordination of the supraliminal self had been accomplished by the suggestion of others, by submission to the will of others. He had been profoundly instructed by Tolman's account of a case of alternating personality which he had studied with so much care. The fact that the secondary self appeared when the subject's life seemed at a lower ebb, and when the cerebral centres were sparsely supplied with the life current, and the further fact that the use of a certain substance which stimulated, without poisoning, the higher brain centres, was able to bring back the primary or supraliminal self, was of the utmost value. It threw a flood of light upon Viola's condition. For had she not in her trance become inert, cold, and almost without pulse? He had provided himself with this drug, and as he studied its appearance in the phial, so minute, so colourless, so helpless in its prison, he felt once again the mystery of matter, and smiled to think how childish was the popular conception of the physical universe as something dead and inorganic. Nothing is more mysterious.
The office of this drug can be twofold. It has the power in itself to flush the cerebral centers with fresh blood, and it can also serve as a point of support for the suggestion I am about to give. It does not really matter whether she has any phase of what they call mediumistic power or not. To rid her of her trances will liberate her from a belief in her ills, and that is the main consideration.
He found the greatest encouragement at this point in the many cases where perfect mental health had been restored by means of a complete change of mental stimuli.
All hypnotic methods,
he read,
have one thing in common, and that is the diversion of attention from the insistency of external surroundings. The hypnotic state has one broad characteristic, and that is the working of the subliminal consciousness in directions unusual in ordinary life. The way to help her is to cut off every suggestion which leads to the trance and to the thought of the dead, to center her mind on the serene, the busy, the sunny, thus flooding her brain with sights and sounds utterly disassociated with her past.
The realization that she was at last domesticated under his roof made her redemption seem easy, certain, almost accomplished. There remained only the painful duty of separating her from her mother. He could see that this would bring keen sorrow upon them both, but that if she could be brought to consider him in the light of her future husband, the change would seem less violent. For after all, it was the law of life which subordinated the claims of the mother to those of the husband.
At any rate, the issue is now clear in my mind. A powerful chain of suggestion has been formed and fastened upon her by her own mother and by Clarke. That chain must be broken. It is broken in Clarke's case, and no matter what the pain, the fear this course may cause the mother, it must be pursued in order to restore Viola to health.
He passed from this to a forecast of the radical changes in his own life which an avowal of love would make, and his mood chilled. He had always imagined the announcement of his engagement falling into a sober and decorous paragraph among the society notes, and had figured himself receiving, with dignified composure, the congratulations of his associates and club fellows. He had never considered the possibility of shrinking from these publicities, nor fancied himself in the light of finding excuses to justify or explain his marriage. He now clearly foreheard the comment, the surprise, the opposition of his family. He pulled himself up short with a word of derision at the length to which he had permitted his mind to run.
All this for the future. The immediate question is, can she be freed from her bonds?
He was deep in his book when Kate entered with excited greeting.
Morton, do you know that those women have been locked in their rooms all day for fear of Clarke and Pratt? Well, they were. Clarke has gone stark mad with jealousy, and even that besotted mother was afraid of him and admits it. They would be there in that house prisoners this minute, only for you.
Don't lay your wreath on my head. Keep it for Lambert. Really, Kate, he was magnificent. Little as he is, he towered. I had no doubt of his willingness and ability to kill either Pratt or Clarke, and I don't think they questioned the integrity of his promise.
Kate's mind took a new turn.
She's broken with Clarke, thank heaven, but the mother clings to him in spite of all.
I am about to suggest to Mrs. Lambert that she go west with her husband, leaving the girl in your care for a little while.
I wish they would.
She must be freed from even her mother's presence for a while. That is, if they really want to have her cured of her trances.
I see,
said Kate thoughtfully.
The mother is so closely associated with all that tapping.
Precisely. I wish, when Mrs. Lambert is rested, you would ask her to let me see her here. I want to talk these matters over with her in private.
They're both lying down, but I'll tell her when she rises. Don't do anything rash,
she added, with a reaction towards caution which amused him.
You may trust me.
She came back a few steps and hesitatingly said,
For, after all, Morton, the girl is abnormal.
So are we all, under abnormal conditions. I am going to see if I can't so change the current of her thought that she will forget her besetments. And you must help me.
She's shockingly pretty, and it will be very dangerous having her beneath your very roof.
She gave a warning backward look.
How dare you permit it?
I am a very brave man,
he replied, with a smile and an inflection that puzzled her. End of Book 2, Chapter 19. Book 2, Chapter 20 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland, Book 2, Chapter 20. The Mother's Faith. Mrs. Lambert entered timidly, her gentle face sadder and its lip line firmer than he had ever seen it. It was evident that the experiences of the last few days had touched her and shaken her. Up to this time Morton had considered her as a genial but rather negative personality, a soul naturally subordinate to others. But she now rose to an importance in his life which made her real self of the highest significance. His first glance was one of sincerest admiration. Doubtless she had once been as slender and quite as tall as her daughter, and though increasing age and weight had combined to rob her of height and grace, she was nevertheless still a distinctly commanding figure. Her head was nobly fashioned, her eyes a candid blue, and her glance clear and unworn in its appeal. Altogether he could not but acknowledge in her a mother of which no man need be ashamed, and in this spirit he met her and invited her to a seat.
Mr. Lambert and I have been talking of the mountains today,
he began.
I wish we were on our way out there this moment, for I am tired of the city.
She brightened under his smile.
I wouldn't mind going home at once, but I know Viola would be disappointed. She has seen so little of the city. And then, Mr. Clarke...
She broke off in some confusion, as if in sudden recollection of the chasm which had opened between the young clergyman and her daughter. He seized upon this allusion to say,
I did not think of including Mr. Clarke, Mrs. Lambert. I think you and your daughter have both had too much of him. I do not doubt his sincerity, but I am quite certain that he was leading you both into an abyss. I hope you will make the most of this chance to free yourself from his influence. I quite stand with your husband in that resolution.
Her face grew cold again.
As to that, I must wait for further illumination. These last few hours have been so disturbed, we are quite cut off from our guides.
You depend upon them. They are very real to you, are they not?
He spoke musingly.
They are just as real to me as you are, or anyone.
Did you not doubt their wisdom today?
She drew herself up.
Why should I?
They knew nothing of your husband's coming?
Oh, yes, they did. Only they couldn't communicate on account of Viola's mental condition.
Then with unshakable conviction she added,
If I doubted them, I should doubt everything.
I am sorry to trouble you. I am not one to needlessly destroy a comforting faith, and yet I confess I thought the time had come to invoke your husband's aid. It was in that spirit I sent the telegram.
I am very glad you did, although I had no fear. I knew my father would find the right way when the time came. Let me tell you, sir,
she replied, expanding in the warmth of his interest.
Before these revelations came to me, I had no real faith in God or heaven. The world beyond the grave was dark and cold. It seemed to me as if my little boy and my husband were in the cruel, wet ground. I couldn't feel that they had gone to Christ. But now the tomb is but a portal to the light. The spirit plane is as real as the earth plane, and filled with joyous souls. I can hear them sing sometimes when I hold Viola's hand, and the sound is very beautiful and very comforting.
I can understand that,
he answered, but quietly, critically, still studying her face.
It has a warmer charm than any other religion I know.
She went on eagerly.
I wish you could come to believe. Your sister said your mother and your uncle spoke last night. Why can't you accept the faith?
The young philosopher gained, as she spoke, a new conception of her character, and chilled with a growing sense of the difficult and ungracious task which lay before him. He began to perceive that her awe of him had kept her silent, thus concealing from him the spirit of the evangelist which he now saw she possessed. She counted more largely in Viola's development than he had hitherto granted. Her faith was solidly based on years of experience and was not to be easily moved. As she went on, he perceived that her daughter's mediumship was much more than a theory in her thought. It was, in fact, and a daily, almost an hourly necessity. He lost his last suspicion of her, and caught a glimpse of the larger aspect of her relationship to his future. She was deceived, of course, but she was honest in every fibre. He could not accuse her of the slightest deceit or falsification. In her lame way, she tried to argue the question, quoting the platitudes of the
inspirational speakers,
as well as the pompous phrases of her spirit father, while he listened courteously. When she paused, he said gravely,
My dear Mrs. Lambert, I can't leave you in any doubt of my position. I cannot for a single instant accept what happened last night as the manifestation of the disembodied. I cannot think that the phenomena exist. I must rather think they were performed by Clarke, or my sister, or Weissmann in joke.
She looked at him with an expression of horror, of incredulity, and he went on quickly.
Even if I admitted the fact of direct writing or the movement of the horn, I should not by any means be driven to accept your spirit hypothesis. There are men, and very great investigators, who would say that your daughter's trances, and all phenomena connected therewith, were pathologic, explainable on the grounds of some obscure neural derangement. I do not say this is the case, but I do say that if she persists in these practices, she will lose control of her mental faculties. I have had a consultation today with Dr. Tolman, a man who makes a specialty of such cases, and when I laid the whole matter before him, he and Dr. Weissmann both advised the immediate stopping of these trances.
We can't do that. They come from the other side. My father induces the trance, and it is entirely in his hands.
He fixed a keen look upon her.
Did it ever occur to you that the words of your guides were in reality but a reflex of the wishes of Pratt or Clarke?
How could that be when they came to me long before I even knew Anthony?
But was not the advice of a different quality at that time? Maybe your father yields to the will of living people when they are strong enough.
Oh no, quite the contrary. He opposes Mr. Clarke often. Sometimes he opposes us all.
I am perfectly sure that the voices that spoke to us last night were a subtle delusion, an emanation from our own bodies, or the work of the Joker. My reason repels them as spirits.
She smiled a little.
I think you scientific people go a long way round to explain a very simple thing. I have read some of the explanation of the way in which you think these phenomena come, but they are harder to understand than the thing itself. My father, my husband, and my little son are alive. I know that. No one can destroy that faith in me.
I do not wish to destroy that faith, only so far as it seems to threaten your daughter.
I am perfectly sure they know better what we should do than anyone on the earth plane. I cannot see why you people oppose the idea of the spirit world when it is so beautiful and could fill the world with hope. The Bible teaches it when you read it right. It is full of references to spirits. Did not Christ rise from the dead and manifest to his disciples?
And did he not cast out devils?
She was momentarily at a loss, but soon recovered.
But if you admit there are evil spirits...
But I don't. I said that merely to show you that a skeptic can quote Scripture to his purpose. There is no place in my philosophy for the supernatural.
That is what we believe,
she eagerly responded.
I used to be frightened by the things that happened to Viola, but now I know they are natural, just as natural as anything else. My loved ones are not far away. They are very near, but oh, so intangible. If I could only touch them.
In this was the cry of her soul. She deeply sighed.
I am growing old, and that means I live in the past more and more. When Walty comes, I can imagine myself as I was when we first went to the mountains. Robert means more and more to me, and all fear of the change is gone. Really, if it were not for Viola, I would like to go over to the other side tonight. The spirit plane seems so much more carefree and bright. This life is but a preparatory school, at best.
That is all wrong,
he decisively replied.
Very wrong. Even if your idea of the other world were right, you should not abandon your hold on this till your work was done. A general condition of mind like yours would stop all invention, all discovery, and especially all philanthropy. In fact, the only philanthropy would be murder. To end man's suffering here would be a duty. War would be a blessing, and disease a rescue. No, no, you must not talk like that.
Oh, I'm not really thinking of going. I feel that I must stay a little while longer to see Viola settled in life.
What do you mean by that? Do you mean married and happy, or do you mean given over entirely to the trance?
I suppose she ought to marry. She is very unhappy as she is.
Now, that is what I especially wanted to talk with you about. I have decided to ask your daughter to put herself into my hands, and I hope you will give your consent.
I shall be glad to have you take charge of her, Professor, and Father, I know, is anxious to have you head the committee.
Oh, I don't mean that. I mean something much more intimate, much more important.
This brought him face to face with himself and the decision over which he had agonized for so long, and for an instant he hesitated, then took the plunge bravely.
I love your daughter, Mrs. Lambert, and I want your permission to tell her so.
She drew back into her chair with a gasp of surprise and a look of alarm.
Oh, I didn't understand. I thought you meant... I don't know.
She was utterly at a loss for words, but he understood her.
Your hesitation is not flattering to me. I hope you don't absolutely distrust me.
Her embarrassment was pitiful.
Oh, no, indeed. But you are a skeptic. You don't believe in us. In her.
Oh, yes, I do.
And besides, she has been promised for 2 years to Tony, Mr. Clarke.
He grew a little hard at mention of the preacher's name.
But she fears and hates Clarke. She has broken with him. She told my sister that she was done with him forever. You will not ask her to marry a man she distrusts.
She flew to Clarke's defence.
That was only a mood, a lover's quarrel. He was all upset by Pratt and other things. I will not allow her to desert him when he is in trouble. He has been so much to us, and he is a noble character in spite of all.
All this is very disturbing to me,
he answered more humorously than he felt.
But, nevertheless, I also claim to be a noble character.
She began once more to realise his place in the world and his kindness to Viola.
I know that, Professor. I fully recognize the honour you do her and me. But she is not like other girls. She is set aside to do God's work, and ought not to marry at all. That is why the guides have given her to Anthony. He, too, is consecrated.
Dear Mrs. Lambert, you shock me when you say such things. I don't believe it is your daughter's duty to convert people to a belief in immortality. I don't believe in teaching men and women to depend upon an unseen world for guidance, and especially do I despise any faith which makes this life less important than some other just beyond. I love this life, and do not intend to trouble myself about what lies beyond the grave. That is really not my concern. To regard this world as a vale of tears leading to a shining heaven is a species of medievalism from which I revolt.
She caught this up.
That is just the reason why Viola would be unhappy with a skeptic.
But I am not a skeptic. I have the greatest faith. I am certain I can make her happy here and now. You surely would not permit her to go back to Anthony Clarke?
She was troubled and confused.
I don't know. Perhaps it would be best, after all. A great deal of her power comes from him.
She brightened.
But I will leave all that to Father.
Again he leaned to her with tender gravity.
You must not do that. Unless you deny the value of all life here on the earth, you are an unnatural mother to devote your child to such a career as Clarke holds out to her. I love your daughter because she is a beautiful girl, a charming personality, and I am able to give her security and comfort. I will be perfectly frank with you. I think these trances have been fastened upon her by those about her, and if she consents to come to me, I shall stop them forever. My aim will be to delude her into thinking life with me of more value than the highest eminence as a medium. Now, if this seems treason to you, I cannot soften it. I want you to fully understand my position. My schooling has been all in the exact sciences, and what skill I possess I am using to make the world a healthier and happier place to live in. Your way of life, and Clarke's philosophy of life, seems to me weak and morbid, and your treatment of your daughter mistakenly cruel. I intend to take her out of it if I can. And furthermore, dear lady, if you withhold your consent, which I profoundly hope you will not, I must proceed without it. If she comes to me, she ceases to be a psychic. If I can prevent it, she will never sit again.
The mother sat as if stunned by the weight of his will, the rush of his words, the decision of his glance. She fully understood the situation. She knew that Viola already leaned upon and trusted this man more than any other being in the world. and knowing this, she felt the full force of the tragic situation. It was not a question of a temporary separation that she foresaw as by some prophetic vision. Her baby, her clinging, loving girl child, was about to pass from her arms forever, carrying with her all interest in life and all means of communication with her dead. With her she was about to lose husband, son, and all the blessed music of the happy multitudes of those on the spirit plane. It was as if the shining portals to the world of light were about to be closed to her forever, closed and barred by the hand of this implacable young lover, and with a sudden, most lamentable cry, she sobbed forth,
"Oh, I can't consent. I can't bear to think of it."
The sight of that placid motherly face breaking into lines of anguish, while the grey old head bowed in weakness, completely unmanned the self-centred young scientist, and bending above her, he tenderly pleaded,
"Dear Mrs. Lambert, you wring my heart with your weeping. Don't cry, I beg of you. I didn't intend to be harsh. I only intended to be honest with you. I wish you would trust me. Let me be a son to you. Even if Viola does not care for me as I hope she does, I can help you. And even if she consents to my treatment, the separation will only be for a few months or a year."
"You would take my hope from me? You would rob me?"
She challenged him with white and distorted face.
"You are hard and cruel, and I will not give her up. I know her nature. She is necessary to the spirit world, and you have no right to destroy her power."
"I am sorry if I seem to attack your faith. It has many beautiful things inwoven with its morbidities. I would believe it if I could, but I can't. And in my present state of mind, I can only repeat that, however painful it may be to you, I see no other way to save your daughter from insanity. Yes, my dear Mrs. Lambert, the case is quite as desperate as that to my thinking, and as I am beginning to centre my life in her also, you will see that I am quite as deeply concerned as anyone. She has reached a danger point. She must not go on in this way another month."
Again those lines of serene obstinacy came back into her face, and the gentle bigot looked from her eyes.
"You are all wrong. These trances are as natural as sleep. They rest her, do her good. Father says so. He treats her from that side and is watching over her. I admire you, Professor Serviss. I appreciate the honor you do me. But I cannot consent to have Viola go from me. I can't endure the thought. If you believed in the spirit world and the guides consented, I would be glad, but you don't. You hate everything concerning our faith, and I am afraid of you. I wish my girl had never seen you."
She rose in a panic of growing alarm.
"Let me go to her."
He detained her gently.
"Just a moment. Remember, I have not said a word of all this to her, and your alarm may be quite groundless. What do you fear if your guides are so wise and powerful? Where is your proselytizing zeal? Am I not worthy of being converted? Why not let Viola influence me towards your path?"
She sank back into her chair, bewildered by his tone, and he went on.
"You considered Mr. Clarke a most important instrument for spreading the light, but I am egotistic enough to say that my conversion would mean more to your cause than 50 Clarks. You forget also that your father was very anxious to have me brought into the circle. You recall that?"
She faintly answered,
"Yes."
"Well then, let that count in my favour. You call me a skeptic, but I am really a slave to evidence. I will go wherever the evidence leads. I have no proof of the spirit world, but I am of open mind, Can you ask any more of me than that? I have said that I intend to end Viola's career as a psychic if I can. But if I can't, if the manifestations go on in spite of me, I will study them faithfully, glad of any revelation of a new world which they may bring. If you are so clear in your confidence, so certain of your faith, why not consent to let me speak to her?
She rose again.
I can't do that. I must not.
He offered his hand with a smile.
Your lack of confidence in me I forgive, for I think I understand your feeling. Do not be deceived. My suit does not end here. I intend at the earliest moment to win your daughter's consent to my plan. There is only one thing I would like you to promise, and that is this. Don't prejudice her against me. Let me speak to her first. Will you promise that?
She shook her head.
I must tell her, and we must sit for counsel.
Well then, will you promise to let me sit with you? Will you promise to put off that sitting till I can be present? It is only fair to me, as I am quite as vitally affected as anyone in the result. Come, will you promise?
She bowed her head in sign of consent and hastened towards the door. He stood aside to let her pass, pitying her because understanding her.
And please don't distress her tonight. Let her live this evening as a joyous girl, undisturbed even by my question.
She went out fear-stricken by the power of his glance, the persuasion of his voice. Her instinct at the moment was to take her child and flee, immuring herself far from those who would rob her of her only remaining interest in the world. End of Book 2, Chapter 20. Book 2, Chapter 21 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland, Book 2, Chapter 21. Clarke shadows the feast. Viola, looking up from a piece of antique jewellery which Kate was displaying, was startled by the sadness of her mother's face, and directed her next glance upon Morton, in the wish to discover the cause of her trouble. That the interview had been very grave and personal was evident, and with a sense of having been the subject of discussion, she rose to meet them. Kate did not permit any explanations, for dinner was waiting and time limited.
Go fetch Mr. Lambert, Morton. Unless we want to be late at the play, we must go out at once.
Morton was glad of the interruption, for he was eager to have his understanding with Viola before the mother could bring any adverse influence to bear upon her. As they went out into the dining-room side by side, he found her nearness sweeter and more concerning than ever before, and with a realisation of having in a very vital way staked his immediate future upon her word, he was unusually gay, masking his persistent, deep-hid doubt in jocose remarks. Lambert seconded him with quiet humour, and together they caused even the mother's face to relax its troubled lines, while Viola, yielding to a sense of freedom and of youth, shook off all constraint, responding to Morton's unspoken suggestion, thinking only of him and of the secure, bright world in which he dwelt, and in which he seemed so large and so handsome a figure. And in this confidence and comfort they came to the mixing of the salad, which Kate slangily explained to be Morton's
particular stunt.
He had fully assembled his ingredients, and was about to approach the actual delicate blending, when the maid appeared at his elbow to say that he was wanted at the telephone.
Well, tell them to wait,
he replied testily.
This is a very precise moment.
I told them you were at dinner, sir, but they said it was important.
He rose with a sigh.
I hope my whiff of garlic won't settle into a steady breeze. Be patient a moment, kind people.
With mild wonder as to what the news might be, he took a seat at his desk and put the receiver to his ear.
Hello, who is it?
A hurried, eager, almost breathless, boyish voice responded.
Is this Dr. Serviss?
It is.
Can you tell me where Miss Viola Lambert and her mother are?
I cannot.
By which he meant he was not empowered to do so.
I was told they left Pratt's house with you sometime this afternoon.
Have you inquired at the Courtley?
No, I was so sure.
Try either the Courtley or the Colorado,
replied Morton in the tone of authority. The voice then asked,
Can you tell me where Clarke's Brooklyn relatives can be found?
I cannot. I know nothing whatever of Mr. Clarke's family.
I must find them. Clarke has committed suicide, and it is necessary to notify his friends and...
Morton's brain blurred with the force of this blow.
You don't mean it. When did it happen?
About an hour ago. We must find the Lamberts, and if you can give us any information...
Who are you?
I'm a representative of the Recorder. Can I see you for a few minutes, Dr. Serviss?
I am just starting for the theatre,
hurriedly answered Morton, his voice as casual as he could make it.
And I fear it is impossible.
It is very important, Dr. Serviss, for Pratt has told me that you know the Lamberts, and all about their connection to Clarke. If you...
It is quite impossible,
replied Morton with decision, and hung up the receiver. For a few moments he sat in deep thought, his mind leaping from point to point of this new complication. As he analysed the far-reaching consequences of this tragic and terrible deed, he bitterly exclaimed,
You've reached us now, Anthony Clarke. You have involved the woman you pretended to love and all her friends in a screaming sensation. Your name will be writ larger tomorrow than at any time during your whole life. You could not have hit upon a more effective revenge.
The situation grew each moment more satanic.
My name will be involved quite as prominently as hers. The mother, frantic with grief and remorse, will hate me and bitterly reproach us all. She will accuse us of causing his death. But most important of all, what will be the effect of this news on Viola's mental condition?
His thought ran to her as he had just left her radiant with hope and new-found happiness, and it seemed as though the dead man had reached a remorseless, clutching hand to regain final dominion over her. His shadow hovered in the air above her head, ready to envelop her.
If I can only keep this from her for a few days, till my own control of her has strengthened, I must keep it from her. She must not see tomorrow's papers with their ghastly story.
He chilled with a fuller sense of the suicide's power to torture her.
She must leave the city tonight. She will be called before the coroner. Her mediumship and Clarke's control of her will be howled through the street.
He groaned with the shame and anguish of the scene his imagination bodied forth.
Pratt's hand will also be felt. He will have his own tale, his own method of evasion, and will not hesitate to dishonour her.
Furthermore, this threatening shame, so far from arousing a new distrust and a desire to escape further connection with her, swept him into a profounder desire to serve and shield her. His heart filled with pity and love, and into his eyes a stern light, the light of battle, came.
She shall not be tortured so if I can defend her, or lead the way to escape. Lambert must leave the city at once, and take them both with him.
He rose and walked about the room, in order to recover command of his face and voice.
Truly, the miserable fanatic has wrought well. He has promised himself that his spirit, freed from the body, will be able to possess and control his victim. The mother will understand and accept this. Will Viola?
The thought of her dominated by this new and revolting delusion filled him with dismay and horror.
She, too, will be smitten with remorse, and the scale may be turned against me and my influence.
This was indeed the most disturbing consideration of all. Realising at length that every additional minute of absence made his explanation more difficult, he returned to his guests with impassive face and resolute determination to control his thought even from Viola's mind-reading power. Kate saw at once that some dark thing shadowed him.
What is it, Morton?
One of my acquaintances has met with trouble, financial trouble, and wants my help. I'll tell you about it later,
he curtly replied, attacking the salad again. She was silent, though not satisfied, and dinner was resumed in almost painful silence and in general depression. Viola was especially troubled by the change in Morton's face, and with a desire to be of some comfort to him, softly said,
"Perhaps you would rather not go to the theatre tonight? Please don't do so on our account."
Her glance and her tone, both more intimately sympathetic than she had hitherto permitted them to be, touched him deeply, and with an effect of throwing off his gloom, he cheerily responded,
"We will not let any outside matter interfere with our happiness. There is nothing to be gained by staying at home. Please forget all about this interruption."
As he spoke, she sat with hands before her, gazing straight at him with eyes that slowly lost their outward look. Her eyelids fell, she began to whiten and to droop, and her hands twitched and trembled. Seized for an instant with an unreasoning fear, a belief that she had been able, after all, to penetrate his mind and read its dreadful secret, Morton sat irresolute in the grasp of a blind despair, a palsy of the will. Clarke's dead hand seemed at the instant more powerful than the living man had been. The stupefaction lasted but a single second, for back to the young scientist's heart, like a swelling wave, came the red blood of his anger, his love, his mastering will. Rising swiftly but calmly, he caught her hands in his, saying gently,
"You are forgetting your promise to me. Look at me. I want to see if you are really going to disobey my commands."
She slowly raised her face to him, but only faintly responded to his voice.
"I cannot permit this,"
he went on.
"You have left this behind you. I will not permit you to give way. It is a kind of treason to me, your physician. For my sake, you must put this weakness aside and assert your real self."
He spoke gently, tenderly, as the lover, rather than as the man of science, and the mysterious power of his hand, the passionate pity of his eyes, restored her to self-mastery, and she murmured,
"Please forgive me. I didn't mean to do this."
"I know that. But you must not invite your trouble. You laid your hands upon the table. You must not do that. I'll order you to eat off the mantelpiece if you do that again,"
he added, with intent to make her smile. Mrs. Lambert, who had risen to go to Viola's relief, sank back into her seat with a sense of being forgotten at a time when she should have been her daughter's first thought. She was no longer necessary. Her place had been taken by another, a man and a stranger, hostile to her faith, and with this knowledge her heart grew cold and bitter with defeat and despair. The anguish and the neglect, which are to be for evermore the darker side of the mother's glory, had come to her at last with cruel force. The entire attack lasted but a few minutes, but it served to bring Viola nearer to her lover than all the hours of their more formal intercourse, though the full revelation of his true relationship was yet to come. She loved and trusted him, but as her friend, her defender. She rose at last to demonstrate that she was entirely herself again.
"I'm ashamed of myself,"
she said humbly.
"Please don't look so concerned."
She turned to Kate.
I assure you it was only a little faintness. You see, I didn't sleep very well last night.
Let's not try to go out,
interposed Kate.
You're tired.
Oh, no, please, please don't let me spoil the evening. I will never forgive myself. Truly, I want to go.
Morton's glance instructed Kate, and she said,
Very well. We will go dress while the men finish their coffee. Come, Mrs. Lambert.
Mrs. Lambert rose silently, and the three women left the room together with an effect of haste. No sooner were they out of the room than Morton turned to his guest with most serious look and tone.
Come to my study, Mr. Lambert. I want a few very private words with you.
The miner followed his host with mild wonder expressed on his face, and as the door closed behind them, and they were secure of being overheard, he remarked with a chuckle,
You headed off old Daddy McLeod out there. First it was Clarke, and then Daddy. I thought he had her this time.
Morton ignored this remark, and with the most decisive utterance said,
You must take your wife and daughter out of town by the very next train. Clarke has killed himself, and Viola will be the center of a flaming sensation tomorrow morning. She must be taken away tonight.
Lambert remained standing, perfectly rigid for a few moments, then slowly seated himself.
Was that your trouble over the phone?
Yes.
Who told you?
A reporter phoning from Pratt's house, apparently.
When did it happen?
He said an hour ago. That may mean more or less. A fiend could not have planned a more inclusive revenge. We will all be involved in it. If he died by poison, we may even be accused of killing him. They are already in pursuit of you, and the police may arrive at any moment. At the least, we will all be summoned before the coroner.
He paused a moment.
But that isn't all. I fear the effect of this news on Viola's mind.
Lambert's eyes lost their keen glitter, and his facial muscles fell slack. He spoke in a low voice weighted with deepest conviction.
He will manifest.
Then, as a light came into his eyes, he exclaimed,
He was trying to control her just now.
Morton ignored this remark.
If we can keep this news from her for a few days, I defy any of her so-called controls to affect her.
Lambert stirred uneasily in his chair.
I don't know about that. Clarke had a strong hold on her.
He is dead. He has done his worst,
responded Morton.
I tell you, it is your business to get as far from the city tonight as you can, and keep ahead of the news if possible.
That won't do any good. She is clairvoyant. She'll know of it.
She didn't know you were coming today, did she?
No.
And she has no knowledge yet of Clarke's death. Her attack at the table may have been, as she says, only a feeling of faintness. Besides, he's been dead 2 hours, and these manifestations always take place at the exact moment of death, do they not?
Lambert brightened.
That's so. But I'm scared of what'll happen if he should manifest.
Be assured, he can no more manifest, as you call it, than a dead dog. Keep the newspapers from your wife and daughter, and it will be a long time before they learn of his death through any occult channel. I stake my reputation on that.
I wish I felt as certain of that as you do.
The miner answered.
I've seen so many impossible things happen, I'm kind of shaky. I wish I could have your help.
He rose with a shiver of dread.
You're right. I see that. We've got to get out of here. But it won't do to go back home.
Take ship and go abroad.
I can't do that. I can't leave my business so long.
He paced up and down.
Suppose I had a telegram to meet a man in Montreal, a mining man.
A good idea,
exclaimed Morton.
You could cross the border before the news could overtake you. The Canadian papers will make little of the suicide, but will your people go?
They'll have to go,
replied Lambert firmly.
Leave that to me.
He took a telegram from among several old ones in his pocket.
I've just received this, you understand?
Kate knocked and called.
We're all ready, Morton?
He opened the door.
Come in, Kate. I want to talk with you. I'm afraid our theatre party is off. Mr. Lambert has received a very important message which may take him out of town.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
cried Kate.
Can't you wait till tomorrow?
I'm afraid not,
replied Lambert.
Looks like I'd have to go tonight, and I want the girls to go along with me.
And so saying, with the telegram open in his hand, he went out into the sitting room, where Viola and her mother were standing dressed for the carriage.
Girls,
he called persuasively.
Don't you want to go to Montreal?
When?
Inquired Viola.
Tonight.
Oh, not tonight. We want to go to the theatre. Wait till tomorrow.
Kate was about to join in this protest when Morton drew her into his study and shut the door.
Don't stop them,
he said almost fiercely.
They must go.
Do you mean to escape Clarke?
Yes, Clarke, or rather his ghost.
His ghost? What do you mean?
She asked with startled eyes.
He has killed himself. Hush now. They must not know it, and they must flee. Don't you see that this may undo all my plans for the girl's redemption, and may enslave her more deeply than ever? The papers will be full of Clarke tomorrow morning. Pratt's wealth, my connection with an institution, ensures a tremendous scarehead. The mother will be conscience-wrung, and the whole weight of the infernal tragedy will crush down on Viola. The only possible respite for her is to cross the border into Canada, outrun the newsmongers, and trust in time to heal her mental derangements.
Kate's eyes expanded with the same fear that filled Lambert.
You don't suppose he will be able to haunt her? Was that what happened at the table?
No, not in the sense you mean. He is dead, and I have no fear of his ghost, but the memory of him will torture her soul, and if she believes that he is able to come to her, the belief will be almost as tragic as the fact.
Morton, it is a test,
she exclaimed, with breathless solemnity.
If there is any truth in spiritualism, he will manifest himself to her, and you cannot prevent it.
I know it is a test, and I welcome it. I stake all that I am on the issue. She was at her merriest when he was dying. She has no hint of his deed at this moment, and with all her clairvoyance I am perfectly certain she will not be able to read what is in our minds if you can restrain your tongue. If you can't do that, I beg of you to stay in your room.
He was harsh and curt in his tone, and she shrank from him.
Her mental health, her sanity may be in peril.
I can keep silence,
she replied.
But oh, Morton, think of that poor girl, up there in some bleak hotel in Canada with only these two old people. Suppose he does come to her there, what can they do? Wouldn't it be better to keep her here? Let her learn it here, where you can help her?
And be haled before the coroner? To be charged, perhaps, with poisoning Clarke, or some other equally monstrous thing? No. I have been all over the ground, and I tell you there is no other way. She must go tonight. The police may arrive at any moment.
Then you must go with her,
she retorted, with a decision almost equal to his own.
She needs you.
No, I can't do that,
he replied impatiently, almost angrily.
I would be accused of abducting her. It is utterly out of the question.
Kate, knowing that she was asking a good deal, went resolutely on.
She has no one but you to lean upon. She trusts you, and she ought to have some strong, sane person on whom to rely. I would be worse than useless up there. I am scared out of my wits at thought of Clarke's possible revenge upon her. Besides, by going with her you will escape some of the notoriety about to be thrust upon you.
He was plainly vacillating.
Think of the fat news items my flight will add to the stew.
Kate shuddered.
Oh, I know. I hope you don't blame me. It's true, I am to blame. I did insist on your going to see her.
She was beginning to suffer with this thought, when he put out his hand and drew her to him with affectionate wish to comfort her.
Don't assume that worry, Kit. She profoundly interested me from the first, and I do not regret my acquaintance with her, even at this moment. I believe she is essentially untouched by this business, and that she can be cleansed of all Clarke's influence. His death removes her worst enemy, and if I can persuade her parents to leave her with us, I am perfectly certain I can root out the deepest of her delusions.
Then go,
she said in final surrender.
Conventions ought not to count against saving a sweet, good girl. Go and help her, and if you bring her back here, I'll receive her gladly.
Morton opened the door, and while Kate went to Viola, he said,
Mr. Lambert, if you will add me to your party, I will be glad to go with you.
Lambert seized his host's hand and wrung it hard.
My boy, you saved my life. I thought of asking you, but I couldn't find the nerve. We'll all need you, the girl worst of all.
Tears were in his eyes as he added huskily,
Yes, we need you.
Viola, with shining face, came running towards them.
Oh, Professor Serviss, is it true? Are you going?
Yes, if you will let me.
Let you? Oh, you don't know what it means to have you with us.
He looked down upon her with a smile whose full message she could not read, but it expressed something very tender and disconcerting.
You can't know what it means to me to go. You see, I daren't quite trust you alone with these indulgent parents, and as your physician, it is my duty to see that my prescriptions are fully carried out.
During the bustle of preparation for the journey, he found opportunity to reassure Kate.
Thus far, she has no inkling of what is in our minds.
He closed his fist, as if shaking it in the face of an implacable foe, and through his set teeth added,
I accept the challenge. I welcome you and all your dark band to the utterance.
Kate turned pale.
Don't say that,
she whispered.
It's like tempting Providence.
I fear neither Providence nor demons, but I'm afraid of you. Keep away from Viola as much as you can. If there is any truth in mind-reading, she is likelier to divine your thought than mine.
Kate's eyes suddenly grew dim.
Morton, I brought this on you, and I'm beginning to doubt. I don't believe I want you to go with her after all.
She put her hands on his shoulders and gave way to a feeling of loss and loneliness.
I've always hoped. I've always looked forward to your having a splendid, dignified wife, and though I like her, I don't believe she's up to you.
Now, don't trouble about that, sis. The important thing to me is, am I worthy of her? She entered my heart the first time I saw her, and has never left it. She came at a time when I was certain no woman would ever move me again. I am indebted to her, now that's the truth. And so...
He stooped and kissed her.
If she decides to come to me, I shall feel grateful to you. If she decides not to come, you can be grateful to her.
End of Book 2, Chapter 21. Book 2, Chapter 22 of The Tyranny of the Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland. Book 2, Chapter 22. The Spiritual Rescue. With a conviction that he was entering upon a new order in his life, Morton Serviss opened the door of the coach for Viola and her mother. Never before had he evaded a contest, or asked for consideration from authority, and deceit had been quite foreign to him. But now, after a deceptive word to the hall boy, he was conscious of furtively scanning the people approaching on the walk, aware of his weakness and his doubt, For no man of regular and candid life can become a fugitive with entire belief in the righteousness of his flight. He must perforce of conscience look back for a moment. Once within the carriage, he put all question aside and joined Lambert in his attempt to keep from the women the slightest suspicion that his sudden departure involved any serious change in their fortunes. The miner had taken his place beside his wife, thus bringing the young couple side by side on the forward seat, and this arrangement had much to do with filling Morton's mind with a new and delicious content, for Viola's face was almost constantly lifted to his, and at every lurch of the vehicle her soft shoulder touched his arm, while the faint perfume of her garments rose like some enchanter's incense, dulling his sense of duties abandoned, quickening his delight in her beauty, and restoring his joy in his own youth. What did the judgment of the world matter at such a time? He said little on the ride, just enough to hold the conversation to subjects far removed from the causes of their retreat. He was convinced of Viola's ability to read, in a vague way, what lay in his thought, but he also believed in his power to prevent this by a positive and aggressive attitude of mind. Beneath his silences, as beneath his words, ran an undercurrent of suggestion from his subliminal self to hers. Lambert rose nobly to his duty, and directed the conversation to the mine and its increasing generosity of output, and to news of the men and their families, in whom Viola took deep interest. In the midst of this most welcome recollection, they ended their drive. At the station, Morton remained on guard with the women, while Lambert attended to the trunks and boxes, and at the earliest moment, with care not to betray haste, they passed through the gates and into their car, but no feeling of relief came to either of the men till the train began to move. Then Lambert, with a profound sigh, exclaimed,
"Well, now we're off, and we've got the trunks, so let's be happy."
Mrs. Lambert alone remained sad and distraught, and her husband soon drew her away to their own seat, leaving the young couple together, a deed for which Morton silently, but none the less fervently, thanked him, affording, as it did, the chance for his long-desired personal explanation. The car was sparsely occupied, and the section opposite was quite empty, and with a sense of being quite alone with Viola, he lightly began.
"I feel like a truant schoolboy, and I'm wondering what Weissmann will say tomorrow morning when his first assistant fails to appear."
"I hope you are not neglecting your work for us,"
she said, losing a little of her brightness.
"Nothing will suffer. I do not profess to be the main prop of our laboratory, and besides, I don't care. I'm off for a holiday, whether or no."
At the word holiday, Clarke's grisly shadow rose between them and would not down. To the suicide his holiday was due. Viola again seemed to dimly divine his thought, for she hesitatingly said,
"I am troubled about Mr. Clarke. I must write him a letter and tell him that I don't hate him now. I really begin to feel sorry for him, and I wish I hadn't been so hard."
"You have nothing to reproach yourself for, and you would better let him pass entirely out of your life, and be glad the wrench is over,"
he decisively replied. She sighed and shivered a little.
"He knew we were deserting him. His look haunts me. I wish I had stopped to say goodbye. He will be very lonely without us."
"He is too fanatic to win my sympathy, and he has forfeited yours."
"But he was sincere, Professor. He really wanted to make the world happier."
He was resolute to keep her mind clear of all thought of Clarke, and imperiously said,
"Don't call me Professor. And let's talk of other and pleasanter things than Clarke. We are well out of his shadow world, and you are never to re-enter it. I want you to forget that you ever sat in a circle or heard a voice.
Oh, I can't expect to pass entirely out of that,
she exclaimed, as though the possibility came near her for the first time.
On Mother's account I must continue to sit now and then. She couldn't live without her communion with Papa and Walty.
This brought him face to face with his opportunity, and he seized it manfully.
Your saying that gives me opportunity for saying something which has been taking shape in my mind since last night. I do not pretend to fully understand the basis of your mother's faith, and I do not blame her, but I am filled with indignation that you should be called upon to suffer bondage to the dead. I rebel against it.
His voice was tense with feeling.
And I will not have it so. I lunched today with Dr. Tolman, of whom you've heard me speak, and after describing your case to him, without using your name, of course, I asked his opinion. In reply, he gave me every encouragement. The fact that you are young and in good physical health, he said, makes it possible for you to become as normal as any other girl.
Do you believe that, Dr. Serviss?
I am perfectly certain of it, if you will meet my conditions. I am confident of my power to free you from your trances and all their phenomena, but you must, at once and for all time, break every tie that binds you to your controls.
I'm afraid they will not consent.
You must not say such a thing, much less think it.
He sharply interrupted.
Your soul, your mind, should be sovereign. You should look rather to science for guidance.
Here he smiled meaningly.
And to me, of course, as a representative of science. If you acknowledge the authority of the dead, or even that of your mother, my power is to that extent curtailed. It is to be, in effect, a war of light and darkness, science and superstition. We are willing to join issue with your shadow foes, provided your best self is with us in the struggle. I engage myself to free you if you will permit me to act.
She leaned towards him with pale face and limpid heavenly eyes.
You have been good to me, but I cannot ask you to fight my battles. You have so much else to do in the world.
I have nothing better to do.
He responded with a lover's glance.
Nothing can interest me so profoundly. Nothing will give me greater pleasure.
She went on fervently.
I can't tell you how you comfort me. When you are near me, I have no fear of anything. But you oughtn't to give up your work to treat me. We can never pay you for what you've already done for us.
Don't try. And pray, don't exaggerate my sacrifices. You must remember, I am an investigator, and you are a most absorbing problem.
She drew away from him slightly, and he returned to a more serious tone.
The influence of mind over mind is the present, or at least the coming problem, and you have opened a new world to me. The question of your future, your cure, absorbs me. And while I am by no means a rich man, as money runs these days, I am quite able to follow out any line of investigation which may interest me.
Her face clouded.
I wish I didn't have to be investigated.
So do I. And that brings up something which I must say, even at the risk of seeming hard and cruel. If you wish to live your full, free life, you must cut yourself off from all of your old associations. Clarke and Pratt have passed out of your life, but your mother...
He paused abruptly. When he resumed, his tone was almost pleading.
You have said that you trusted me, that you wished for my help. Did you mean it?
I did. Indeed, I did.
Very well, then,
he went on.
I will speak my mind. I must be very candid, even if I seem harsh. When I say you must cut yourself off from all the associations of the past, I mean your mother also."
She started up in dismay, understanding his full meaning at last.
"Oh, no, not that."
"Yes, just that, and finally that. She is your mother, and you love her, but you are a human soul as well as she, with a right to healthy, normal life. It is contrary to the law of progress to sacrifice the young to the old. Your mother's comfort has been your undoing, and I cannot for an instant agree to your submission of this question to her. You must assert your right to yourself, and she must surrender her authority to me, and she must leave you for a time. I would say this even if my own mother spoke to me through you. Your struggles tear my heart, and your mother's presence only prolongs your sufferings."
"You must not blame her,"
she loyally insisted.
"I am to blame. My guides tell me that if I would surrender myself completely to them, I would find peace."
She ended, slowly, sadly, as if in confession.
"Peace? Yes, the peace of the epileptic or the mad. No, no, joy and health do not lie that way. If I were the scientist merely, I would say, 'Keep on, and I will stand by to observe your struggles,' but I am not. I am something else than scientist. It angers and agonizes me to see you tortured. I cannot endure it, and I will not. In order that I may do all that I hope for, you must give yourself wholly into my care."
He was speaking now in a low and throbbing voice, oblivious of time and space.
"I must be something more than physician or friend. I have been saying 'must' to you, but I am, after all, a very strange autocrat. My power is dependent on you."
Then, in answer to her questioning eyes, he hurried on.
"I love you, dear girl, and if you find you can trust yourself to me fully in this way, then I am sure of victory. Can you say this? I hope you can. For then I will have the most powerful magician in all the world fighting on my side. Are you able to do this? Can you say you love me, and that you will come to me, trusting in me as a husband?"
No one was astir in the car but the porter, but had it been filled with clamouring tongues and seeking impertinent eyes, she would have been conscious only of his tender glance, his earnest voice, and the momentous question being pressed upon her. She struggled to speak, but could not, and he hastened on.
"I will be honest with you. Your mother does not trust me. She knows and resents my feeling towards you. She knows also that I consider her separation from you necessary for a time, and is hurt and saddened by it. But she will come to see the necessity of this measure. I do not ask an immediate answer, though I wish your heart were mine this minute, but I do want you to know that from the first moment I saw you, your life has been a part of mine. I could not forget you, though I tried to do so, and I will not now give you up."
She still sat like an exquisite statue of meditation, looking out into the night, benumbed and breathless, with the passion of his words evoked. Suddenly she turned and vehemently exclaimed,
"You ought not to ask me this. I am not fit to be your wife."
"Let me be the judge of that."
"But you don't realize what I am. You must not think of me in that way. I can't let you. I am different from other women. You must not deceive yourself."
"I do not. I know to my joy that you are different from other girls. That is why I am here and asking you to be my wife. That is why I loved you that day on the mountainside, because you were different."
"No, no,"
she despairingly exclaimed.
You don't understand. I mean that I am surrounded by spirits, and they will make you ashamed of me. Think what your friends would say.
I am not responsible to my friends. I don't care what they say. They are not choosing my wife for me. I do know what you mean, and your protest increases my love for you. I am not concerned with your ghosts, only with your character.
But I am a medium,
she went on desperately.
I have this awful power. You're all wrong about Mother and Mr. Clarke. They have nothing to do with what happens.
Her beautiful hands were clenched, and her face set in the resolution to force her confession upon him. Her bosom rose and fell piteously as she struggled for words.
You must not misunderstand me. I believe in the spirit world. Sometimes I say I don't, but I do.
He spoke soothingly.
There is nothing wrong or disgraceful in your theory. It is your practice of trance, of mediumship, to which I object, and which I intend to prevent.
I want you to do that. I hate my trances and those public circles. But will that put an end to the rappings and other things that go on around me when I am awake? That is the question.
This was the question, but he rode sturdily over it, resolute to subordinate it, if not to trample it underfoot.
Not at all. The real question is very simple. Can you trust yourself to me fully because you love me? If you do, I will answer for the rest. I do not know why you meant so much to me that day. I do not know why, out of all the women I know, you move me most profoundly. But so it is, and I am glad to have it so.
He said this with a grave tenderness, which moved her like a phrase from some great symphony. And as she raised her tear-stained, timid face to his, she saw him as he seemed at that first meeting on the mountainside, in the sunset glow, so manly, so frank, so full of power, that he conquered her with a glance. And with that vision she knew her heart. Her eyes fell, her throat thickened, and her bosom throbbed with a strange yearning. She loved, but the way of confession was hard. Understanding her emotion, and mindful of the place in which they sat, he softly said,
You need not speak. Just put your hand in mine, and I will understand.
Her hand, like some shy, sentient thing, first drew away, fell hesitant, then leaped to his and nestled in his palm. He had planned to be very restrained and very circumspect, but the touch of her trembling fingers moved him out of his predetermined self-possession, and careless of all the surroundings, he stooped and kissed her, then exultantly, warningly said,
Remember, I am now your chief control, and there are to be no other guides but me.
With those words all fear, all question, all care, save that vague distrust which the maiden feels when yielding herself to the first caress of the lover, dropped from her. The powers, the hallucinations, which had separated her from the world of womankind, were forgotten, lost in the glow of her confidence and love. End of Book 2, Chapter 22. End of The Tyranny of the Dark by Hamlin Garland.